Just die, refusing to move. We begged for a ceasefire, yet you continued to refuse. We screamed genocide, yet you said you needed more proof. So they told you themselves it's exactly what they're trying to do. Yet you still chose to stay silent as our protests only grew. And no matter how hard you tried, you couldn't hide the truth. So you sent through some aid, only to kill us with that too. And as our bodies piled, it was then that we knew that our lives never really mattered the least to you. You killed all our journalists, our doctors, and also our nurses, our teachers, our writers, and even aid workers. Yet never once did you ever dare name our murderers, as though we had died from rare natural occurrences. And when it came to their crimes, you let them investigate, like asking a rapist to judge over the victims he raped. So they bombed every hospital, school, every home in the strip, ripped our people into shreds and killed all our kids. They took Sidra when she was 7, Hind when she was 6, and how can we forget little Reem who was still only 3? We told you we were tired of seeing dead kids on our screens, so you silenced our cries and censored our screams. And even when their weapons were finally depleted, even then they weren't done. Because you were the ones who reloaded their guns. US-made bombs weighing 2 tons, starving your own nation to send them more funds. Yet you claim to worry about foreign migration, while they have you under their thumb. Standing ovations for a genocidal freak. How can you talk about hostages while they have you tied by your hands and your feet? Tell me, what good is your wealth if you can't even speak? You said we were the children of darkness, while you were the children of light, only for the world to find out what evil truly looked like. So here's to the most moral army in the world, the so-called peacemakers, who are now renowned as baby killers, murderers, and rapists. You're right, the world did change on October 7, 2023. It was a day we saw all of your lies, and the world can now see that evil always looked like you and never looked like me. And we'll keep exposing all of your lies until Palestine is free.
It's the Homeless Left and Pasta to Go Team Up Show with Craig Pasta and Matt Weinglass. And here are your hosts, Matt and Pasta.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. The Homeless Left and Pasta to Go Team Up Show. We're back again for you guys today on this lovely Thursday. I'm your host, Matt Weinglass, with my trusted co-host, as always, Craig Pasta JARDULA, bringing the energy, bringing the love and the joy. Just kidding, but you're bringing the needed energy that we need to keep pushing forward in this very, very difficult position we find ourselves in the independent media lane that seems to get smaller and smaller for us as censorship keeps increasing. We get closer and closer to World War III. And we're also in the middle of this election, which seems like a complete joke. So we're pushing as much as we can. And we require all of you guys keep pushing with us. We appreciate all of your support and help as we move through these final couple weeks before the election. Craig, how are you doing today? I know you were at an event yesterday that got basically no coverage on the mainstream media.
I know. Well, it got some coverage on Kim's channel. I was covering the third-party debate, the last third-party debate by the Free and Equal Society, or Free and Equal Group, whatever you call them. Christina Tobin's group. It's an election integrity group. And we had 3 candidates yesterday, 3 different candidates. It was the 4th debate. It was Chase Oliver from the Libertarian Party, Jill Stein from the Green Party, and Randall Terry from the Constitution Party. Man, is that guy a character. And yeah, I covered it with Kim Iverson yesterday. We did commentary in between the segments because it was just all over the place. They had singers and performers and artists perform in the commercial breaks, but there were so many damn commercial breaks. It was ridiculous. They couldn't even get like a good rhythm going. But there were some good moments there. There were some great answers. I think it was a very strong night for Jill Stein. She definitely exceeded expectations for me. She still didn't win the debate in my mind. I still think that Chase won. And Chase is a very interesting character too as well. I think that he unfortunately, has gotten no love from his party. But yeah, I'm hitting the coffee right now. I'm moving a little slow. The bones are a little bit, from working last night and then getting home really late. But yeah, I mean, it was a very interesting debate yesterday, and I think it's going to tie into a lot what we're going to talk about on the show today. I mean, we are 10 days out now, 11 days out, a week from Tuesday. Who you voting for, Matt?
A week from Tuesday is the most important election of our lifetime.
Our time,
Craig. This is it. This is the actual one. No, don't forget all the other ones. This is the one. Oh my gosh, it's going to change everything. It's going to completely change everything. Or will it? Or it's the same. The same. It doesn't matter who actually wins. But we use these moments as opportunities to pull the curtain back even further and see what else is rigged about the system. That's why we're calling today's show "Rigged Elections, World War III, and Censorship." They all suck. But we have some great guests coming in with us today. We got Keaton from Dissidence. He'll be joining us shortly. Patrick Henningsen, 21st Century Wire. That's an incredible guy. We've had a chance to talk with him before. And we had a chance again, so we'll be playing that interview for you guys. And then we also have IAN SCHLAKMAN. I'm very, very excited to meet him, and he's done some incredible work. We'll talk more about third-party happenings and third-party viable candidates, and what are we even doing? Are we just going through this charade together, or is there hope that we're actually inching forward to get out of this duopoly, this uniparty BS system that's protected by the legacy media every 4 years, and we keep falling for it every 4 years? But those are conversations we're going to have today. Am I forgetting anything else? Oh, I think we're going to have some. We do have a This Week in HOLLYWOKE. We'll get to that later. And of course, our top censored news of the week. We'll get to that shortly as well. Am I missing anything, Craig? Are we good to go?
No. Let me introduce the guest. Let's get rolling because we got limited time with him, so we want to get him in here as quickly as we can.
Great.
Sound good?
Awesome. Yeah, I'm excited.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you know him, you love him. He's the better half of the dynamic duo out of New York, the Dissidence boys. Ladies and gentlemen, Keaton Weiss is here with us today.
Am I the better half?
Yeah, I officially made you the better half since you showed up today.
All right.
But,
I guess tie goes to the guy who shows up, right?
Exactly. Tie goes to the guy who. Listen, everybody asks me, like, when you're doing this, what's advice can you give me? The first thing I tell them, just show up. That's the first.
Well, Russell
thing you
didn't bail on you. He didn't commit and then bail. I knew it was doubtful he'd make it to begin with because he's got a packed day. He's got an event. And so, so I am here holding it down.
What events he got today?
Well, he's got some Patreon event that he's supposed to go to, but I don't know if he's going. He's out doing a bunch of stuff, but there's a Patreon networking event, and I said maybe don't go because Patreon is a censorious platform. We're trying to get our supporters on locals. We're really pushing the locals for supporters because Patreon can shut you up if they don't like what you say. Locals won't. But he was invited. He did RSVP, so he's probably there now. I can text him. I can see where he is. I can have him install that app where you check in. Like you could check in with your wife, tell you where you are. We should both have that, so we could check in with each other.
You just hit a button, find out where Russ is at right now. Oh, he's having another slice of pizza. Your doctor says go easy on the mozzarella.
Yeah.
Russell. All right. So last night I covered the free and equal debates. Like I said before, I think your candidate. I believe she's your candidate. We're going to talk about that here. We have a tweet I'd like to bring up.
Sure. That's putting it a little
that we
strongly,
can kind of talk about. And it's listen. I didn't bring you on to have fireworks over here to say this is a wrong choice. What are you doing? Let's make the argument. I think we should have just a discussion moving forward about who and what. I mean, it's almost just a formality. It's almost just a ritual. My old business partner, Steve Poikin, used to say, this is just a bloodline ritual for pedophiles that we're witnessing on Tuesday. That was his thing, right? And he would encourage people, hey, don't abandon local elections. Still stick with that. Try to get that as best you can. But I don't even know what we're walking into on Tuesday. We also have this whole media situation that's going on. I can see that you guys are still rolling. You're not facing demonetization yet. You can see I have a super chat over here. I didn't get super chats for almost 6 years because they pretty much kneecapped us and they demonetized us on the convo couch. In fact, we're going forward after this election. We just changed our name. We're going to try to dance around the censorship. But before we get into who we're going to vote for, you just mentioned the whole situation with Patreon, and everybody's moving over to locals and Rumble. But, guess what? We have to be careful because behind the closed door over there is Peter Thiel waiting. And it almost seems like a sheep herding operation to get people in there so then they can flick the switch over there. It almost feels like that on Twitter. However, you got to do what you can do when you can do it. I remember when we had the Convo Couch and we would get thousands of people watching, and now we get less than 100 after they neutered us. But you got to do what you got to do. What are your thoughts moving forward? And I'm asking you this question with a heavy heart because this is the first week, Keaton, where I haven't had any of the Sputnik shows. By now, by Thursday, I'd have already done 4 or 5 Sputnik shows. Sputnik has been shut down. I'm no longer have the Rick Sanchez show I can go on. It has also been shut down. TNT Radio, even though it's, not sanctioned out, funded-wise, it shut down. I mean, it looks like all these opportunities for some of us to grab a paycheck and the fear that they can just clip you at any time, Keaton, it's there, right? I mean, it's like the stuff you talk about. It's like, I see some tweets from you. I seen some stuff you do, and I'm like, oh, they're going to get him on that one. What are your thoughts on independent media and where you're at right now and how to navigate through these crazy waters?
Well, it's brutal. And, in addition to a locals, we have a Substack. Substack is also a committed free speech platform, probably less vulnerable than Rumble because, there's no Peter Thiel behind the curtain there. And, just to be clear and to be fair, Rumble has been amazing to us. They have not only have they not given us a hard time about anything we've said, they have promoted us. When we did 4 days of DNC protest coverage, we wanted to do it exclusively with Rumble because when you're out in the streets and you're interviewing people, you have no idea what they're going to say. And if somebody says the wrong thing when you're live on YouTube, that can be it. Yep. And so we told them we're going to do this exclusively with you guys. Will you promote us on your homepage? They said absolutely. They get a reputation for being a right-wing forum, a right-wing platform. These were unabashedly radical left pro-Palestine protests that they featured very prominently on their homepage, and we averaged well over 100,000 views per stream. So they have been fantastic to us. And I see, Matt, you got a great little Rumble channel here going. It takes a little time to build a big audience on Rumble because it doesn't have the market share that YouTube has, but you got a few hundred people in here now. Like, that's a great start, and it'll build. Look, there's always the question, will they turn the lights off? And that's always something that you got to have in the back of your mind, especially on YouTube. I always say, YouTube, making money on YouTube is like living in the mob. It's like mob life. You could make a decent amount of money in the mafia, but the feds can knock on your door any minute, and that's it. It's all done. It's all over. And so, when it comes to how do we navigate it, we have a YouTube and a Rumble channel. What we've been doing a lot lately is splitting our streams up. Today, for example, we covered the BRICS Summit exclusively on Rumble. We made that one of the last segments we did. We got our audience on YouTube. We say, okay, last couple segments exclusively on Rumble. In the back end of our software here, we kill the YouTube stream. We give everybody a 5-minute break. They come over to Rumble. It's a great way to build the Rumble channel, too, because you're taking all the viewers from YouTube and you're compelling them to come on over and join the Rumble stream. And we did, a segment on the BRICS Summit today exclusively on Rumble. We were showing RT clips. I don't even know if you're allowed to show an RT clip on YouTube because they're banned. Who wants to deal with that shit? Just do it on a free speech platform. If YouTube is going to give you a hard time, make content on platforms that won't give you a hard time. Don't walk headfirst into a buzzsaw and then be surprised when you get nicked up. So that's what I would say. I would say use the free speech platforms as much as you can, especially when you're doing content that might get censored on a censorious platform. And yeah, in the short term, it's going to cost you a little bit because the ad revenue is not the same on Rumble as it is on YouTube. The super chat volume is not the same, but in the long term, you'll be much better off for it. And Matt, you got whacked by YouTube, And you're on your way to doing really well. I see we got a nice crowd in here now. So, you know, you can build on these free speech platforms. It takes time, it takes discipline, and it takes a strategy. And but I think it's the only chance we have.
Yeah. Now, I want to be clear that the timeline, we started the Homeless Left on Rumble. We knew the optics on YouTube were not good when we started. And I guess you could say we were late to the table because all you guys had been fighting this battle for several years. And we were just like, we were kind of waiting and saying, what can the Homeless Left look like? So we started Rumble. YouTube, we were very careful. Just like you said, Keaton, we were very careful about what we could show on there just to get started. And right when we were starting to get some traction, and Rumble again was the primary place we started right here, but we would just kind of, tease a little YouTube here and there. And then they just didn't want us to have anything to happen at all. So they stopped us before we got going there and just terminated the channel. But here on Rumble, I guess the good news is, and I'm finding out from you right now, you're saying that Rumble had a relationship with you about what was going on in Chicago for the DNC. I mean, that's great to hear that you guys actually had some great communication on that. We actually had Rumble reach out to us this week. We haven't told any of our audience yet, but I'll say it right now. Rumble reached out to us and said, "Are you guys going to be streaming on election day?" And I said, "Hell yeah, we are." Yep. So we want to kind of set that up and set the table now and say this is a platform. Although we understand, we understand the situation with surveillance. We know that it's not fully 100%. They don't have our back 100% here, but we know we're not going to get canceled. We know we're not going to get terminated. We can have these discussions. So we're going to go all in on that. So I'm excited to hear that. So your communication with Rumble is what's helping to elevate Do Dissidence right now. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I mean, once you get a certain amount of followers and your live streams generate a certain amount of viewership, which you're apparently there too because they're reaching out to you, 436. That's a pretty good live view count for Rumble. I mean, that's great. That's awesome to see. Like once you attract an audience, they'll reach out. Hey, how's this for 21st century America? I actually get to speak to people at Rumble. Nice. You're not dealing with a robot or a chatbot or an algorithm or an AI that censored you because you put too many words in a cluster next to each other. Like, I actually text our point of contact at Rumble. We actually communicate and work together. And they will reach out to you. And look, your channel says you are the Homeless Left. So, this idea that they are a right-wing platform is just nonsense. They look like a right-wing platform now because in years leading up to October 7th, frankly, it was mostly the right that got canceled off of the sort of more mainstream platforms. Since October 7th, it's been the left getting censored, and so the left has had to build a presence on Rumble. Richard Medhurst got demonetized the day after October 7th. So did our friend JB over at RBN. Entire channels have been taken down, and then some have been reinstated. But as censorship comes for the left will populate to Rumble, and Rumble will welcome you. They welcomed us. Looks like they're trying to forge some kind of relationship with you, Matt. So it'll happen. And look, I know Peter Thiel is a scary guy with the Palantir and all that. He is a scary guy. He's an investor at Rumble. I don't know how involved he is in the day-to-day operation. My guess is not much, if at all. And B, look, it is now Rumble's brand that they do not censor. So if they start throwing people off, their brand collapses. The whole reason people are with Rumble is because they promise not to censor. So I'm really not afraid of them censoring their creators. What I'm more afraid of, quite frankly, is the government cracking down on them the way they have in countries around the world. Like I'm more afraid of the government shutting them down than I am of them turning on their people. I don't think they'll do that. I have no reason to suspect that at this point.
Yeah. Well, I think a great moment that happened, that we got to see the action over the words, was they had that opportunity. I believe when Russell Brand got the threatening letters went out to all of from the tech companies, from the British government, saying you got to do this to this guy. Where's the court? Is he officially is there a court case against him? Is there something official? No, you just have to take him off your platform. And of course, as we know with Rumble, they said, hell no, we're not going to do it. And then they blasted the letter to everyone so we could all see this is the type of bullying and pressuring that people get on these that run these tech companies that run these platforms for us. So that was a moment for us. I said, you know what? This is a good thing. This is setting a precedent on Rumble that they're not going to take that bullying from whatever government or from whatever a company coming after them and saying, you have to do this. You have to take off this person.
Yeah.
So that was a good thing.
Or let me just jump in here really quickly. Or guys, what you're seeing is kabuki theater in front of your very own eyes, meant to move you into different spots, different places for control. Everything is about moving you on the grid, moving you more into a controlled space. That's why they have these situations. Let's not forget, the first people to get censored, and this has come full circle, were the pro-Palestinian people. And this is way before the internet was the internet. They were the first to get canceled down, shut down. This is something, Matt, that Vanessa Beeley talked about on our show. Printing presses actually closed down. People were deported. They had no avenue to get out a lot of their information. They made believe, and this is something I want to get a chance to talk to Matt Taibbi. Wish he would return my emails. I would like to give him a serious interview on the Twitter files about not using source material, about taking screenshots, about implementing and making this notion of sorts, right? That was said that, oh, they're demonetizing right-wingers. No, they've always demonetized. And this is something that a lot of truthers had to go through. And truthers might lean a little bit to the right with their politics. For the most part, the truther community, which was the conspiracy theory community, whatever you want to call it, they've been shut down, demonetized for quite some time. People like Whitney Webb, people like Jason Burmis. So when you're really, it's like what Garland Nixon would talk about. When you are over the target, that's when you're going to be taking some flack. And it's all about being anti-establishment. And if you don't play team sports, that's when they get you. It's what you say sometimes, which really puts you out there more than anything. And I wish there was a Rumble at the time, Keaton, when we had an opportunity, when we got our kneecapped on YouTube and we lost 75% of our income. Yep. And this is at a time when me and Fiorella and Johnny Tsunami, we were getting ready to quit our jobs. We were moving to, media independence, I would say, independent media independence, where we can make money on our own. We weren't going to become millionaires. We weren't going to be rich YouTubers like some of these guys, like Mr. Beast and all these other people, but we were going to be financially okay and be able to dive into this more. Well, when they cut our knees, we moved to Rockfin, and we moved everybody over to Rockfin, and now we see what's going on with Rockfin at this moment in time. And that's why when we made the decision, it was a couple years ago, when, we both had the opportunity to go to Russia. Obviously they really wanted Fee badly, and they got her. And I made the decision to stay behind and try to do something else. But, I mean, they put you in positions. We were talking last night, me and Kim, independent media, it looks like it's going to go away. There's going to be very few people who can do this. I'm out there looking for restaurant jobs right now. You know what I'm saying? I was going to try to take advantage of an opportunity. I applied at Sputnik. I was doing work down with RT, independent media channel. But this is really, really scary. And it's something that we need to bring attention to, you know what I'm saying? Because it's going away. They're going to kneecap us to a point where we can't make a buck here and there. And we got to pay bills, and for those who are right now able to do it, I'm like cheering you guys on. I'm like, let's go, man. Keep pushing through. Let's go, because I'm just fearful that they're going to get rid of everybody in this space. And that's my big scare.
I think it's totally. I think that's a totally valid fear, totally valid concern. Get on as many platforms as you can. Use Substack too. Substack is a great multimedia platform. They're free speech. You could do a podcast on Substack. They will host your audio show, and then you can blast it out to the audio networks. You can upload videos of any length, of any file size, directly to Substack. So now that's not as fun as this, because you can't live stream, so you don't get the chat. You don't get quite the community building as you do with live video. But you could create an online publication, a multimedia online magazine through Substack. We have that. We keep that going because what you're saying, Pasta, is totally legit. I mean, the internet is as free as the powers that be want it to be. That's ultimately the name of the game. Ultimately, the only freedom we really have is to go out on the street corner and hand out flyers. And who knows much longer we'll have that.
Yeah. Right? Before they put us all in cages. Yeah. Listen, I think it's important that, it's just like when we talk about elections, and let's get to talking about elections. But my last thing to say on this particular issue, and unless, Matt, you got something to say, we can move on to talking about the Greens, the elections, the Libertarians. But
Yeah,
we need to
I could
push.
say
for-
I could say till a quarter after. I know I told you 4. I've
Okay.
been working all day, and so I told my wife I'd be done by 4. So she'll start giving me dirty looks at 4, but she won't get really angry until a quarter after.
Gotcha.
So
We'll
don't
get into
rush
it.
through it. On
But what I want to say, and it's kind of funny because last night I did ask Jill Stein a question, and I just heard from Cynthia McKinney today. So we're going to talk about all that stuff. We got the goods on that, ladies and gentlemen. You can be watching a lot of other shows elsewhere, but you're here with Keaton Weiss from Do Dissidence, Matt Weinglass from the Home Left, and Pasta JARDULA from Pasta to Go and whatever else. You get the real inside information today because we're going to have some conversations because we've had access and we can talk about these things. It's great. But my last comment when it comes to independent media, when it comes to these big tech platforms, just like our elections, Keaton, Matt, we got to push for transparency. We want open source systems in front of our very own eyes. We want to see how the algorithm works. When the public square when they have censorship in the public square and there's no transparency, it becomes the controlled square. And that's what's going on. They're controlling our public discourse. Very, very important. We need to push for transparency. We want to see how things are done out there because we have found out too as well. Unfortunately, a lot of people have been on the take backdoor getting money sent to them. And there seems to be something going on behind the closed doors with these big tech platforms. They are boosting up certain people and they are censoring others. And I'm not using myself as an example. There's some brilliant people I know. The Last American Vagabond, Derek Bros, Whitney Webb. When you see their numbers, they're so demonetized and so censored. You're like, this is not right. I mean, what they're talking right now is golden. It's genius. And then you see some other, numbnut just getting crazy views, not mentioning names, Tim Cast, and you're like, what the hell's going on over here? The team sports mentality. It seems like they want to push the team sports mentality. Republicans, Democrats, establishment-friendly people pitted against each other. It seems like they want that discourse, and that's what they're doing. So transparency is the answer. Let's bring up this tweet over here, and you got to talk to me about this over here. Last night, I went to the I covered with Kim, and I got to interview Chase Oliver and interview Jill Stein after and ask them some questions. It will be on Kim's network later on. I got to ask.
This was the event. This was the event
right here. Free and equal debates.
Yep.
Randall Terry, man, what a guy that is. I mean, he's a smart guy making stupid comments. He was like a Trump light, you know what I'm saying? Hating Marxism, talking about our Christian Judaic principles. When you hear the terms Christian Judaic principles, get the hell out of there quickly. They're just trying to manufacture consent for the bombing. He talked about Hamas, Hezbollah. He got some booze over there. There were some pro-Palestinian people in there. But it was a great debate. And I really thought that Jill Stein did her some justice yesterday. There wasn't a lot of rhythm because they kept going to commercials and stuff. So that was kind of a little bit annoying at times. But I got to have a great interview with them after. I don't know what we're going to do. I can't tell people what to do, Keaton, Matt. Coming up, I can tell you what I think they should do. I've always been fighting for third parties. I think third parties is the answer. If any mentality of going back into the duopoly is just crazy, it's just you've lost your mind. It seems like Donald Trump is being sold as the lesser of two evils over here. But you're going to vote for Jill Stein, it seems like. We have this tweet over here. Let's bring it on up. Let's talk about it. Lots of folks on here are very eager to virtue signal. Wow, how base they are about piling on Butch Ware for his Uyghur comments. Whatever your critiques of the Greens are, and we have plenty ourselves. The bottom line is that the Arab and Muslim voters whose relatives are rotting under the rumble right now have decided to organize their election protest vote around the Jill Stein campaign. So for now, the most base thing you can do is swallow your pride, check your ego, show up in solidarity with those whose families are being murdered as we speak to vote for Jill Stein and Butch Ware and save your sick burns and hot takes until after the election day. Please explain that. Elaborate on that. Give us a little bit more insight on why you think that Jill Stein is the anti-establishment choice, is the pro-life Palestinian choice, and why we should vote for Jill Stein.
Sure. Well, I mean, I think the tweet kind of speaks for itself. Some people took issue with the virtue signal term, which I admit maybe was a bit harsh. The reason I see it as a virtue signal, though, is because I just see the Green Party as of such little consequence long term. Like, to me, you would be more justified in litigating Butch Ware's takes on the Uyghurs if we were going to have to care what Butch Ware thinks about anything past November 5th. But we're not. I don't see the Green Party as a viable vehicle for long-term progress, spearheading any movement of the left. They can work in coalition with certain groups on certain causes. That's fine. But as an organization, they are a joke at best and an op at worst. And so you ask, well, then why are you voting for them for? The reason is it begins and ends with the Abandon Harris endorsement of Jill Stein. We heard a year ago that Muslim and Arab voters whose families, yes, are enduring literal hell on earth right now, if they have endured it all, if they haven't been murdered. We heard they were organizing a campaign to boycott Joe Biden, who at the time was going to be the Democratic nominee. And they then morphed into Abandon Harris with the explicit goal of costing Kamala Harris the state of Michigan and by extension the presidential race. And at first they were just a protest movement. They were boycotting the Democratic ticket. And then a couple weeks ago, they decided they were going to endorse Jill Stein, figuring the best way to sort of get some press and some juice behind our protest vote is to actually attach a ballot line and candidate to it. And so they said, we are going to instruct members of our boycott against the Democratic Party to vote for Jill Stein. And it was at that moment that I decided I would join them and vote for Jill Stein in solidarity with them as a show of support for them. I really have no interest whatsoever in the Greens as an organization. I'm not particularly impressed with Jill Stein, to be honest. We just interviewed her about a week and a half ago. I think she is far too shy about leaning into the spoiler role. I don't understand why the Greens insist they're not a spoiler. You should be proud as a third party, as an oppositional party, to be taking votes from Democrats. That's the whole point, is to take votes from the other side. If you're running against two other candidates, you should want to take votes from both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, and polls show that she's in fact doing that. So I'm not particularly impressed with Jill Stein or Butch Ware. I hesitate to even call myself a supporter. I am backing the play of people who I think have to come first this cycle. If these Muslim and Arab voters whose families are just enduring unspeakable horror, if they're asking us to go vote for Jill Stein, I'm happy to do them that favor. That's the extent to which I'm supporting her. And that's why I think it is short-sighted and counterproductive to choose not to vote for Jill Stein because of Butch Ware's shitty Uyghur take. I don't disagree with people who took issue with that take. I take issue with people who were saying, well, I was going to vote for you, but now, because you included the Uyghurs in this list of peoples who have been wronged, I'm not going to vote for you. I think we should put these Muslim and Arab Americans first. Let's try and put the Palestinian people first for these next 10 days. And then you can argue with Butch Ware or not argue with Butch Ware. I don't really care one way or another how people choose to interact with Butch Ware past November 5th. But I think on November 5th, just as a show of support to these Muslim and Arab Americans, I think we should show up and vote for her. So that's probably not the full-throated endorsement you were expecting from me. Whatever criticisms you have of Jill Stein, I'm sure I share them. I'm not endorsing her because because I'm excited about the Greens. It's simply a show of support for the people and groups I mentioned.
It actually, to tell you the truth, is exactly the kind of endorsement that I was expecting from you. You know what I'm saying?
All right, good.
We've been doing shows for almost a year together now, right? Like since you become on, we've been talking. So I kind of know where you're at, and I dig what you're at. I mean, I just think the only thing I would have liked to tweak on that is that Jill Stein and Butch Ware and the Greens are not the only Abandon Harris movement out there. You do have Cornell West. Why not Cornell West? He's got a lot of support from the Arab and Muslim community. He's marched with a lot of people in solidarity. There's a lot of people who, there's Claudia Dela Cruz, another one, PSL member, And with a guy that I'm going to probably vote for, just because I believe that the principles of his party are need to be put in the forefront more than anything else. Protection of our civil liberties, protection. Chase Oliver. He talked about the non-aggression policy many times yesterday, talking about we have to have. If you want to be a libertarian, the first thing we start out is we understand we have no monopoly on violence whatsoever. The non-aggression policy is way more important right now than anything else, and he talks about that. So I think there are other choices out there, and I think that there has to be some form of a question of saying, yeah, you've made some great points over here, Keaton, when you're saying you've explained why, but there's also trapdoors. There's a lot of problems when we lead people into the wrong room, and that could be the Greens, because, like you said, at best they are. What would you say? At worst, they're
at best a joke,
party.
At worst an op. Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah,
I stand by.
And there are some other issues. I mean, Jill Stein said several times yesterday, and I really didn't get a good answer from her when I asked her, and we'll be able to see it on the Kim Iverson show today. This whole the climate crisis, the only thing she didn't mention when she didn't mention climate crisis, and she mentioned it when it was immigration. We were talking about immigration, and she mentioned climate crisis. And listen, I'm a lefty, right? I want to have some conversations about what we're doing to Mother Earth. I want to have some serious, nuanced conversations, but she seems to get on that kind of, what's the word, that alarmist train of sorts. Oh, we got to stop. We got to get rid of, she hasn't said it, but when you listen to her speak, I'm like, this lady's she's going to go in for 15-minute cities. She's going to get rid of gas stoves. She's going to buy into all this stuff. She talked about the hurricane. She made a tweet, right? And I didn't get to ask her because I was getting wrapped up. The one question I didn't get to ask her, I was going to ask her, what part do you think that geoengineering plays to our weather and out there? And a lot of people are reluctant to talk about that, even though it's now out in the open. You know what I'm saying? There's been a executive order signed by Joe Biden about talking about cloud seeding. Brennan from the CIA mentioned it to Foreign Council Relations. It's out in the open. We have Operation Popeye. We know for a fact that the military-industrial complex and the government have been trying to control the weather. They have been trying. Do they control it? Have they controlled it? I don't know. But we do know they've been spraying stuff in the air, and it's been like tic-tac-toe. I want to know. I want to have serious conversations, just like I want to have serious conversations the way Derek Bros does with the groups about the weather and the climate. And unfortunately, the Green Party, and I can also say this when me and Matt went up there, when Russell was there too as well in Chicago, it doesn't seem like it has a strong populist message. For me, the better and more logical choice seems to say, let's go with the libertarians right now, because they're at least putting our civil liberties on the forefront, and that's more important. Would you be willing to say that, at least to your tweet that you've made, that these other options are also viable if we want to vote against the two-party duopoly?
Sure. I mean, yeah, I'm not going to die on the hill of saying that if you don't vote for Jill Stein, you're selling out the Palestinian. I wouldn't go that far, but what I would stand by is my assessment that if you really want to swing a stick at the Biden-Harris regime of genocide and terrorism, which is what they are committing in Gaza now, the biggest stick you could swing at them in 11 days or whatever it is to vote for Jill Stein. And it's not a knock on these other candidates. As you said, Claudia de la Cruz is an anti-genocide candidate. So is Cornell. So is Chase Oliver. But the DNC is not running attack ads against Cornell West, Chase Oliver, or Claudia de la Cruz. They're running attack ads against Jill Stein. They're most nervous about Jill Stein. And so if you want to hit them where they are the most vulnerable, I just think Jill Stein is the vote that makes the most sense. Is it a hill I'm willing to die on? No. But I think if you're talking about using a vote to, like I said, swing the biggest stick you can against the Democratic Party, it's very obvious who they feel most threatened by. And so if they are the most frightened of Jill Stein, I think it makes the most tactical sense to go and vote for Jill Stein. And we have said every time we've talked about this, look, this is why we were very hesitant to even support her to the extent that we are. We have said we don't trust the Green Party with our investment of time and resources. When we decided we were gonna support Jose Vega, Russ and I are both New Yorkers. He's in the city. I'm a couple hours north, but we both made a point to go out, pick a day, and help Jose get signatures. This was back in April. And we put the word out on our show, hey, we're going to meet at the Bronx Courthouse up the street from Yankee Stadium, April 20th, 10 a.m. Be there. We're going to go out and get signatures for Jose all day. And when we showed up there, we were expecting to meet people. And I always ask people where they're from when they know me from the show. And I'm expecting to hear answers like Jersey, Manhattan, Westchester, Hudson Valley. And we heard a lot of that. But we also heard Kansas City. I'm from Kansas City. I said, from Kansas City? I said, were you here anyway? He says, no, we flew in just for this. Ohio, we came in just for this. I thought, damn, if we have a platform now and on our advice, people are going to make that kind of investment in time and money, we have to make sure that investment is in good hands. And with Jose, I felt that it was. And sure enough, Jose got on the ballot. He blew the signature requirement for ballot access out of the water. And now he's on the ballot. I don't trust the Greens with that time and investment. They failed to get on the ballot. This is a party that's been, what does the Green Party date back? 30, 40 years at this point, and they couldn't organize a ballot access drive in New York? This is why we didn't make a full-throated endorsement of them earlier, amongst other things. Like you said, Pasta, they don't really have a populist message. They play as very PMC academic-oriented people. But I feel like with a couple weeks left to go, if the Democrats are shitting their pants over Jill Stein, I think, and the boycott Biden movement, the grassroots Muslim and Arab movement, is asking people to orient their protest vote towards Jill Stein, I think for those reasons, it makes the most sense. Do I condemn those who vote differently? Absolutely not. We can still be friends.
Look, I like the take you had, Keaton, on this. We're talking about abandon Harris.
Right.
I'll expand and say abandon the uniparty in general, abandon the whole system. So with that approach, I do think, we can discuss which is the vehicle that's the most viable to make that statement. And so I can't really argue against that. The Jill Stein would be the one that the Democrats are the most afraid of. So that's a viable one to get on. But I also think that there's a statement being made overall. If you step back and just say, we're not just abandoning Harris, we're abandoning the entire uniparty. You can make that statement with any of these candidates. And I'll say this, Craig, your coverage of this yesterday with Kim, what I liked about your guys' opening is that you didn't really give a pitch for any of the candidates. You said, we're going to listen to what these three have to say. And then Kim said something. She goes, I'm not going to put my hat in the ring for any of them. I'm going to wait to the last possible minute. And I really like that take because we can have these principles. We can apply them at the last minute on 11 days from now. But I think the three of us and Kim and everybody else out there that's covering this, is having these discussions. I think we're actually in a better position to not make that decision until we walk in the voting booth, because we can say it's all about the resistance against the uniparty. So that's where I'm at. I think whatever you decide to do, I was even considering writing in Dr. Shiva there for a second until I saw some of that stuff happened this last week. But even still, I would say, look, there's still something to look at on that side. I'm personally going to wait to the last possible minute to make my voice heard. But the point is that we are in unison. We're saying enough of this theater, enough of this capture, enough of this uniparty. We're sick of it. And we're done with it. So if we can get any of those other numbers up, I think that's a good thing. So I think we're all kind of saying the same thing. But
the thesis of this segment is the fact that we're all in this quagmire that we should not be in. That's the whole point I'm trying to make out here, because I knew that Keaton would make a great pitch for Jill Stein and the Green Party, right? Like, I think the virtue signaling you probably could have taken that out, like you even said yourself, because it would have been more effective. But you made your point in this tweet over here, and people went back and forth with you. And even the people who disagreed, some of the people I know from INN, it was kind of like, it was like good conversation. It was proper discourse in my mind, and I think we need to have just more of it. I will say that I think the biggest hurdle, and really it sucks for Chase Oliver, right? Because Chase Oliver, I think, once again, He did the best job last night. He won. He explained what libertarianism means, what it means to be a libertarian, and really was able to connect the dots. I think he learned a lot from Spike Cohen. When Spike Cohen ran as the vice president to Joe Jorgensen, he went out into the front of the Capitol and he was able to connect with lefties, righties, Republicans, Democrats. And I think Chase Oliver did a great job of that. And it really is a shame they've abandoned this guy because just like Maj Touré, who has Black Guns Matter. Have you had him on the show yet, Keaton?
Who? Maj Touré? No.
Maj Touré.
No.
Right? No, you guys got to have Maj Touré. Maj Touré has a group called Black Guns Matter, and he's a libertarian, and he teaches and has education, and he recruits people into the Libertarian Party, explaining to them why he thinks it's the best party for Black people who want to arm themselves and believe in the Second Amendment and want to have a voice out there. But he did amazing outreach for the Libertarian Party this year, bringing in a lot of Black men and Black women into the party because he was able to connect with them. I thought with Chase Oliver being a gay man that the Libertarian Party would be like, all right, this is not the great candidate we want, but he's going to do outreach there and we can really build on this. Instead, they abandoned the guy, and a lot of them are looking to vote for Donald Trump. I mean, they just blew it. You know, obviously,
Yeah,
I know I don't want to get too much into it, but the Rescue the Republic, you know, it was run by Angela McArdle, and she didn't have her own libertarian candidate on that stage. And once again, a lot of them kind of just capitulated to the right. And it's a shame to see that happening and us having this conversation, because here's the thing. Matt did mention Dr. Shiva, and I saw you make a tweet. I don't know if it was you or Russ. For anybody who wants to think that we're going to still have this numbnuts on our show or whatever it was, you can forget about it. These are the reasons why. He's unhinged. But at the end of the day, he has a lot of great ideas. To me, end the occupation would be the rallying cry for what's going on, because it's not just for a ceasefire. It's not just to stop the bombing of the Palestinians, take a break, and then go back and do it again. Because historically, Keaton, that's what they've been doing. It's about ending the occupation of our government. So even some of the greatest ideas are coming from the most unhinged people. And it really is a shame. And I think we're just stuck in a quagmire right now, not knowing what to do because we don't have strong candidates in a third-party situation that we can really bank on.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, this year presented an amazing opportunity for third-party candidates, especially when it was slated to be Biden versus Trump, because now you're dealing with basically two failed presidents running against each other. I mean, that is a historic opportunity for third-party candidates, and I think a lot of the challenges facing third parties and a lot of the shortcomings within the third parties were really laid to bear, partly because they had such visibility this cycle, because there was such opportunity this cycle. So yeah, I mean, I think you are totally right about that. What I would add to, you know, why, and because look, I mean, what you say about Chase Oliver is true, and it's a shame. I mean, the guy is being basically sabotaged by his own party. I mean, his own party chair is more interested in boosting Trump and rubbing elbows with Jordan Peterson than she is about getting votes for Chase Oliver. I mean, that's just a fact. We interviewed Angela McArdle in the run-up to Rescue the Republic, since Russ covered it as pressed. And so, yeah, I mean, that's the impression I got. And then that's totally accurate in my view. I stand by that. If Jill Stein's vote totals, forget about 5%. She's not getting anywhere near 5%.
No way.
She'd be lucky to get 2%. I don't know if she'll get above 1%.
Even if it was a fair election, Keaton, she wouldn't get 5%.
Nowhere
and
near
it's not
5%.
a fair election.
Nowhere near 5%. Nowhere near. If her vote totals on election night are greater than Kamala's margin of defeat in, Michigan's the most likely, but all of these swing states are very close, to the point where if Jill Stein gets 30,000 votes in Wisconsin and Kamala loses by 10,000 votes, any swing state in which Jill Stein is perceived to have cost Kamala a victory there will send the clearest anti-genocide message. In other words, if Jill Stein costs Kamala this election, which is quite possible at this point, then it will be impossible to avoid the very crystal clear narrative that Democrats lost this election because they committed a genocide. That will be the unmistakable truth of it if her vote totals are high enough. Now, the other candidates, it's not that the other candidates don't have good policy positions on this issue, but it won't be perceived the exact same way because they don't have the backing of groups like Abandon Harris the way Jill Stein has. And the reason she has it is because, as feeble as they are the organization with the most robust operation this cycle. And yeah, Pasta, you're 100% right. The Libertarians had a golden opportunity to be that party because the Libertarians have a much stronger base of support than the Greens. The Libertarians always outvote the Greens. It's really a shame that the Libertarian Party found it more necessary this year to, like I said, rub elbows with Dave Rubin and boost Donald fucking Trump than they did back their own person. That's really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate they could not carry the anti-genocide mantle, but they forfeited it. They punted it because they are interested in boosting a pro-genocide candidate in Donald Trump. You know, when we interviewed Angela, she talks the way I talk about Gaza. So then what the fuck are you boosting Donald Trump for? It makes no sense. And it is a shame. I agree with you 100% about that.
I don't want to leak any of my phone conversations and stuff, but I remember having a conversation calling Angela and one of the other organizers when I saw Rescue the Republic, and I saw Jordan Peterson, and I saw Brett Weinstein and all these other Zionists, because I call it Zionist Woodstock. But our last conversation we had, and I've promoted Angela so much. Like I've said, she's the best chair of any party out there. She's awesome. The Libertarian Convention. I thought it was wise for her to bring in Donald Trump to speak and RFK to speak. And it was very obvious. Like we were talking to people, delegates of the Libertarian Party, as they were coming out of the RFK room. Hey, what'd you think? Did he make a great speech? Yeah. Does he make a lot of great points? Awesome. I love him when he talks about censorship and all this other stuff. Will you vote for him? Hell no. Why? Red line, Israel, Gaza. Right. These are libertarians. These are libertarians. And you just walk away from that. The last conversation I had with Angela, she's like, why am I being yelled at right now? It was the first time I ever raised my voice because I was so emotional and so upset. And I couldn't understand why I was acting more libertarian than the libertarians. I've never been a registered libertarian.
Right.
I've only claimed to be a leftist libertarian because, once again, I think some of the most important issues that we're facing right now, censorship, our civil liberties, the security state, spying on us, these are very serious issues. And nobody puts them on the table front and center like the libertarians. Nobody does. So I was kind of just confused to the point where why I'm not going to vote for Chase Oliver over here because I'm trying to support this party because I also saw their nominating process, and it was a grassroots, fair process. From a person who's been to many Democratic conventions, who's talked at many Trump events, right? It's like when it comes to elections, this gave me hope. I'm like, this is actually putting the power in the hands of the people. They have a process here. This is what I was wanting. This is what I want to see. And just to see what they're doing right now, oh man, it's just it's sad.
But you're
yeah,
right.
I mean, I ain't got much more on that.
You're sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, how about this hypothetical for you guys? So you take Michigan, and so this idea that you want the storyline, the takeaway from this is the Democrats lost because of a genocide in Gaza. Would that narrative be stronger if instead of Jill Stein getting the 2 points, and then that's exactly the amount she loses? What if that 2 points was divided up into like 3/4 of a point, 3/4 of a point? What if, I mean, it's just hypothetically, what if you had Cornell West in there? What if you had Chase Oliver in there? Wouldn't that narrative be even stronger if you couldn't actually blame it on just one person and say, Joe Stein, you're the spoiler? But you say, no, the abandoning of the genocide and the genocidal party is seen on multiple places. So even though you have less support for one of them, you're seeing people fleeing to anything else. Anything is better than genocide is basically the point, that maybe history would be kinder to that narrative if it was a mass formation of resistance, not just one person. What do you guys think about that?
I mean, I understand what you're saying. I think that given Jill Stein's base of support with these Muslim and Arab organizations, it's just a clearer signal if the support consolidates behind her. And obviously Cornell West, I mean, this is basically a marketing campaign for him. Like there's nothing that comes after this presidential campaign in Cornel West's case. PSL, which is Claudia de la Cruz's party, I mean, that's so tiny. I mean, you may as well just start your own upshot at this point. So, I do think, look, Jill Stein is the person who, like, you know, when people talk, like when Mehdi Hassan presses her, how does voting for you end the genocide? Like, she is the person who the media is associating as the anti-genocide candidate, and so I just think it sends the clearest signal would just be to vote for her. And so that's why I'm doing it, and that's why I'm encouraging people to.
What message do you have to people who are saying that Donald Trump is the lesser of two evils? Like, right when we were talking about having that conversation with the organizers for Rescue the Republicans, not Angela, but the other guy I'm not mentioning right now, but he was like, you know, and I've done work with this guy and Julian Assange. I've been working with this guy for quite some time. I love the dude, I really do. But he was like, Pasta, I am just so freaking sick and done with Kamala Harris, and I know this might seem crazy, but I think that Donald Trump is still the lesser of two evils in this situation, and at least we'll get something with Donald Trump. And I know there's a lot of people now in Sputnik, right? I'm not going to mention their names either. A couple people who are thinking that if Donald Trump gets in, he might in fact end those sanctions, take those sanctions away, right? Like, he might lift the sanctions from the people who are being prevented from powering Sputnik or Rebel Media, or can't do so. What are your thoughts? How do you answer the question when people try to play off Donald Trump as the lesser of two evils?
Well, I think I put this to you. I've been using this metaphor a lot when talking about this. I think I brought this up to you in the past, Pasta. You know, voting for Kamala Harris is like playing Russian roulette with every chamber in the gun hot. It's just like putting a gun to your head and pulling the trigger. Trump is like playing Russian roulette with one chamber empty. And that is just because of the randomness factor of Donald Trump. He's a wild card. You'd never know exactly what he's going to do for whatever reason. So in the privacy of a voting booth, if you want to say Donald Trump is a lesser evil, like, I do understand that. There is a logic to that. The problem is, for someone like me with a platform, and for people like you guys, Pasta and Matt, with any kind of platform, you can't be making that as a serious argument to people. Because just like, Pasta, when you grilled Cornell West about his support for Joe Biden, he supported Biden in 2020, and you rightfully held him to account for that, because if you're going to use your platform to support someone, you own a certain number of shares of their time in office, and you are, to an extent, not to a large extent necessarily, but to an extent, on the hook for what they do. And so, do I want to own shares of a Donald Trump presidency? Absolutely not, because on the issue of our time, which is this just truly horrific and historic crime against humanity that's unfolding, Donald Trump is not the lesser evil. No way. The difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris vis-a-vis Israel-Gaza is that because the Democrats brand themselves as very compassionate, anti-racist liberals, they have to do this charade where they make it look like they're trying to rein Israel in and rein Netanyahu in, right? Donald Trump is under no such obligation. Donald Trump just full-throatedly says Netanyahu's doing a great job. He recently said, as of, I forget, the days are blending into each other now, either earlier this week or late last week, that Biden is trying to hold Netanyahu back, and he should be doing the opposite. So the difference between Kamala and Trump on Israel-Gaza is the speed at which Gaza will be exterminated. Under Kamala, it'll take longer because she's going to have to make it look like she's trying to be merciful, because her base likes to think of themselves as good, compassionate people. Donald Trump will take the brakes off and allow Benjamin Netanyahu to go full bore bombing campaigns. He will probably not even request that Netanyahu allow aid in. So if Donald Trump becomes president, what you're very likely to see is the annihilation of Gaza and the extermination of the Palestinian people happen pretty quickly. And that is just an unspeakable and unthinkable evil. So to anybody who says with a straight face that Donald Trump is the lesser evil, that is what we call in the podcast business clown shit.
Yeah.
now that doesn't mean that on other issues there's not a randomness factor about Donald Trump that could lead to more desirable outcomes than a Kamala Harris presidency on issues of censorship, on issues of Russia, Ukraine, right? But in terms of evil, if you're going to use a word like evil, what's happening in Gaza right now is the most evil thing I've ever seen in my life. And Donald Trump is going to accelerate that, not slow it down, which means you cannot, as a serious person, make the case that he is the lesser evil.
What do you call that again?
Clown shit. That's a business term. That's industry terminology.
I wanted to end on clown shit, especially since StreamYard has given me some clown shit with my background. Matt, you got anything else for Keaton Weiss?
Yeah, we don't want
to get him in trouble with his wife. He's 3 minutes away from having to do the dishes for the next friggin' week, for crying out loud.
Yeah. I love the Russian roulette motif there, and there was an idea that, and this is what you could tell people, the Trump supporters, it's kind of like Robert De Niro at the end of Deer Hunter. That's great. Like that one chamber might be open and he might be able to walk out alive if you're, you
might get lucky.
In a movie. Right. But this is the reality. I think they're both full chambers. And I'm just going to remind people, if you want to go campaign for either of these two, these are your choices. These are your choices. It looked pretty full to me on both sides, as far as those chambers being filled with bullets. There's not really a way out with either of them. But
my opinion is this, Keaton, and Matt, you've heard me say this before, whatever, right? The establishment, voting doesn't mean shit. I don't give a damn what YouTube decides to do with me. They've demonetized me and censored me before for this. Voting doesn't mean shit. Your vote doesn't count, right? It's who you support, which means a lot. That doesn't mean you shouldn't stop voting. Go ahead and vote. I look at voting as my right. They have to pry my vote out of my cold, dead hands before I stop. Voting will always be a part of our society. It will be part of human nature. I tell my anarchist friends, 11 anarchists go into the woods. They have limited supplies. They need to get food. 6 anarchists say, let's go this way. They have 5 anarchists say, let's go that way. They're going that way. So voting will always mean something. Adam and Eve had to vote. It's for your own thought process and why Eve won the tiebreaker, but they ate the apple. So you should always vote. And also when you vote, you're then allowed to sue, right? If it didn't affect you in any way, then you have no say in the thing. You can't even join a lawsuit. Jared and Elizabeth Beck is a great example of the Bernie Sanders lawsuit. That being said, but this is my final thoughts. Your voting doesn't mean anything. The ruling class is going to give us who they want, and whomever they give us, you should reject, whether that be Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. There is no lesser of two evil bullshit. You need to push back on what they're doing to us. Keaton Weiss, let us know where we can find you. Congratulations to the success of Dissidence. Every time I turn you guys on, the numbers are going up. It's well-deserved. You guys do some great work out there. And somewhere I think that every single time I see the numbers go up for you, I hope that boys from the Vanguard are crying because they're awful.
They're on a roll too lately.
Well, they've been mentioned in the chat. That's the only reason why I brought them up.
No, look, they're backing Kamala, man. There's gold in those hills. When you pick a team and you advocate, that's where the clicks are, that's where the views are, and so they're on a bit of a roll right now. God bless them. Everybody's got to eat, but yeah, you can find us. Do Dissidence. We're on YouTube. We're on Rumble. So follow us on the platform of your choice. Follow us both places. This is the other thing, to bring it back full circle, what we were talking about, getting on different platforms. I know it's tedious and could be a little bit tiring when it comes to users getting emails from a million different places. It's important to follow your favorite creators on all their platforms. So if they get disappeared on one, you could stay in touch with them. So yeah, we're on YouTube. We're on Rumble. Do Dissidence. We have a Substack, dodissidence.substack.com.
Are you doing Kick yet, Keaton?
That's our newsletter.
Are you on Kick?
No, not yet.
Did Kick Cabello convince you not yet to do Kick? I mean,
he keeps telling me about Kick. I got to teach him the Rumble, I got to teach him the Rumble game, and he's got to teach me the Kick game. But we're not there yet. But that's where you can find us. And it was a great pleasure joining you guys. I had a lot of fun. Thank you for having me.
Great. Thank you, Keaton. Great conversation.
Yeah. Get out of here before you get in more trouble with your life. We love you, Keaton Weiss. I'm sure we haven't met in person yet. I got to meet Russell. I'm sure we'll get to meet.
I have to tell you this quick story. Okay, so before I leave, because Russell will be upset if I don't tell you this, and I do have a couple minutes. So Russell was riding the subway the other day in the city. And, we have our biggest, viewer bases in New York City. So every once in a while, because he's in the city, he gets recognized by people. So he's riding the subway, and there's this guy sitting about half a car down from him who he could tell is eyeballing him, like he recognizes him, right? And so it's all right. There's a guy who knows who I am on the subway. So it's his stop. He gets up. As soon as Russell's about to exit the door, the guy on the subway yells, "Pasta! Pasta!" And Russell says, no, you got the wrong guy. He thought it was you. He thought Russell was you. He was actually one of your fans who mixed up Russell for you.
Well, I'm offended because I'm much better looking than Russell. I'm also taller than Russell. I might not be as smart as that guy, but I'm a lot funnier too. Well, listen, it will be debatable who's funnier, right? Better looking, I win. I'll give him the smarter. Who's funnier?
But you got the darker hair. Is that natural, or are you dyeing it?
What's that?
You got the darker hair. Russell's gray. You're not. Is that
I got little
natural?
streaks of gray in there. Like you can see a little gray. I'm 51 now. There's a little gray showing.
All right, so you got streaks. That means you're not dyeing it. That means that's natural. There's no dye.
Also, Russell looks a little bit more beat up in his face. I look a little bit more distinguished. In other words, age has treated me a lot better than Russell.
He's lived a harder life.
Yeah.
Yes, he's lived a harder life.
I don't think so. I just think his life has been harder on his face than mine. I still got this,
Okay.
I grew into my face like Sean Connery.
I'll let you guys litigate that.
I grew into my face like Sean Connery. He grew into his face like what's his name from Curb Your Enthusiasm that passed away.
Larry David.
The guy who
No,
died
the other guy that passed away, the comedian.
Oh,
yeah. Funkhauser. Yeah.
No. What's his name?
Lewis?
Richard Lewis.
Richard Lewis. Yeah, he had the Richard Lewis.
He has the Richard Lewis.
Oh
Keaton Weiss, do Dissidence. We love him, ladies and gentlemen. Go check him out. He's voting for Jill Stein. I might be voting for Chase Oliver. Who knows who Matt Weinglass is voting for? But we're definitely not voting for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. That is for sure. Because if you do vote for either one of them, like Keaton says, that's clown shit.
Exactly.
We'll see you in a minute, guys. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right on back. Thank you for watching The Duel. Homeless to Go, Pasta to Go show. Homeless to Left, Pasta to Go, Team Up show. We'll see you in a little bit.
Thanks, guys.
Okay. We are back. Thanks for joining us, guys. If you're late to the show, you can always watch the replay. We just got done with Dissidence, Keaton Weiss. Great conversation. What a great, just to see some like-minded people like Dissidence being so successful. It's very inspiring. I have to say, Craig, and just having that conversation really solidifies that we're doing the right thing, that we're moving in the right direction. We got people like Keaton and Russell that can elevate their messaging and get success. We are right there with them, and we're heading to the right direction is what I'm saying. So I'm very inspired from that conversation. Your thoughts?
Well, I was the one who put those fuckers on before anybody else, like Richard Medhurst too, as well. So
That's right.
it's the good up to Pasta for having a great eye to spot the talent out there. No, I mean, all kidding aside, when I saw a lot of their show and saw what they were doing, oh, my mic is freaking, God damn.
It's all good.
How does that sound? Isn't that
there? We go. Yes.
Here it is.
Yeah, you're back. We're back. We got this.
Here it is. Now,
there we go.
Thank you, Jayme CheeseSlice. Does that sound better, Jayme? Yeah, I mean, all kidding aside, when I heard their show, I was like, man, I'm glad that these guys are still they're doing their things. Let's see what they can do, and just kind of incorporated them into my news and following them and getting their opinions. I still check out their show. I think they're level-headed guys. I think they give great interviews. I think that's one of the things that really propelled their show, and I think that's something that put me on the map, at least, was the fact that you can give good interviews. Yesterday, I was very humbled by Kim saying, hey, you do the interviews with the candidates. You're really good at this. And I was like, thank you. That's important. And I think it's just important that we all get supported, the people doing the work. We have little clans. We have little cliques. I keep my eyes and my ears open to everybody. I'm able to, go and do the Rebels for a Cause event and speak at it. That's an event of truthers. I'm able to speak at an American Project for Elections, which is a Trump event. I'm rooted in the left. I think these things are important, and I think it's important to support those out there who want to continue to do this. I know everybody's struggling right now. They don't have much money, but if you can share the information, if you can't give a few bucks, and it's always great to see people out there like Fred Edwards, and, Friendly Brilliance, and all these other people who've supported the Convo Couch and me and Fiorella for quite some time. I can't thank you guys enough. And even though there's a lot of, roadblocks in my way right now, I can't make money on YouTube. Just can't do it. I mean, every single time we clip something up and put it out there, they demonetize the video. So I can't make money on YouTube. I know I'm not going to do that, whether that be my own, because of my own choices, my own words, my own politics, whether that be because I'm, me and Fiorella have been working together, and she's tied to Russia now, and they're just censoring anything that's they consider pro-Russian, whatever that may be. That's the lumps I have to take. But I'm very humbled and happy that I have so many people like yourselves to support us and to continue to do this work. And that's my only goal, is to do this till I die, right? To be a Larry King, to keep, doing news or commenting or questioning candidates or anybody till the day I die. So it's very humbling and awesome to see a person like Keaton come on and shoot the shit with us. And it was a great conversation. It was very important too as well. And, there's going to be a little bit more insight. We're going to get deeper and darker into the Greens. We're going to give you more reasons not to vote for the Greens later on when we have IAN SCHLAKMAN. And then when you see me interview Chase Oliver and Jill Stein later on Kim Iverson's show, that might also provide a little perspective out there. But the ability to get in the room, grab those microphones, and talk to those people. I was very disturbed in a way, the way that had such a small turnout yesterday. I mean, these are the viable third-party candidates. They're there. There's an event. You can get into that event. You can see that event. You can share that event. And seems like a lot of people are just checked out, Matt. And that's the scary part about what's going on. So that's why not only do we have to scream from the rooftops, we just got to continue to scream louder. So yeah. I think we should jump into the most important segment that you ever produce, because it is really important. Just take it away, my friend.
All right, guys. For those of you who know it well, been following us for the last year and a half on Rumble, as Craig's referring to, the most important segment of the week is top censored news of the week. So let's get to it now, and we'll have a little discussion, and we'll go from there. Here we go. Let's do. It's time for top censored news of the week. Uncanceled Comedy Collective presents top censored news of the week. Coming in at number 3. American journalist released by Israel after being falsely accused and detained for supporting an enemy during wartime. American journalist Jayme is on his way home after being informally deported by the Israeli police. According to his Gray Zone colleague Max Blumenthal, following an arbitrary arrest by the Israeli military at a West Bank checkpoint, Jayme was blindfolded, shackled in a military truck, then held in solitary confinement for 3 days with little food or water. Israeli authorities had falsely accused him of supporting an enemy during wartime for legitimate reporting he performed for the Gray Zone. Though 2 Israeli judges ruled Jayme's reporting did not violate the military censors policy, they gave the police until October 20th to investigate him. During that period, the police seized and hacked into his phone, confiscated his wallet and passport, and interrogated him repeatedly at a station in occupied territory. Jayme's persecution for publishing factual journalism reflects the paranoid attitude of an Israeli state that is ruthlessly repressing critical reporting in occupied West Bank and besieged Gaza Strip, where it has killed more than 120 Palestinian journalists in just over a year, making it the deadliest conflict for media professionals in the 21st century. Coming in at number 2, Bill Gates indicted in the Netherlands and will have to go to trial for lying about the COVID vaccine. A Dutch court has ruled that Bill Gates must stand trial in the Netherlands for allegations tied to COVID-19 vaccine injuries. The 7 plaintiffs who have received COVID-19 vaccines allege that they were seriously harmed by the shots. One of the plaintiffs has since passed away, leaving 6 to continue the lawsuit. According to a Dutch independent news outlet, the plaintiffs allege that Gates, through his representatives, deliberately misled them about the safety of the COVID-19 shots despite knowing that these injections were not safe and effective. Other defendants include Albert Bourla, CEO of Pfizer, and the Dutch state. For decades, Bill Gates has committed crimes in broad daylight, conducting experiments on vulnerable children in Africa and India, masterminding a global vaccine rollout linked to millions of deaths, all while advancing a chilling agenda rooted in eugenics and depopulation. So how has he managed to get away with it for so long? He's the major funder behind global health organizations, buying himself free rein to do as he pleases. He bankrolls mainstream media, ensuring they never report on him negatively, and he sits at the top of the globalist institutions, including the WEF, forming tight alliances with other powerful members of the cabal. But now, a brave judge in the Netherlands has ordered Bill Gates to stand trial. Gates is terrified. And coming in at number 1, 2024 BRICS Summit in Kazan, Russia sends strong message to the West. The US dollar is finished. The BRICS 2024 summit opened in Russia on Tuesday, and the Western media is already freaking out about Putin's plans to end dollar dominance. The US placed 16,000 sanctions on Russia to isolate its economy. It fueled war in Ukraine to isolate Russia politically and militarily. Yet, Putin is now more embraced than ever by the global South. The BRICS summit is proof. Not even the Western media can deny it anymore. According to George Galloway, this may be the most auspicious event since 1945, redefining the world as countries liberate themselves from the shackles of the US dollar. Imperialism is continuing to lose its grip in the face of a growing united front of countries that are reestablishing the sovereign rights of nations to independence over both their domestic and foreign affairs. BRICS, which makes up 50% of the world population and is telling a big fuck off to the arrogant, declining, and decadent G7, amounting to only 10%. The world has changed. Finally, adults are around the table. Peace and prosperity are finally possible. A vision for common destiny is possible. It starts with mutual respect, seeking for what unites people and nations, and set aside differences. Oh yeah, and fuck Israel. Save Gaza. Fortunately, we're here to bring you top censored news of the week.
All right. Wow.
Top censored news of the week, bringing you the stories that the mainstream media just refuses to cover. But if they do cover it, they always do it in a sloppy or dishonest way, and it's always on purpose. Let's get into the stories. I don't know. The one for me, Craig, that stuck out was number 2. I don't know if you want to give your first thoughts on it, but I do want to dive into that Bill Gates one a little bit here in a moment. But what's your first take on it, on the 3 stories?
They were great stories. There's a lot to talk about each one. Normally I would go right to the number 2 story, which was the Bill Gates getting put on trial. But I got to say that the Jayme Lafredo, and I know Jayme Lafredo, he's been on my shows before and met him in person at the Defeat the Mandates in LA event. This is really something that's scary right now. We keep on talking about the censorship of journalism. Well, what's going on right now? I think the person, remember the girl we met by the way, how is the feed, guys, as people watching on YouTube? It seems like it's still just, it seems like they're stalling and spilling out of control. Just give us notes in the chat how the feed is acting for some of our channels, guys. The girl we met in the very first day, Jasmine, right? She's a content creator. She just did a little story on her TikTok or her Instagram about how the fact that what's going on in northern Gaza, they are censoring all the news that's going out of there. In other words, there are very few reporters, and let's not forget they've killed over 100 journalists over there. They've killed so many journalists right now in Gaza because they don't want the truth getting out. That they're doing it now in northern Gaza, where they're completing their ethnic cleansing operation, not letting any food in, still bombing people. They want to make sure it's inhabitable, period. And they're censoring people out. And everybody is all distracted by everything else that's going on that they forgot what's happening in northern Gaza. And when you see stories like Jayme Lafredo getting handcuffed, you know what I'm saying, for just doing journalism, and the United States not saying anything about it, guys, it's bad. The Julian Assange effect has just started with Julian. And Julian said they're not coming after him. They're coming after all of us. They're just using him to get to us. And now this is the full frontal display over here of what's going on and what censorship is looking like for the future. And most Americans, unfortunately, they're just asleep at the wheel. And it's really a shame. So to me, that story is the most eye-opening.
Yeah, and that's been obviously it's been transpiring, and we just thought we'd get some good news because generally we have bad news. But the fact that he is home, we just got word, yes, from Jayme CheeseSlice that there was a long interview today with Jayme and Max. We definitely want to check that out. That was what Max had said, that he will have an opportunity to tell the whole story from his own experience, from Jayme's experience. So we're excited to look at that and get more details on what actually happened and how we can call this out next time it happens. Because like you said, Assange said, it's going to happen again. It's not about him. And I'm sure Jayme feels the same way. It's not about him either. It's about, this is going to keep happening. It's going to get worse and worse till people realize that we need to stand up and say this is wrong. Israel itself, like the fact that they want to silence journalists, kill journalists, exploit them, hold them captive, screw with them, destroy them, all the different tactics used when you don't want your information to get out. That should be enough for any Zionist who's on the fence, or anyone who's like, I don't know, Israel, they mean well. That should be enough. That should be enough. If you're silencing journalism, you have something to hide, period. If you were really the good guys, you'd want to elevate the journalism in your country. You'd want to let them tell how great you are. But obviously, that's the last thing Israel wants, and that's why we have this death count of journalists in Palestine. It's so disgustingly sad and tragic, but that's why we have to keep doubling down and doing more of this type of coverage that the Gray Zone has been 100% on top of. They've been from October 7th. I mean, come on, way before October 7th, they've been on this, but they were the most vocal that very next day that said, no, this is not what you're hearing is not accurate. No, there's not beheaded babies. No, the Hamas didn't rape Israelis. Yes, the Hannibal Directive was instigated there and was implemented. So they've been in front of it the whole way, which is obviously why Israel has targeted them specifically. But here, this is a little bit of good news that he's out. So that's great, and we look forward to hearing that conversation with Max later today.
The second story that really plays a lot to me too is the BRICS story, right? This is something that's going under the radar. It was mentioned at the debate yesterday. The only reason why our dollar has the effect it has the value it has, is because of oil, right? It's because of the petrodollar. Our money is not backed in gold, silver. And listen, we had Keaton Weiss on. Keaton had this great interview with Keaton and Russell had this great interview with Diane Sayre talking about backing the dollar in gold or silver. It's not so much about backing it and gold or silver because they're rare commodities and they're worth something. It's about making sure that you don't have a fiat currency which can be manipulated in any way, shape, or form. We see how it's been manipulated in every way, shape, or form. But globally, right, it's only worth a few bucks because it's back behind the petrodollar. Well, this BRICS dollar that's coming around, and now that the fact that the Saudis are selling oil in yuan with the Chinese and dealing business outside the petrodollar, that should be a scare for everybody. And it doesn't seem like the United States foreign policy apparatus, which is tied to the economic policies. In other words, the military is tied to the way that we do things economically. That's a very big no-no, and that's going to get us in a lot of trouble because then we threaten other countries, not just militarily, but economically, that will handicap them, will choke them. This is something that's very, very scary because especially all those old people who are hoarding all their money and just holding on to it for no reason and not passing it down, well, that money's not going to be worth anything soon if this stuff goes through. This is a big blow to the United States dollar out there and the United States hegemony, and it should be looked upon and a lot more open eyes and saying, wait a second, if we don't change our ways, we're screwed. I mean, we are. And if they get the plug pulled on us, all the elites will pick up their stuff and they'll move somewhere else. They don't got to stick around here. They'll leave us to kill each other. And I think that's what they want in some ways. So there's some scary times ahead. And if you're not paying attention to what's going on with BRICS and what they're doing globally, financially, you're mistaken. You need to pay attention.
Well, I actually think it's more scary for the billionaire class than it is for us. I'm not saying it's the greatest news for us, but they should be petrified. We should just be a little cautious right now. But the point is, once that dollar falls, we don't have the leverage to sanction a third of the planet anymore. We don't have that military might that we thought we did. And now we're going to have to be forced into maybe a little diplomacy, maybe a little soft power, maybe a little, hey, quid pro quo. Like the way China does it. Like, hey, we'll help you out. You help us out. Maybe we'll be forced to do that. Meanwhile, the rest of us are already suffering. There's already homeless people under every bridge in every major city. Everybody's already living paycheck to paycheck. Everybody's already one medical disaster away from being homeless themselves. So we already have that. So I would say billionaire class, they need to be petrified right now. The rest of us, just a little cautious. But I don't think it's the worst news in the world that you got this multipolar happening, that everyone's going to Russia. They're going to Putin because this is just inevitable. It's going to happen. So let's maybe try to embrace it and see how we can, survive into this next chapter of human history, which we are moving into right now. That's my take. Let's go ahead and get into that second story. I want to play a little clip from RFK's recent speech. And this is important because we know that RFK was assigned to Trump's team. We've talked about his Zionism. We've talked about all of the problems we've had with him over these last years, particularly. But he might be onto something here. Let's play the news. He's giving the crowd the news about Bill Gates. And then let's talk about what this actually means. Because he's going to bring up another point that wasn't in the video. The $50 million contribution that Bill Gates just made to the Kamala team. But let's hear. That's going to be the second part of this clip. But let's hear him reveal this information about the Netherlands to the crowd he's speaking to, RFK Jr.
I read an article from the New York Times that Bill Gates had just donated $50 million to Kamala Harris's campaign. And the article said that it was the first donation that he's made in 20 years, that he stayed out of politics, that he's been bipartisan. It was a dark money donation. He didn't intend for it to be public. He routed the donation through a 501c4, which was an organization that was set up to conceal large money donations to the Harris campaign. Now, he said, when the Times asked him, he said he had donated zero in the 2020 campaign when President Biden was running against President Trump. And He said this campaign is different than any other. And so he felt the need to do this. Now, do you think Bill Gates made that donation out of a patriotic impulse? Do you think he made it out of a humanitarian impulse? Do you think he made it because he wants global health? Or because he wants to make America healthy again? Well, there was something else, another article about Bill Gates that came out today that said he's just been indicted. He's been indicted in the Netherlands for lying to the public about the COVID vaccine. And he's going to have to go to trial. You think that he wants to go to trial here in the United States of America? You think maybe that's one of the reasons he chose to give $50 million to Kamala Harris?
Better give $50 million to Donald Trump, right?
Is he on to something there, Craig? Are those two? Are those?
No.
I
don't think so.
Independent.
Once again, this is Kabuki theater. They're gonna look. They were gonna go after Fauci, right? Where's that at right now? What's happening there? Last I heard, Fauci's summering in the friggin' French Alps somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Nothing happened to Fauci. Nobody ever pays a price for their crimes against humanity, especially when it comes to the 1% elite. I'm not going to believe it until I see it. I think it will be just something for information, and we'll get lost in the wind, and eventually, whatever. You won't see him do any time. You won't see him get in trouble. Maybe he'll pay a couple dollars, but it will go away, and he'll continue to do what he's doing. I don't think that will stop. So,
look, I'm not saying he's going to be successful. Like, let's say so Trump's in. Kennedy is doing his, big food, big pharma mission for the next 4 years. I'm not saying he's going to get any of it accomplished, but I do sense a sincerity in that he wants them to pay a price for what they did. He wants them to pay a price for capturing our government back in the Reagan administration and having you can't sue these assholes. Like he wants them at some point to pay that price. He might not be successful at it, but do you think that he's lying right there? Or do you think that it's wishful thinking? I'm moving towards wishful thinking, which I think is one step better than lying. What do you think? Am I being too optimistic on that?
I don't know. Like I said, I don't believe that that anybody in power is going to pay a price for the things they've done, right? You know what I'm saying? There's rules for thee and rules for me, right? And our rules for us are a little bit different than the rules for thee. So I think it's more of a distraction, porn, and you're going to just see people be distracted by it. They're going to want to see. Look, I mean, I don't like Bill Gates at all. I mean, there's also this thought process too as well between you and me, Matt, that we heard that George Soros bought up 200 radio stations, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
These things are still going on behind closed doors. These things are just not being talked about or reported. And if they're reported for one side to keep them in that two-party mentality. Everything that comes out of RFK's mouth right now is just about keeping people in the two-party duopoly. And by the way, I understand why a lot of people are not watching what's going on YouTube. I'm watching the Rumble now. It's a clean feed. The YouTube feeds are just choppy as can be, and that's why the numbers are going down. I think these things are done on purpose. I mean, it's ridiculous. I keep saying, why are my numbers going down all the time? And then I go to the channel and I leave it up, and every 5 seconds, the wheel of death, the spinning wheel of death happens, and there's nobody I can contact. There's nobody I can speak to about it.
Insane.
So
this is insane. So this is not a connection issue. This is not a StreamYard issue. This is not an internet problem with either of our servers or connectors. This is a YouTube problem that seems to be done on purpose by them, is what you're saying, to to be clear here, Craig, you're saying the YouTube feed for Pasta to Go is shaky, but everything else is working great. Rumble's working great. We're all working great. What a joke, man. What a joke YouTube has become. What a joke.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We need full transparency until we get full transparency. I see Victory Jin, who's been a long-time follower over there. Thank you so much. And Friendly Brilliant says, my computer keeps buffering. Victory Jin says it's a bit choppy. I'm on it right now, and it's choppy as can be. I go over to Rumble, and it's fine.
Yeah.
I go over to Twitter. It's fine.
Wow.
You know, and every other outlet, it's fine. It's just choppy on YouTube and YouTube only.
Censorship sucks because it happens to us, and so they keep coming up with new ways to do it, right? So you got the cancellations, right? The strikes, the terminations, then you got the shadow banning, right? That's harder to see. Now we got a new one for you. We're just gonna make your shit look bad, and then people will naturally want to click off of it. Genius. These pieces of S, man. This is so irritating, like so infuriating to me because they keep coming up with new ways. This is unbelievable. This is
an old method too they've been using, and it's kind of funny too as well because on the Truth Wire, which used to be the Convo Couch, we've been going down in subscribers for the last 2 months period, just going down in subscribers. They've been just taking away subscribers. So
wow,
here it is, choppy again. It's just choppy as can be on the YouTube channel.
Well, YouTube doesn't want us to see this article. This is the one we've been referring to. This is the Dutch court rules Bill Gates can face trial over COVID-19 vaccine injuries. We actually know that trial date has been set. I saw on another feed. I don't have it in front of me here, but it's November 27th. He will actually be needed in court. Oh, there we go. Yeah, a Dutch court has ruled.
Make it bigger. There you go.
There we go. Okay. Yeah, Dutch court ruled that Bill Gates must stand trial in the Netherlands over allegations tied to COVID-19 vaccine injuries. The case filed, and this is what we covered in Top Censored in the video. They were filed by 7 plaintiffs. 1 is dead now, by the way, so 6 have to continue this. And what gets kind of put aside, and I actually wish Kennedy had mentioned this too, because this guy is almost as big of a piece of ass as Bill Gates. But Albert Bourla, the CEO of Pfizer, is also scheduled to be a defendant and be in court. That is pretty bad, man. Just to have him listed there, it makes me very excited because that's a guy, as you guys know, been watching our shows for the last however many years. We've been covering Albert Bourla and his bullshit tweets about 100% safe and effective. Can't wait to get that Pfizer injection. Going to make me billions and billions of dollars, by the way. Never mind that part. We just want you to have this 100% safe and effective experimental jab in your shoulder and make me some money doing it. It's good to see them both there. I did say a date was actually set later for next month. So let's obviously keep an eye on this. This was at the plaintiffs who had received the vaccines alleged. Yeah, obviously there's so many people. This is just some of them in the Netherlands that got a judge to do the right thing. This doesn't happen very often where a judge takes the side of the people, but this happened. I think it's a big deal. I think just having it on record is a big deal enough. Can he get out of the appearance itself? I don't know. I don't know what kind of maneuvering Bill Gates and Albert Bourla can do, but the fact that they're scheduled to be in court to defend themselves, I think this is a big deal, Craig. This is a big deal. It might set a standard, set a precedent for future court hearings, and other judges in other countries might take the lead from the Netherlands on this and keep this going. And we might be racking up more and more appearances, regardless of if he does jail time, which I don't think anybody here is holding their breath for jail time. But the fact that this is on record now, we're moving it in the right direction. And who cares if our country's election is rigged and the duopoly, uniparty has a capture of both parties, blah, 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 Trump, Kamala, whatever. There are other countries that have what they're doing right now, independently of us. I think the Netherlands is independent of what we're doing here, what Kennedy and Trump are doing. They're saying we want justice. We need Bill Gates to show up, show his face, and answer for his crimes.
I think a lot of farmers in the Netherlands would beg to differ with you too, though, when we talk about the situation, because they're still trying to take away, punish Netherlands farmers and all that situation's going on. So this could just be a piece of meat they're throwing at them to calm the pitchforks at the gate that might be coming. So you never can tell. But yeah, I think we got to move on to our next interview, right? Because we have a guest coming in at the top of the hour. So let's get into our next interview. And
okay, that was top censored news of the week. Yeah. All right. Okay, we'll be right back with Patrick Henningsen. All right.
Fortunately, we're here to bring.
That's all right. Let's okay, you know what? I'm sorry.
Happened? How did that happen? How did my shit go? How did that happen?
Okay. I gotta upload the Patrick. Let's take us off. It's all good. We'll fix that in a little bit here. I gotta get hold on, guys. Apologies. All right, it's time for World War III Watch. Let's just face it, one of these days, it's bound to happen. Here with co-host Craig Pasa Jardula. Today, we're going to be joined by 21 Wire, Patrick Henningsen. Let's bring him in. Let's discuss.
Patrick, what's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. Hey, nice to see you guys.
So before we get started, I definitely wanted to play something from your Twitter. I think it's important. I think it's fire. It's gotten like about close to 500,000 views, it looks like. Let me just bring it right in real quickly. I'm a little bit working with this, but it's great to have you on the show. Back on the show, Patrick Henningsen is here, ladies and gentlemen. This is World War III Watch. And I keep saying this because a lot of people think with the election coming up, Patrick, that the only way to World War III is through Ukraine. I say there's more than one way to skin a cat. I say that if things get out of hand, and we already see Putin telling Netanyahu, get your troops out of Lebanon, get them out of Lebanon. I mean, if there's a war with Iran, not just geopolitically, but financially, economically, Iran is tied heavily to China. It's tied to Russia. So I always say there's more than one way to skin a cat. We can find war through Israel-Gaza World War III. So this is Patrick Henningsen's video. You can always go to his Twitter and check him out.
Nobody could have imagined that months later we'd be looking at a situation where we're still calling for a ceasefire, still calling for an end of the indiscriminate targeting and killing of civilians in Gaza. The violence is just completely out of control. It's on an industrial scale. And despite everything that everyone's seen, the United States is backing Israel's military campaign against the Palestinian people. It's not against Hamas. No. Everyone's backing it. Who's backing it? The Five Eyes are backing it. The G7 are backing it. Canada, the United States, Britain, the EU, They can't bring themselves to do the moral thing, to do the right thing, to do the thing that history will look back kindly on them, to call for a ceasefire. Even if you're not going to get it, even if Israel won't comply, the right thing to do is to take the position and demand it, to call for it, to engage in diplomacy, to try to convince their ally, the state of Israel, that this maybe isn't the right way forward. This is going to have tremendous blowback against them and against their allies. Let's be clear, the United States is not a neutral party. They're not an external observer. They are a co-belligerent in the genocide in Gaza. They're providing the bombs, the artillery, targeting information, drone surveillance data, satellite information, reconnaissance, material support, naval support. They're just as much at war against the Palestinians as the Israelis are. In fact, if the United States withdrew its support, rearming the Patriot missile batteries, the Iron Dome that protects the capital in Israel, the JDAM bombs, the bunker busters, all these things that are just slaughtering the native Palestinian population on a scale in a short space of time never seen before, nearly in modern warfare. Despite all that, it continues. Something to think about.
Patrick, what do you say to somebody that says we can't do that? If we let Israel go unarmed, if we don't supply them with weapons, if we don't stand by them, they're hated by everybody around them. They won't exist. They'll be gone. So we need to do this. It's in our own benefit to do this, being United States. And it's just a shame. And, that's what happens with war. There's unfortunate circumstances, but what are we going to do? Let a whole race that was almost holocausted just die by the vine? Your thoughts on that?
Wow, that's a big one. It's a multifaceted answer probably to that. The first thing I'll do straight off the bat is say this isn't a war, not between Israel or the Israelis and the Palestinians. It's not a war. It's the opening gambit. The question we need to begin this conversation with is: do we actually believe in international law? Do we believe in the international system? Do we believe in the United Nations? Do we believe in these institutions? Because this is the same question the world had to ask itself before the onset of the First World War. And you could say before the onset of the Second World War, you could say the same about the First World War. Because this isn't a war, Israel, it's an illegal occupation. There's multiple UN resolutions, and Israel's in violation of all of them, dozens and dozens of them. And if we're going to recognize that you have a such thing as illegal occupations, you have a such thing as a genocide convention, you have a such thing as the prohibition of ethnic cleansing, you have a such thing of using a top-rate military against civilians with bombing indiscriminately, that's recognized universally as a war crime, as a crime against humanity. All of these are the bricks, the building blocks of the post-World War II, in many ways, US-led liberal international world order. Okay, it's coming apart at the seams in the very same way that during the interwar period, that those institutions like the League of Nations and so forth came apart at the seams and led to the Second World War. Do we believe in these things at all? Because there are ramifications to these things. Like, for instance, if Europe can't, if the number one lesson, the Geneva Convention, the Genocide Convention, the United Nations Charter, all of these things, they're designed to stop the worst crimes against humanity. And so Europe is not only allowing it to happen, the US is not only allowing it to happen, they're backing the genocide. So no lessons have been learned from the Second World War. So that's Western civilization as a total abject failure for the latter part of the 20th century and the beginning of the 21st century. There's no other way you can cut that. And I'm not being flippant, and I'm not being a bleeding heart liberal by saying this, is that, you know, the United States has gone to war multiple times, has attacked and overthrown governments on the basis of spreading democracy or responsibility to protect, or, you know, stopping potential genocide, like they used the excuse in Libya with Gaddafi and so forth. And here you have the actual genuine article in a way that nobody has seen before in history in the modern era, on an industrial scale like this, never seen before, and it's just being allowed to keep happening and actually expand and get worse. Well, and people are making excuses for it like it's not happening. And I've never seen this level of propaganda in my life, and I hope we somehow can get a hold of our senses, because this is like out of control.
I didn't mean to cut you off, but there's something so important, Matt. I just got a quick follow-up.
Yeah, go for it.
And that is, well, Patrick, that's what you're saying. And you've never seen this level of like pure blindness, right? Like just people just ignoring it. And the fact is, you put it out very clearly in that video that we played, that the United States isn't just allowing this to happen. They're funding it. This is, you know, our weaponry we're sending over there. We're actually, the blood is on our hands. But you said there's no lessons that are learned. Hasn't there been a huge lesson learned, and that, you know, humanity should wake up? The lesson learned is that the ruling class was never serious about human rights and, you know, world order and all, what do they call that? The humans right, whatever. A world's-based order. I can't remember.
A rules-based international order.
Yeah, so, whatever BS that Blinken throws out there. What I'm saying, it just lends credence to my argument, is that we did learn a lesson, that everybody that's controlling us and the people at top, they're full of shit, and we should wake up to that. I don't know how we react to that, but shouldn't that be the lesson learned, that the ruling class doesn't care about humanity? They're Malthusiast.
Well, the rules-based international order, as you know, Victoria Nuland, Samantha Power, John Bolton, Greenfield, Thomas Greenfield, the current UN ambassador under the Biden administration, and Joe Biden and everybody else, to keep repeating this, the rules-based international order. This is designed to supplant international law and on all those treaties that we signed in the last 100 years. That's what that is. That's exactly what it means. It's because if you have to abide by agreements, treaties, international law, none of this would be happening. None of this would be happening. I'll give you a good example. I mean, we'll talk about how volatile the situation in the Middle East is, and everyone's baying for blood practically to get a war on with Iran, especially on the Republican side. But look at the Ukraine situation. This is, as you say earlier, Craig, you got two fronts potentially could trigger World War III. On the Ukraine front, there was a UN resolution that mandated the implementation of the Minsk Accords. This is a peace plan that was on the table from 2014 till 2022, when Russia intervened in the Donbass to stop what many people, the serious military and geopolitical observers, believe was a massacre waiting to happen that would have probably put that region into a turmoil anyway in conflict. Yeah. And France and Germany, France being a UN Security Council a member, a nuclear power, and Germany, a leading EU country, they were the guarantors of the Minsk Accords. And they're on record as admitting they sandbagged it to give time for NATO to arm Ukraine up to NATO standards and prepare for the war that was coming. And they knew it was coming because they did everything possible in Brussels and Washington and London to make sure that Russia intervened in the way they did, because they had a sanctions package prepared, and they were prepared for what we've seen roll out now. And this is why also Boris Johnson and Britain and US people intervened to stop the Istanbul peace agreement.
And at every turn, they've tried to derail any kind of negotiations to put Ukraine into such a hole that they have no choice but to keep a war going. At least that's Zelensky's problem. And it'll just be a self-sustaining conflict until it collapses.
So, Patrick,
that's a good example. That's the UN. So
right.
all this high talk about democracy and Putin's war of aggression and the autocracy versus the democracies, this is the new global paradigm.
Yeah.
There's no basis to this at all, because the US and its NATO allies and UN and the Western powers, they do not observe international law. Give you just two quick examples. The United States invaded and occupies 1/3 of Syria since 2017, militarily. And the United States waged an undeclared war of aggression against Yemen under Barack Obama in March 2015. And right now, the US, the UAE, British, and Israel occupy the island of Socotra, which belongs to Yemen. And they partition Yemen into two. They use Saudi Arabia to do the bombing for the last, I think, not like seven years, and there's been an impasse. So there's two examples of a war of aggression that is completely expunged from the media and the conversation. So we can't have a serious conversation about any of this with anybody of any weight, because everybody's got their head.
Right.
I won't say what I really want to say then.
Yeah. Look, Patrick, I'm glad you brought up these other examples, because time and time again, as they admit out loud, you said as far as the Ukraine, the Minsk agreement was it was a scam to buy time. They pushing the war on purpose. This shows us, and as Craig said earlier too, like we're seeing that the real lesson that's learned is that all of this is being done on purpose. I'm watching that video, and I'm glad you got a lot of engagement on that. It's a very powerful, honest take, almost a plea to do the right thing. But as I'm watching it, I can't also help my pessimism comes into play, and I say, as we're begging them to do the right thing and call for this ceasefire, even though we know there's no chance it will happen at all. There's like a very, very minuscule chance that would even do anything. But you're saying, let's be on the right side of history. And we're like begging the world leaders to just be on that right side and do the right thing. I think we got to go further than that, because we're still giving them that credit that they messed up accidentally, and they don't know the optics, and they don't know what things are going to look like years from now. They do. And I don't think they actually care. And I think what we actually need to do is double down and say, absolutely, this is not a war. So when we use language like ceasefire now, we're almost giving them that cover that, hey, we have this little conflict and they're committing war crimes. No, it's crimes against humanity. It's not a war. It's an illegal occupation, and it's been going on for over 75 years. And that's the thing we need to urge them to do. And then we can really call them out. Then the little tiny voices that we hear here and there, the Bernies and a couple of the squads, every once in a while, they say ceasefire now. No, they're not being honest about what we really want. And that is to call out the illegal occupation. Don't you think we should go even further in and really expose the nefarious behavior that they're doing this on purpose? We don't have to wake them up and say, please do the right thing. We want to say this whole thing has been a scam from the beginning. And aside from your examples, we can see it over and over again. And this 75 plus year illegal occupation is sitting right in front of our face. And if October 7th did anything for us, it woke the world up, and it showed us it's been a scam the whole way, just like Ukraine since 2014 and purposely breaking the Minsk Accord. Wouldn't it benefit us all to go even further and call out everything and tell the world they are doing it on purpose and they don't care?
Yeah, I'm even more skeptical. I filmed that. I used to hike up a mountain outside of Phoenix Mesa, and when I get to the top, I recorded something that I was thinking about while I did the climb, and that was one of those videos which I filmed 7 months ago or 8 months ago, and then I re-edited it with some graphics in May, I think, and I then published it. So that's actually, we've been screaming about this for a year, most of us. One of my good friends, Joseph Arthur, great recording artist, he recorded a song called "Ceasefire Now." I think it was in November last year,
Yeah.
and he thought he was, he thought that we were going to turn this thing around, and here we are over a year later, and there's a couple of, there's some real fundamental problems with a lot of people's take on reality. If I say how many people have done, and I'm not making a bleeding heart, progressive woke. It's so funny how, especially the right wing in America, have tried to cast the Palestine-Israel issue very disingenuously as a woke, anti-woke issue.
Yeah.
Just because there's students and, various progressive students and whatnot of various stripes, including rainbow flags or whatever, advocating and marching and demonstrating on behalf of the Palestinians. Therefore, according to the world of Ben Shapiro, it's a woke movement. No. We some of us have been on the front lines of this issue for most of our adult life. For me, 25 years plus. And I used to go to conferences in the mid-90s, just after South Africa was liberated from apartheid, and there would be the South African delegation in London with the Palestinian delegation. It was always, this is a global issue that's been going for decades, but some people are so shallow and so, I don't know where these people came from, and suddenly they've got like this idea of what geopolitics is and what the Palestinian issue is, like it just popped up this year just to upset them in the middle of an election cycle or something like that. It's so ridiculous, but the very disingenuous how they've done this. Yep. And it's absolutely not a left-right issue. It's absolutely a human rights issue, and that's what people who are people of conscience. That's what actual real Christians who actually believe in the Ten Commandments, and real people who practice Judaism, who believe in the Ten Commandments. Thou shalt not kill. And where is it in the Ten Commandments? I've lost the tablet that says, thou shalt carpet bomb the oppressed into oblivion and take out whole lines of families and to kill and maim the unarmed. I don't know where exactly. So how can you call yourself a Christian or say that you're practicing Judaism? If you can't even, there's people making excuses. If I say there's 46,000 dead Palestinians in Gaza, if I say this, immediately the retort is, oh, those are Hamas numbers. And Piers Morgan does this, Fox does this, CNN does this, everybody does this. Those are Hamas, the Hamas-controlled Gaza Ministry of Health. It's not Hamas numbers. That's the same Ministry of Health that reported to the UN during the last two bombing runs, during Operation Protective Edge, Operation Cast Lead, where Israel went on a rampage. And those numbers are totally consistent with all of those UN bodies and data collection agencies in proportion to the ordinances dropped and the people who've been killed. And it's paid for by the Palestinian Authority, not Hamas. That's the Gaza Ministry of Health. So, but they're in denial. They're wanting to basically tell you that no, there's no dead people there. They're all dead terrorists. And this is the other disingenuous thing, is that only in recent years have we had this proscribed terrorist organization label that only certain governments will put on a group. The UN defends the right for an armed liberation struggle. It's enshrined in international law. It's enshrined. So, but because Hamas, as an example, or Hezbollah, by American, British, or Brussels listing of the organization, it's a terrorist group. Therefore, it's part of the war on terror. Therefore, ergo, any collateral damage is justified in the eyes and in the rhetoric of the person dropping the bomb. And this is what Israel has used to get away with this Holocaust.
Yeah.
They use this it's a totally disingenuous lie. It's deceptive, and it's intentionally deceptive to get away with basically mass murder. And they keep doing it, and governments will not say a word against Israel, not just because of the power of the lobby, but they've created this mnemonic device called terrorism. And the US did this in Iraq, Fallujah, the war on terror, because it was couched in the war on terror. Doesn't adhere to international standards, laws, or norms. And Israel is doing this now. And everybody's going along with it. And everybody is repeating this lie. And blatantly, you see the crime in front of you. You see the massacre every day. And everyone's, nope, it's not genocide. Nope, it's not a massacre. No, it's not a war crime. They're trying to get Hamas, and Hamas is using the population as human shields. No, every single occupied person under international recognized law and treaties has a right to armed liberation struggle by any means necessary, I quote. So we have a fundamental problem here with how some countries are carrying out their business internationally in the international system, not just Israel, but the United States and its allies, and how the rest of the world view this through a normal moral lens. This is a huge problem, and it can lead to the worst possible catastrophe you could possibly imagine, and has done so in history. But we thought, because we have all these institutions, because we've constructed this lattice of multilateral institutions after the Second World War, that we're immune to this. We've been already pre-inoculated to these types of things. Never again meant never again. No, never again is happening again.
Yeah, it's happening right now. And there's so much to unpack on what you said over there. Because I talk about the Republicans' version of hate speech. What the Democrats would say is hate speech as a way to silence or justify anything they're doing. They would say it's hate speech. Well, the Republicans, the conservatives, the populist right would do the same thing with terrorism. Oh, we can shut down these protests. They're pro-terrorist. What? Well, they're not pro anything. I don't even think they're pro-Hamas. I don't think they're pro-Palestine. I think they're just anti-genocide. I think these kids are marching in the street. And you're right, Patrick. The attempt by a lot of, I want to say, independent news personalities or high-end podcasters or whatever you call them nowadays. I don't even think they're independent media personalities. I think they're more agitators, and they all play team sports. How are you going to play team sports and call yourself a journalist when you're already biased on the whole situation? And you're right. They're trying to paint the people who are these kids in the streets. And don't get me wrong, Matt has experienced it. I experienced it. I was on the campus of UCLA with Jayme Kuzmarov. We were agreeing on so many things with the protesters. Then we started talking about COVID. And there's some of these kids in this group that are wearing masks, not to hide their identity, because they actually believe in the whole COVID rhetoric. Yeah. And they tried to try to play that as woke, the Ben Shapiros, the Jordan Petersons. You know, I mean, that rage against the Rescue the Republic, which I called it Zionist Woodstock. There was this attempt. They tried to, I don't know if you watched it, Patrick, but they tried to tap into that COVID protocols and what happened to relate to what's going on today, but people weren't buying it. You can't be part of the Children's Health Defense Network, Mr. Kennedy, and then not care about the children of Palestine. So I think they have failed over there, but there is this push right now to justify what's going on as them being terrorists. I don't think it's working. What are your thoughts when you see a lot of the right-wing media try, like the Ben Shapiros, try to play this off as, hey, these are a bunch of terrorists, and we can therefore justify the censorship that comes with it?
Well, a perfect example, Elon Musk, a perfect example. So Elon Musk tweeted out a poll back in May that said, and it was after a Palestinian student support demonstration took down the American flag and hoisted a Palestinian flag.
Yes.
And he said, new poll, I propose a new law. Anybody that takes down the American flag and puts up the foreign flag should be deported to the country of that foreign flag. So he didn't say foreign students, he was saying anyone. So he's saying all Americans or anybody within the American jurisdiction. So then the reason I brought this back and tweeted this, and it's probably been shadow banned, but it was interesting. It has a high level of views, but low engagement. That means a lot of people saw it, but are afraid to retweet or like it because they don't want to go against Elon Musk because he owns the platform probably. And people are just maybe a little bit paranoid. They've seen it, but they won't, they're not agreeing with it or they're not wanting to spread it. So he's saying this week, sign my free speech petition for my super PAC. And I'll pay you $1 million. I'm going to give $1 million out every day from now till the end of till the election. So basically a soft bribe of putting $1 million lottery to sign my petition. Anybody that's offering money to sign a petition, it's generally not a good idea to sign it. So, I mean, yes, you'll get your shot at $1 million, but it cheapens because it's about free speech, First and Second Amendment. It cheapens is that what we've come to as a country, that you got to offer people a cash prize to support free speech? I mean, that's as ridiculous as the vaccine lottery run by Governor DeWine in Ohio that was offering $1 million or full ride to university if you got the jab. Yeah. And you entered. I mean, and Elon Musk and the new right, they rail on the left for all their COVIDian antics, and then he's going and doing this. But what does he really think about free speech if he wants to deport anyone who engages in protected speech that he doesn't like? And it is protected. You can burn the American flag. Texas versus Johnson, 1989. That's protected speech.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can definitely take it down and hoist a Palestinian flag. But what does Elon Musk really believe? Does he have deeply held beliefs that are fascistic, where he's saying he's going to rule with an iron fist like Mussolini and enforce the flag if he's in power? Or is he just a political opportunist who did that poll that got 1,400,000 votes? 80% agreed with him.
He's a psyop, Patrick. And the only reason why I didn't share that tweet is because I thought it wasn't rough enough on Elon Musk. It was too nice to him, and I know what you were doing. So
I was trying to be even-handed. Okay,
fair enough.
Someone's got to hold up the standard, Craig.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to get back to the terrorist problem with how we present this movement in the streets, because I know, like Craig mentioned, we're talking about this. The problem with the students in the streets is they are a little confused with they have their COVID masks on, but they do recognize that they're actually going against the thing that they've been part of all these years, or their whole lives. Probably a lot of them, their whole lives, they've been part of this thing, and this is the first time they're standing up against that thing. And then you got this problem with the right wing deliberately trying to confuse people and call that woke. It may be people that were woke that are now awake, and they're like, this is the thing. We've been listening to everything you've told us, and now we know that genocide is wrong, and now we see how you guys are doing a deliberate campaign against us. They're not ready to connect the dots on COVID, as Craig mentioned. We tried talking to some of them. They don't want to. They're like, no, COVID was totally legit. You guys are crazy. We're like, okay, but let's look at what we could do better, because we are the ones that we understand. We're outside of all of it. We're not playing tribal politics here, as we know. We talk about this all the time on our shows. We always go to everything with a non-tribal point of view, and that's why we're able to see clearly all of these things and call out the BS and all these things. What can we do differently and better when it comes to the terrorism problem? And I think, and this is a little bit of, let's look back and say coulda, woulda, shoulda, a little in hindsight. But if I could go back to October 8th, I would say right off the bat, we should have said, no, we don't condemn Hamas. No, the international law, the people that are being occupied, they have a right for resistance. They have a right to resistance. And oh, are you saying Israel doesn't have a right to exist? Actually, yes, I'm saying Israel in the state of apartheid, in the military state of apartheid, does not have a right to exist in that state. And if we were clear about that on October 8th, maybe it'd be a lot harder for the Ben Shapiros to get away with this crap and confusing people with what those kids are doing in the streets. Oh, they're supporting terrorism. No, we're supporting international law. You have a right for resistance. So no, I don't condemn Hamas. And no, Israel and the state it's in does not have a right to do what it's doing. And we could have been done with that part, those deflections way early, and gone on to the real work, which is end the occupation now. That's my thoughts. What do you guys think?
And we're talking about occupation, Matt. You're talking about Israel's occupation of our government, correct?
The occupation, the illegal occupation, the apartheid in Israel, the apartheid against Palestine, and yes, absolutely, the occupation of our government, of every single elected official being part of the Israeli lobby and putting Israel ahead of our own country. That's all been, the curtain has been pulled back on all of that. We should be vocal about that from the beginning, and I wish we could go back and do it more, but why can't we just do that now?
I was very vocal on that front, and many other activists I know. But a lot of this, there's so much sorcery going on with propaganda and political tools and devices that a lot of people are just, they'll go and they would say, stop the bombing, stop, ceasefire now, and not getting into to realize all the little traps that have been set with politics, language, and policy and things like that. First off the bat, if I am going to protest or demonstrate for a human rights or a moral issue, I don't care if they're all wearing masks, flying LGBT flags, and purple hair. It doesn't matter to me, as long as we're on the same page that killing's bad and we need to stop the killing and we need to save lives, and especially the children that are being slaughtered. If they're on that page with me, I don't care what their political views are. I don't care what their religious views are. I really couldn't care at all. And 20 vaccines and 9 masks, fine. I'll march with you. I've got your back, actually. Because we can't have a society if people don't agree on basic things. And that is one of the basic things, is that mass murder, killing on an industrial scale is wrong. And if it's happening, needs to come to an end very quickly. Must be stopped immediately. Everyone must marshal all resources to stop it. If we can't agree on that as a society, we don't have a society. We don't have, we will not have a society, a functioning society for very much longer. Definitely not a democracy. Definitely not a democracy or a constitutional republic or whatever. Okay, that's the first thing. Second thing, no country has a right to exist. This is such a trope. And anybody that keeps repeating this over and over again, we have a right to exist. Israel has a right to exist. No country on this earth has a right to exist. No country, and I'll back this with international law. Okay, when you have a failed state or a state that begins to treat other people differently based on their race, creed, color, then that you have problems. You then have to have an apartheid system, or you're oppressing and killing or running pogroms. When that happens, 9 times out of 10, those states fail. And who decides if a state has a right to exist? It's not the state. That they don't decide that. The neighbors decide. And if you want to achieve statehood under international law, you need to be recognized by your neighbors. And Israel's not recognized by its neighbors. In the same way, Iraqi Kurdistan ran a referendum. I think it was 2017 or 16. I can't remember the year. And they ran a referendum for its statehood, Iraqi Kurdistan. And they passed it. So the people said, hey, we're a state. One problem. None of their neighbors believe they have a right to exist. That's Turkey. That's Iran. That's Iraq as well, Iraq proper, and Syria. Said, no, you're not a state. Therefore, it's a moot point. End of story. Iraqi Kurdistan is still part of Iraq. Okay, it's an autonomous region, but it's part of Iraq. Israel's the same. So Israel's solution to not having its neighbors, most of its neighbors, recognize its right to exist, is to wage war against all of its neighbors. And that's exactly what they've been doing for decades. It's exactly what they're doing right now. So is that a good solution for the region? Is that a good solution for the world, which is perpetual warfare? And who knows where that will lead? A nuclear exchange, perhaps? Are they going to drop a nuke on Iran before or after our elections in the United States? Like, people are seriously asking this question now, especially in light of the leaked documents this week. These are like fundamental questions that we wouldn't even have to have this conversation, because even George Bush Jr., Daddy Bush, and Ronald Reagan all held Israel's feet to the fire and said, hold on. You're going to have to stop that now. And this administration did none of that. And that, of course, is why we're in this horrible situation, not just the United States, the world, and especially the people in the Middle East. That's why we're here.
And it doesn't seem like whoever becomes president is going to change that trajectory that we're on right now. In fact, if Donald Trump gets in there and the Republicans, you got senators like Kenny saying, these people want to drink the blood of Americans out of boots and dance, and like saying stuff like that, where it's like, oh my Lord, that, you know, and Lindsey Graham, let's take him out. He wants to go bomb Iran a couple days ago. His old good friend that's resting in heaven or hell, where depending on wherever you think McCain used to say, bomb Iran. The Republicans have always been fanaticals about bombing Iran. I want to share something though, real quick, because the people that we had talked about, Patrick, in the streets that we'll stand with, that are marching for Palestinian lives, it bothers me though that they aren't paying any attention to what's going on and the thousands of lives that have been lost over in Russia, Ukraine. You know, before this situation, we talked about this briefly in the beginning of the show, what was going on in the Donbass. And right before the Russians went in, the bombing had increased weeks previous. I mean, you know, a lot of people from the Donbass said when the Russians came in, thank God you got here, they were about to slaughter us. Not enough people in those streets that are marching for Palestinian lives pay attention to what's going on over there. And in fact, every single Democrat, squad included, are for the proxy war and what's going on in Ukraine via Russia, Donbass. It's disgusting. This is something that Sunny Fang put up. You retweeted it. I want to read it really quick because it's important. It says, the West is reluctant to embrace equitable relationships. After 5 centuries of dominance, through the conquest of foreign territories and the decimation of indigenous populations across North America, Africa, and other regions, the West remains entrenched in its colonial mindset. It now seeks to perpetuate this through neo-colonial methods, which, while less reliant on direct extermination of whole nations, continue to exploit subtly. The essence remains unchanged. The West aspires to thrive at the expense of others, reaping colonial benefits while stalling the technological advancement of the rest of the world. This protracted phase of decline is confronted by an unequivocal historical movement towards a multipolar world order, where the fundamental principles of the UN Charter, something we talked about earlier in the show, sovereign equality of states and non-interference in internal affairs, will be implemented in practice, ensuring a fair process that balances interests rather than imposing external will. This is a lengthy and arduous process, but the momentum of history favors our cause. No force can impede these objective trends, and that was Sergei Lavrov who said that. Could you provide a little context of what he's saying? Because it says a lot. The United States is used to their old ways. The West, the Five Eyes countries, is used to their old ways. It's dominance. It's a unipolar world. We're moving out of that. But the United States almost is acting like, and the West and its allies are acting like a dog trapped in a corner, and all they can do is lash out and bite and attack. That needs to change. There needs to be recognition from somebody, and I don't think it's our government officials. I think they're simply the stenographers for the donors and the ruling class. But somebody needs to realize that it ain't the old world out there, and if we don't change, it might lead to the loss of life all around the globe. I mean, they're not backing off, and you're talking about the documents that are leaked. What are they going to do? When Donald Trump says you need to finish up your war, is he signaling use nukes? This can get really scary. Your thoughts, Patrick?
Yeah, so Sergei Lavrov, Russian foreign minister. I mean, that's a great passage. And Russia, I think, probably last year dispensed with their their sort of usual politeness that they always leave the door open for negotiations with the United States.
Yeah.
And they've given up. And as Lavrov said, the U.S. is no longer agreement capable. They'll sign agreements and then they'll tear them up and they'll leave them or ditch them. And their word is no longer trusted. This is a problem because you can't engage in any bilateral negotiations. You can't sign treaties. You can't do mutual missile defense or nuclear arms pacts. I mean, that's kind of an important check and balance that is now, all of these have lapsed. Every single one of these that we had with Russia and the USSR have lapsed. All the Cold War non-proliferation and reciprocal standing arms agreements, all gone. So what he's saying there is that there's forces of history and forces of reality in the world, i.e., that Asia is no longer an occupied colonial, subservient blob. Neither is Africa or South America. And that these countries are now reorganizing because the United States is sanctioning and trying to punish everybody that doesn't bend to its will. And Israel is the last colonial project. That is essentially a colonial project. Think of Israel as, if you think of Israel as a colonial project in the grand imperialist sense, because look at the history of the region. What took place in that region for the last 1,000 and the last almost 1,000 years? The Crusades, one crusade, second crusade, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth crusade. The state of Israel, the Balfour Declaration, is the 10th crusade. It's not onward Christian soldiers that they've deployed. It's the Jewish Zionist state of Israel after the Second World War. But it's been planned for many years before that. But it's a Western colonial project. It's a European colonial project. It's not natural or organic or indigenous. And it depends, even today in 2024, it depends on the total support militarily of the United States, Britain, and a half a dozen other allies and half of the Gulf countries, the Kingdom of Jordan, to provide missile defense for Israel in the event the Iranians send a salvo. All of the U.S. defenses were activated from the Persian Gulf, cruise missiles in the Red Sea. That's the security envelope for Israel. We need to occupy half Iraq, Syria, Yemen, and Bahrain just to provide Israel with the security it needs to survive in the region. When I say survive, meaning that it won't have to enter into any serious negotiations about what it's doing in the region. It can just wage war. So if this isn't a colonial project, what is? This is beyond, this is like the colonial project on steroids of all time in history. That's what is the state of Israel is. And it's the size of New Jersey. And I'm being generous. And so how is this sustainable for the world? The rest of the world is looking at this and saying, this is mad. This is crazy. And then people are clinging to the biblical prophecies and end times eschatological, evangelical, messianic narratives. I mean, and literally making these arguments as if these are somehow grounded in some kind of objective reality or agreed on international system. No, it's not. Mm-hmm. And it's completely insane. And I don't even want to get into the religious eschatological arguments, but just stick to international law and de-escalate and then negotiate something. But what's going to happen is Israel will become a failed state, because this is what happens to countries throughout history that completely overstep their bounds and start declaring war on all of their neighbors. They end up basically collapsing. And that's what may happen to the Zionist project. It might end up in the dustbin of history.
Yeah, I do want to really quickly, Matt, just kind of reiterate too as well that when you were talking about, Patrick, about Russia's no longer being the polite lad they normally once were to say, okay, let's just calm down and talk it out. They've been a little bit more stern. Anthony Blinken's last trip to China, Xi kind of got that way with him too. Like, China's not playing anymore. Like, he told Blinken, Taiwan's a red line. And then he even had leaked footage of him going, is he still here? And his assistant, Xi Jinping's assistant, going, yeah, he's still here. He goes, Xi's like, when's he leaving? When's this asshole getting out of my house? Like, it was like almost like Clark W. Griswold was like, is Eddie gone yet? Like, this is where they're at. And but it's still scary, because also kind of piggybacking on what you said, that the way people are justifying this, your good friend Ben Shapiro was asked a question by, I know, our good friend, friend of the show, Ben Shapiro. He just hasn't answered my email yet. He'll get around to it. He'll come on the show.
Sure.
Friend of the show, Ben Shapiro, was asked by another American Jewish person, saying, hey, man, how can you condone this whole killing of what's going on right now as an American Jewish man? Like, he was like stating, I can't condone this. How can you condone this? Ben Shapiro says, I don't condone it. I applaud it, what's going on. And the room was clapping and going crazy. I mean, this mindset is out. People are doing mental gymnastics, trying to justify what's going on. Going back to what you said earlier, no, it's Hamas. Hamas is hiding behind the people. How does that justify bombing a bunch of innocent people over here?
The worst
is ridiculous.
The worst part is people that many people, their silence has been bought. Their silence has been bought because there's a lot of people that would like to have a seat at the table in the Trump administration. Okay, if the Trump campaign wins, there's a lot of people that have said they don't want to rock the boat. You know what? Listen, I went to an RFK rally in Phoenix. This was back in the winter, I think, early part of the year, December, January. And he was already getting heat about the Israel issue. And he talked for like 40 minutes. And he didn't mention Israel or the Middle East once. And if you noticed, he's avoiding it like the plague. So he's staked it. Tulsi Gabbard, right after October 7th, went on to Sean Hannity's show and declared her allegiance to the state of Israel and started waxing on about Sunnis and Shiites fighting each other. I mean, just the worst kind of tropes you could imagine. And this is the nominal leader of the American anti-war movement. You got to be kidding me. But Tulsi Gabbard was promised a seat at the table, and look at her now. She got that seat, but that seat came at the cost of having to go lockstep and be there for the Israeli lobby. And that's for everybody working on campaigns, right down, Democrat and Republican. The only ones that probably don't fall in, of course, are the Jill Steins and the Libertarian parties. They don't have to adhere. But even the Libertarian Party has to bite its tongue so that to platform Jordan Peterson and who else? I forgot.
Dude, they had Jack Posobiec came out at the end. Charlie Kirk was on the flyer.
Brett Weinstein. These are all hardcore Zionists.
Yeah.
So that's the Rescue the Republic or whatever it's called. So some of these people are like Catholics, and Russell Brand was up there proselytizing,
praying for Jesus,
praying on stage with Jekyll and Hyde, Jordan Peterson wearing his Jekyll and Hyde suit. And I'm thinking to myself, where in the Catholic doctrine is it to bomb and just kill Christians in the Holy Land and bomb churches that have been there? Wait a minute, newsflash for American Christians. Where did Christianity originate? It didn't originate in the Bible Belt. It came from Palestine. And they're still there. Those are the original Christians. And you are advocating killing them because they're adjacent to what you think is a terrorist group. That's kind of where we're at, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the silence is purchased, and the price is Well, nobody wants to lose future riches and a seat at the table, period.
By the way, since you went to an RFK rally, and I'll hand it over to you real quick, Matt, so you can ask some questions. But this is RFK at the Rescue the Republic. I like to call it Zionist Woodstock. And you were mentioning Jordan Peterson on the stage with Russell Brand as they're praising for Jesus, as Jordan Peterson is using language like, what unites us is our Judaic Christian principles. I'm like, oh my Lord, this is actually happening. But this is fascinating because not only did RFK fail, when he tried to tap into that COVID protocol magic where people were like, all right, it's like it's not working anymore. It's like you can't go and tap back into that. People are not going, they're going to look at you and saying, wait a second, Children's Health Defense Network, but you don't care about children in Gaza, not working. We don't believe you're genuine anymore. He also is setting the table for the Trump administration. And you can see there's a big banner that says, Make America Healthy Again on top. So they should have just called it what it was, a Trump rally. But look at him just demonizing Iran here.
They made us disclose our private medical records to virtually anybody who asked. They turned us into a tyranny. They told us to strap on masks, again, with no science behind it. And that only the worst tyrannies in the world, people like the Taliban, like the Iranian government, the Saudi government, these are the ones that force their citizens to wear masks because it dehumanizes them. It turns them from spiritual, creative, independent human beings into a faceless mask of compliance and obedience.
Well,
listen, first thing, Iran does not require women to cover their face. If you've been to Tehran, I have, they wear their hijab on the back of their head, and they are dressed in probably the most glamorous, generally the most sexy outfits. They totally trump anybody in Italy or Europe or the centers of high fashion. Iranian women are gorgeous, and there are some that wear a hijab, but some wear tight jeans and a fashionable top exactly as they would in the West, and then they wear this half sort of thing with a couple of pins holding it into place. They don't cover their face. It's not mandated by the government. So RFK is lying. So this is somebody who wants to be in government and be in charge in the most powerful country in the world. And he's up there telling a lie to get you to hate him, a whole civilization. It's not just a country, it's Persian civilization. And so where does he get off? That's the Israeli lobby. That's Rabbi Shmuley Botish talking through Robert F. Kennedy. And so he either is totally out to lunch and doesn't understand what he's saying, or he's just so eager to please the lobby that he feels like he has to make a statement like that to show his virtue against the Iranians. You know,
he's tipping his hat too, though, Patrick. He's telling us what's to come. And this is what makes me nervous, because my gut tells me we don't have elections. We have selections. And at the end of the day, whoever the ruling class gives us, we, the people, should be rejecting, whether it be Kamala or Donald Trump. Say no to both of them. But my gut tells me they're giving us Donald Trump. And we see the $100 million from Marianne Allison come into play, right? Yeah. So we understand he's just completely in the bag for Israel. But he's also made comments about Iran. Now you have, here's the unity ticket, event, and you have RFK kind of mentioning how and demonizing Iran. To me, they're tipping their hat and they're telling us what's to come.
No, because if you want to wage war against somebody, you have to dehumanize them first.
Exactly.
This is what Israel does to the Palestinians and to the Lebanese and to all Arabs, full stop. It's what the West has done to Russia. They've dehumanized them, calling them orcs and all these other things. So it's stripping people of their sort of normal human characteristics, dehumanizing them, therefore getting the buy-in from the public that attacking, bombing them, vaporizing them is probably better anyway. The United States did this with pretty much every conflict that it's ever engaged in. But it's there's a funny problem in that Democrats tend to be more hawkish against Russia in how people have laid out their political stall in this election. and backing Ukraine more blindly. And Republicans tend to be more hawkish against Iran and in defense of Israel, all things Israeli. So there's this kind of weird polarity there that it may bear out in policy. I don't think there's a big difference in policy when it comes to the crunch. No matter who comes into power, it's going to be generally the same. There's a little more unpredictability with Trump. That can be a positive thing, but it could also be a negative thing. And I only say it's a negative thing is if the country that you're advocating for has a great sway or great control over your legislative bodies or your political system, which Israel has a lot of control over the American political system. That's when the problems could become serious, because you wouldn't be able to restrain them if they decided to launch nuclear weapons against Iran, as an example. So, and then nobody's going to tell. Trump just said, he was on record, 2 days ago, with regards to Iran, Israel, do what you need to do. Yeah. Do what you need to do. And Biden's saying U.S. is the indispensable nation. The indispensable nation needs to be somewhat of an arbiter of, for its allies not to start a third world war and find a better solution. So if the U.S. isn't going to play that role under a Democrat or Republican with Israel, this is a massive problem that Americans don't want this war. I can tell you, Americans don't want this war. A minority maybe do, because they don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what they're cheering for, because they've been skull plugged and brainwashed and gaslit to such a degree by our cable news networks. And just Americans like to repeat tropes because they don't want to have nothing to say, so they'll just default to a trope. And so people start believing those tropes after a while. With Russia and Ukraine, there might be a little more of a consensus to find a way to lose victoriously, which America can do. This one thing America does is it knows how to lose victoriously if it chooses to. It will throw Zelensky under the bus, Ukraine, and it will do something and then claim a victory that we've now got all of NATO member states right up on Russia's border all the way around. And that will be a victory going forward. But the Middle Eastern thing is a huge, huge problem politically.
So it doesn't really matter who gets into power in the next term, if it's Kamala, if it's Trump. We have these World War III problems on massive scales, and we've been debating, well, is there certain ones in one administration and certain leaders in the other administration that aren't actually Zionists, aren't actually warmongers, or maybe they're just playing it out, and we've heard a lot of Trumpers talk about how they still want to believe Trump has this secret plan and he's just saying what he has to say and doing the Iran thing. He can't possibly think that Iran is the responsible party and trying to assassinate him. He can't be that stupid to think Iran did that, but he's saying it. So there's people that want to give that benefit of the doubt. And there's people on the Democrat side that say, oh, but they really want to believe that Biden and Harris are just looking for a way they can negotiate with Netanyahu. But here we are, and we know it doesn't really matter if you've been bitten by the zombie. I'm doing a Walking Dead comparison here, but it's like we're living in a land of zombies, of Zionists, right? So it's like, does it matter if you're bit by the Zionist zombie, or if you're one of the there was like I think there was a group called the Whisperers in Walking Dead where they would pretend to be zombies just so they wouldn't get killed. Does it really matter? They're all bad. It doesn't matter if you're a true Zionist at heart or if you're faking it, because like Patrick, you said, it's about paying people off. Everybody has a price, and they're all going along with it. So it really doesn't matter. Are we just down to one last option that perhaps in the Russia side, like you said, there might be a maneuver out of it, whether it's Kamala doing it or Trump doing it? There might be a way we can maneuver out of it. Is that what we're hoping for? That at least if we get out of that one, we might be able to remove some sanctions, and we might be able to get some of our independent commentary back, and then we can do our job? Is that something we can look forward to?
AOC says, though, really quickly, Patrick, AOC says that Kamala is working tirelessly to get a ceasefire. She said it at the convention, Matt. She said it the other day. She's working endlessly, tirelessly to get a ceasefire. Please go ahead, Patrick.
No,
Yeah,
yeah, go for it.
between rounds at the bar, I'm sure Kamala is really working really hard. The jingling of the ice in the glass.
I'll drink to that one.
Top up, please. So I think it. What have we learned the last 4 years? We've learned that the government in power right now, the Biden administration, is not responsive to the public. They're not even responsive to their own party. They've thrown the youth vote under the bus. They don't care. So that's what we've learned in 4 years. So 4 more years of this with, hugely underqualified, barely compos mentis president, he'll go. Kamala Harris, who isn't qualified to do anything, quite frankly. She did 2 years in the U.S. Senate in California, and it's debatable. She hasn't done any legislative work, nothing. All she did was grill people during the Senate confirmation hearings. That is her big achievement politically. And she was chosen by the president based on her gender and her color. And he was open about that before he selected her. So she's a DEI hire, if there ever was one. That's going to be a disaster. She can't negotiate and talk to world leaders. That's going to be really something very, very bad, uncomfortable for the country. Now you've got Trump, slightly more responsive in that he is a populist. That's what they say. So if you're a populist, you're supposed to be responsive to your base, to your electorate. So if I have to rate them, foreign policy wise, not a lot of difference. So that's not really going to come up in the vote. Domestically, maybe a bigger difference. So I guess voters have something to vote on with the domestic issues between Trump and a Harris vote. But internationally, not much. There's not much difference there. So those issues I don't think are going to move American voters. And quite frankly, does it even matter what American voters want anymore? I'm dropping a hint with you, Craig, there.
Yeah, I know you are.
Besides elections at the end of the day.
It's elections. I mean, and not just the process itself of who they're going to choose, the fact that it's the choices they give us. There's a lot of work when it comes to election integrity. Ballot access is another thing we have to talk about. I mean, our things are so messed up. Our elections are so messed up. It's crazy. And you're right. It doesn't make a difference. Column A or column B. I've said it from the get-go. Whoever they give us, we need to reject because they're giving us who they want, not who we, the people, want. Matt, you got any final questions for Mr. Henningsen while we got him here?
No, it sounds like we're all on the same page. We're voting for Giant Meteor in November, so that's exciting. I'm excited for that one. I'm assuming that's where we're at now, right? There's nothing else to be excited about.
Don't tempt fate. I wouldn't even joke about meteors. We live in a really wacky world, a wacky universe, in fact. Yeah. So it could come. Look, I think it did. I think there is a choice. I think there is a choice on the ballot. It's not a good choice. It's not a great choice, but both sides have choices that they can make, and on the down ballot races as well. Not just we're all obsessing about the presidential election, but you have the House and the Senate, plus your state down ballot races are hugely important. Yeah. Depending on where you live, hugely important. Hugely, your Secretary of State where you live, who's in charge of elections, that's a massively important. And often these are decided by hundreds of votes. And your county recorder in a swing state county in Bucks, Maricopa, Michigan, Detroit. These are all important races as well. I mean, I really don't think people are prepared for, and back to our original gambit, people are not prepared for the potential you-know-what show that can come after November 5th. And I don't think that the problems with the elections from previous midterm 2022 and 2020, I don't think all of these issues have been resolved. I really don't. And so that worries me a great, great deal, because the chaos that could ensue as a result of a major disagreement on results or the time it takes to count votes, etc., this could end even worse than anyone could imagine, because people are so polarized and amped up right now. Expectations are not being managed properly, and things could go really, I mean, it could pop off in certain places in the country.
They didn't get the rioting in the streets last time. They're going to try again this time, I think. But like I said, again, people have to understand the choices that they are being given, and it's going to be a you-know-what show for sure after this election, because our elections are just wacky. I mean, they're not the same across the board. All the elections I went to in Nicaragua, Honduras, and Colombia, Brazil, and Peru and Mexico, they have a uniform national system. They make it very simple. You're voting for one person on that day, one job. They do public counting, transparent in front of the people, chain of custody starting at the door. Hey, if you can get an ID in Nicaragua, you can get an ID in the United States. But let me tell you something, Patrick. Catherine Austin Fitts, I don't know if you follow her work, but she's been talking about this, and I've been saying this. This whole immigrants are voting is a ploy, along with J.D. Vance coming in on Donald Trump's coattails, who's a Palantir guy, to move the Republicans, because they couldn't get them during the COVID era. They can get the Democrats to comply and get on a QR code. Well, now you got to get the Republicans on a QR code. What better way to trick them into getting digital IDs to stop immigrants from voting? That's what's going to happen, and that's what we're going to hear. Patrick Henningsen, let people know where they can find you, where they can find your work. We didn't get a chance to talk about media. Sputnik closed down the other day. They had their last day. I would go on Sputnik 4-5 times a week. Matt was starting to go on the Critical Hour. Yep. I would go on Rick Sanchez's show. I filled in for Manila Chan. They closed down Truth and Media, Rebel Media. I mean, I still believe Ben Swan is doing his work with Truth and Media, but the affiliate to RT closed down. You had worked for TNT. You guys didn't get sanctioned out. You got financed out, but that still means independent media going away. Other voices there. Let everybody know where they can find you, and your last comments and your thoughts on the world of media, especially independent media, moving forward, because I know you got something to say on that.
Yeah. So many great shows on Sputnik Radio based in Washington, D.C. I'm amazed they held out as long as they did. I didn't hear the news about this, by the way. You're the first person to tell me this. I met Wilmer Leon, interviewed him from that show. Garland Nixon, John Kiriakou. I mean, that's some great people. It's great content, and it was on terrestrial as well.
Rachel Blevins.
Rachel, amazing. So, but this is all just part of that. Anything Russian is automatically disinformation. Ergo, we must censor and ban it. And don't you think it's better to have more alternative viewpoints, but not if these viewpoints challenge the consensus reality, which the Washington's military and media industrial complex is trying to fabricate? Anything that challenges that is going to be deemed to be public enemy number one. And if you support that for those outlets, then you're basically giving a green light for banning all foreign media in the West. And when they're done banning the foreign media, they're going to go for Rumble. And France already did. And Brazil's going for X. And this is basically what you're green lighting. You can't stop this. You can't say, well, it's okay to shut those ones down, but don't worry, they won't shut the other. No, then they go for the independent media outlets. And they're in the process of, banning them by demonetizing them.
Yeah.
Myself and our colleagues have all been hit by this. And but if you publish fake news on X with no sources and just say breaking news, your account will go viral and you'll get a very large chunk of ad revenue each month from Elon, because Elon believes that there's so much great journalism going on in X, but actually the most amount of fake news is being propelled on that platform, and they're getting paid for it. Yeah. So that's incentivizing very bad behavior. But hey, Elon's algorithm, maybe it needs a little bit of work. But as far as my media, 21st Century Wire, that's our independent platform. Been going since 2009. So we've been around for a while. Going to keep going, of course. Working on some great stories. We have great independent writers and we have a great team. And so you can find me there at 21st Century Wire, on Twitter at 21Wire as well. We've got YouTube, Rumble, different channels, and there's a lot of places I should be, but I'm not. And hopefully I'll get on there in due course. But yeah, appreciate you guys.
Patrick Henningsen, founder of 21st Century Wire. We love him out there. Go check out his work. This is the Homeless Left Pasta to Go collaboration show. We'll see you soon. Thank you again for joining us. All the links down below to help independent media, because independent media is under attack. We'll see you soon.
Are we good to go? Oh, gotta do the mute. I think we got to unmute you.
I was trying to sneak in a quick Trump ad real quick before we introduce our
Oh,
next
my
guest.
bad. My bad.
No, it's okay. I mean, listen, who the hell am I? Do I think that I could be that crafty to do those sort of things? And
No, I would have set you up. I would have alley-ooped that one for you, man. I didn't know. You give me a text on that one.
I was expecting CheeseSlice to do it, but he never has my back, dude. It's
all right. It's okay.
He's an NWO guy. All right, let's introduce our guest. But before we do that, a word from not our sponsors.
Did you watch the news lately? Israel's under attack, anti-Semitism like I never thought I would see.
Did you read about Samantha's boy, Max?
No.
He got spit on just walking at Penn.
I mean, that's scary. What about Kamala?
Busy defending the squad.
Trump I never cared for, but at least he'll keep us safe.
I never voted Republican in my life, but I am voting Trump.
Amen. RJC Victory Fund is responsible for the content of this message.
Wow, man.
Oh my Lord.
No, so as you know, in the restaurant business, and I've been working security in the the hospitality arena, that check, just that symbolism of we got your back on the check at the end, that's everything, man. They got this great PR campaign there, because we're saying we want you to have your money, we want you to have your tips. We really are looking out for you. Where Kamala was the one that was the deciding vote on taking away on taxing tips. So that's genius. Wow. I can't. Wow. That's marketing 101.
Oy vey. Oy vey. That's all I got to say.
Hey.
All right. Listen, this next guest might be persuaded by that commercial over there from Donald Trump. Hey man, he's gonna protect you. At least we'll be safe. I mean, this whole kind of competition of who can be the bigger Zionist. Wow, holy cow. Donald Trump saying stuff like, man, if Kamala and the Democrats get in office, you won't even have a country. Israel will be gone. The United States will be gone. Communist, Kamala. Forget about it. But this next guest is all well-rounded when it comes to information. He is an ex-candidate of the Green Party. The first time I ever saw him, I was like, holy cow, this guy is awesome. It was on Peter Lavelle's Crosstalk. He made some amazing points. I get to further team up with him. He works closely with Reverend Annie Chambers. He's just, in the terms that these people would be using at the coffee table, this guy is one of my favorite mensches out there. He really is a mensch. And I'm also glad to call him a friend. Ladies and gentlemen, my friend IAN SCHLAKMAN returns to the show. But first time in the dual show. IAN, what's going on, buddy?
How you guys doing? Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Great to have you, IAN.
IAN, this is Matt. Matt, this is IAN.
Great to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Matt. Nice to meet you. Great to see you again, Pasta. Pleasure as always.
It's always a pleasure, man. And like I recalled, and before we get into what the Green Party is and things, and the candidate Jill Stein, I interviewed her last night. I got about 6 minutes with her after the event, after I covered the debate with her and Chase Oliver, and I said it openly. She had a great night. That doesn't take away from what the Green Party is, what the Green Party stands for. I think that Keaton said it best. At worst, they're just an incapable, party of getting anything done, getting ballot access, getting 5%. That's just crazy at best. Or maybe it was the other way around. They're an op, right? There's a lot of people out there claim it's a corrupt party. It's awful. Listen, I think all parties are corrupt to some extent. They're their own thing. They're their own corporation stuff. But listen, before we get to that, I want, because I always pay attention to your Twitter feed. You're one of those guys, even if you don't show up on my feed, I go to it and look at it.
Okay.
I always want to hear what Ian has to say. Your thoughts on this election coming up in less than 2 weeks. It's about a week from Tuesday, so about a week and a half. The choices that are out there. And, at the end, I know we can say confidently it's going to be either Kamala or Donald Trump who's going to take the reins moving forward. If you even believe that they are taking the reins, I believe they're nothing more than the stenographers for the powerful, the elite, and the ruling class. But your thoughts on everything that we're going to have to face on Tuesday, especially when it comes to Israel, Gaza. Your thoughts, Ian Schlackman.
Jeez. Yeah, no small question, huh?
No.
So, I mean, Tuesday is going to be misery. I mean, I don't know what else to say. Election night is not going to be a fun night. I kind of wish there was another candidate running that was all of the fake, made up communist things that Trump calls Harris. That would be amazing. Like, that candidate would probably trounce the election. I think that would change the game. There was this fictitious actual communist running. I think that would really make things interesting. But I mean, there's just not. There's just not. I mean, I don't know. The top of the ballot. I mean, for me personally, Cornell West probably. That's probably going to be one of my options. I mean, Chase Oliver, I heard him in the debate last night. I mean, man, anyone that, I don't know, he just seems so indoctrinated in this mentality of this old school economics model that I don't understand what he's talking about. Yeah. I mean, you've got some other socialist candidates in there. I mean, yeah, I don't know. The top of the ticket, it's really, really rough. You're probably best bet, like your last guest was saying, vote down ballot. I don't know. Depends where you are, really, because the ballot access restrictions are so onerous. Really depends where you are, who you're going to vote for top of the ticket. I can't tell anyone who to vote for. I'm not even sure. I struggle to convince people to vote, let alone
vote for somebody
who to vote for.
Yeah,
I mean,
right?
Yeah, it's just miserable at the top of the ticket. I'm not endorsing anybody. There's no way.
Well, to further answer that question, I'm going to hand it over to Matt. I mean, really, to tell you the truth, I have one big question for you, and that is the Green Party legit? But before you get into that question and give us your insights on the Green Party, and please also, when you do get into Green Party conversations, please let people know how you've been involved in the party, what you ran for, those kind of things. Sure. There's going to be a lot of new people today. And I want to thank, I'm not falling for it, Elon. I still believe you're an op, even though I've got over 1,000 people watching on Twitter, on my personal Twitter. I'm not falling for the bait, but thank you. I mean, everybody's been texting me that I know and saying that it keeps buffering on YouTube. And it's obvious what YouTube is doing to me right now. I'm never going to have to get back to where we once were on YouTube. And I think that was a pipe dream of me thinking that when starting my new show coming off Jimmy, that I would get fair treatment. I don't believe I will ever because of my past and my media. But once again, so sorry. Thank you to Elon Musk. So re-educate the audience. Let them know what you did, how you did. But first, make a comment on, will it make a difference, Kamala or Donald Trump, in your opinion, as pertaining to Israel? As pertaining to specifically and only Israel. I don't want to say Israel, sorry. Occupied Palestine. My bad, people out there.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Will it make a difference? That's so hard to say. It's so hard to say. If you believe Trump at his word, he is heavily kind of hinting that he would just encourage. I don't even know what he's encouraging. It's just a strange dog whistle about total elimination, complete winning of the war. I mean, the Palestinians can't leave. That is fundamentally what's so shocking to me about people that are trying to make this, both sides this conflict. If they could leave, or if they had the military equivalent of Israel, you'd say, okay, yeah, this is a fair fight. There's no way this is a fair fight. And it's interesting about this is it almost seems like the Democratic strategy has been, let's keep lying to people, telling them this is a fair fight. And the Republican strategy on Trump's side, because Trump does whatever he wants, is to say, let's admit this isn't a fair fight and act like we're going to use a nuke. Like it's like he's like hinting so hard that he wants to like complete the genocide. I don't know how else to say it. So I mean, I have no. I don't think you're going to win with either of those candidates on Tuesday. I mean, I think you've seen Trump in office, and there's all this hinting around by the Democrats that he's going to be worse. He's going to be worse. I mean, some of his rhetoric does seem a little bit worse than he was in office, but that's kind of the Trump strategy. He's going to go so far right, and then when he's in office, he's going to go right back to the center, and right back to the corporate dominance of the country and the ruling elite and all that stuff. You're not going to get a Trump that's going to go. If Trump went off the rails, it'd have to be because he went insane or something like that, which I'm not ruling out. It just wouldn't be because he truly believes in like nuking random countries. That's not really good for business. That's not good for the capitalist complex to just start nuking countries in the Middle East because he's mad at them. Even if it makes good rhetoric, it's not. It's completely ridiculous. So I don't. The two parties are so. I mean, we talk about this in the Green Party too. The parties are just there to convince you they're going to do things that they're never going to do. So I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to answer that question.
Well, let's get on to the Green Party then, because pretty much at the end of the day, you gave the right answer. That's the quagmire we're in, right? We're in a serious situation where America really doesn't win. There's no America first. There's Israel first. And either Kamala Harris or, Donald Trump is going to do exactly what they're asked of them and complete it. I mean, Marian Adelson gave Donald Trump a check for
$100 million.
$100 million. He's been very great for people in Israel who want to expand the Greater Israel, program, policy, plan, whatever you want to call it. The Zionist plan. I mean, he said okay to the settlements in the West Bank. He moved the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. He wrote the Abrahams Accords. Is it Abraham's Accord? Excuse me, I always get mixed up. I don't want to give J.J. Abrams credit where he doesn't deserve it, but that pretty much left the Palestinians out. So I mean, at the end of the day, that is the quagmire that is Kamala Harris. You can go on the list with her. The whole bullshit virtue signaling and acting like she cares. Meanwhile, the blank checks go, and she's been part of overseeing and supplying and funding and arming this genocide. Plain and simple. So I think you gave the right answer. We're screwed, and this is what they want. Matt,
Craig, let me piggyback off that real quick, because I think we all are on the same page here as far as what comes from here, whether it's Kamala or Trump. We're pretty much screwed, and the Palestinians are pretty much screwed. I mean, there's no way we're going to be able to stop this thing, and that's the saddest part of the whole thing is just how long is it going to take to eliminate everyone in Palestine? That's what we're looking at. Obviously, the northern Gaza, southern Gaza, like we don't know where they can go. Ian, you hit that on the nail. They don't have anywhere to go. So we won't be able to champion them with either of these administrations. I just wanted to say this. We were following Trump through that first assassination attempt, and there was an idea, there was an inkling that he might have had some larger strategy in mind. But I do think, and you mentioned the Adelsons, Craig, I personally believe that was the turning point where Trump caved and he took that money, and now there's no hint of that anymore. And that was it. So for me, I was watching that turning point, and now watching all the MAGA supporters, and there's a lot of people that are, friends of the show and people that contribute to what we do on the Homeless Left, and they want to believe that he still has that secret plan, and that just doesn't exist anymore. I don't think, if it ever did, but there can't be a secret plan now because he's 100% controlled by these lobbyists, by AIPAC, by this money, the Adelson money, as we know the Democratic Party and the Republican Party are, and they've always been. And it seems like that's where we're at now. So yeah, I appreciate this analysis of it seems like doom and gloom, but it's important to know how we got to where we are. So here we are. Craig, we'll pass it back to you. I think we do need to talk about the third party situation, because that's all we have left is that discussion. Because this uniparty,
we don't have actually the chance of a third party, Matt. Only the discussion of it. That's it.
The discussion of is all we have left. The discussion of.
Yeah. No, I just want to point out though that I think that something that's so compelling to when these leaders like Trump get into a room with someone with an agenda and offering them millions of dollars for their election, whoever it is that the envisionment of a fully occupied Palestine and Israel without Palestine, I guess you could say, I guess that's the way they see it, is that it's a completely capitalist endeavor. So you're talking like, if you really get into it with like someone that's like pro-Israeli, maybe in Israel, their kind of argument is like, well, we want to bring Starbucks to the desert. We want to bring, golf courses to the middle of a not very fruitful olive field. What's wrong with that project? Why are you against us? And they don't really understand that to me, I really view this in terms of capitalism versus anti-capitalism, because the Palestinians have had a thriving culture there for years. It does not involve mechanizing their agriculture and all of a sudden like building Starbucks. They don't need to do that, but the Israelis do, because that's what modern capitalism demands. And that image, we're so like tuned into that, is that something that I think they are really good at appealing to Americans with as well. You don't want to see intercity that's full of public housing projects. You want to see gentrification. Well, this is gentrification with militarized bulldozers and endless amounts of ammunition, courtesy of the U.S. And they're allowed to do it carte blanche. So I really see this as an extension of capitalism. And you cannot divorce Trump from capitalism. It's never going to happen. So if someone gives him a capitalist vision for anywhere in the world, he's going to be open to going in there, killing everyone, clearing them out, and putting in their crap. I mean, that's going to be the case no matter what. Harris, of course, is a capitalist as well. It's the exact same agenda. It's just I can't even say it's a slower form of capitalism, because they're each fainting one way or another. It's just about which way they faint. It's not necessarily which way they're actually going. It's going to be the same project given with each leader. It's just a different coat of paint.
That's interesting too, as well, that kind of mentality, because people have different forms of capitalism. And it's like what you said about Chase. You couldn't really buy into what he was saying, but I understand where the libertarians have come from. Do I think it's obtainable? No, but I understand the whole mentality behind choices, free markets, getting rid of so many restrictions and regulations because it's meant to monopolize. I mean, you'll always hear a capitalist, especially a libertarian capitalist, saying, we've never had true capitalism. And I'm like, yeah, well, there's never been true communism. And I think it's just important to point out the important aspects of each one. I mean, I don't want to get sidetracked on our conversation.
I know. We can talk about the election. Yeah, I don't want to. I can talk about capitalism.
It does pour into, though, like,
yeah.
But listen, what we're about to talk about, these third parties, and when you just said about Chase Oliver, it's kind of play into what our whole mentality is and why things happen in occupied Palestine, Israel, Gaza, whatever you want to call it. Why those things happen the way they do happen. A lot of people believe that empire is directly tied to capitalism, right?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm listen, for the sake of trying to bring unity within the people, to get people not to just get into certain tribes, I always try to stay open to that and point out what the good things of capitalism are meant to have, the good things of socialism. Like I asked, you'll see today when Kim Iverson plays her video of me interviewing Chase Oliver and Jill Stein after, I had talked about central planning. Like, hey, listen, I understand how you guys want all, economics to be local. You believe that too much centralization is bad. Decentralization is your game. But how do we build railroads, high-speed railroads and infrastructure across the nation if we can't have central planning? Because I always believe this is where the part where people say, you're not a libertarian because you believe in central planning. No, I believe we have one world, one planet, one species that we're working together with. Obviously, we're working amongst harmony and other species if we're serious about it. But I believe we can play nicely in the sandbox together and accomplish good things like infrastructure and healthcare and education. I mean, these are things the libertarians don't like about me. Why don't you kind of play into what the Green Party is, what they stand for? If you could explain that, because you'll have a hard time. We know so many people who have left the Green Party and started other groups outside the Green Party. There's the Emerald Green Party. There's that one go down in Florida, you know, my friends all a part of and stuff. And they're like policy wonks, and people who have left the Green Party because they don't want to, you know, be part of what's going on with not just the Howie Hawkins campaign, but the Jill Stein campaigns. Let's let you shed some light on all this here. And let's get into the third party, and I'll let Matt just fire away when he's ready. But please, IAN SCHLAKMAN and everybody out there, thank you to the 1,000 people plus on Twitter following us right now. We love you. Matt has a locals. I have a locals. I have a Patreon. We have other ways to help out independent media directly. Please help us because it's going away. This is IAN SCHLAKMAN, former candidate of the Green Party, and my good friend. Take it away, buddy.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I thanks for the intro. I was a former candidate for president with the Green Party. I was in the primary for president in 2020. Before that, I was in various offices with the Green Party. So I ran for office with I ran for Congress with the Green Party. I ran for city council with the Green Party, where I came in second in a 4-way race. Very proud of that. I ran for probably another office that I'm forgetting. I ran for governor with the Green Party with my good friend Reverend Andy Chambers. And then I was the Maryland Green Party treasurer. I was the Maryland Green Party.
How many years were you in the party?
A lot of positions in the Maryland Green Party. Let's put it that way. And
how many years were you in the party?
Oh, geez. Probably 28 years, I think. Probably 2012.
So we're talking, ladies and gentlemen out there, for people who are just tuning in, we're talking a long time, hardcore, get in there and fight Green Party member, grassroots activist, IAN SCHLAKMAN here.
I had a lot of respect from some of the most senior people in the Green Party. I was really surprised with how quickly a lot of people were willing to talk to me or work with me. So I worked with Jill Stein. I was a volunteer for her. When you see the way she sets up her video at her house, that little background and all that, I helped set that up years ago. Jill and I used to be very close. We used to talk all the time about different things that would come up during her campaign and different threats she would get from the federal government and things like that. It was very interesting to be on the inside like that. Bruce Dixon, another high-ranking Green, rest in peace, another amazing guy who was with the Green Party for a while. Brian Bittner, their staff member, their only staff member for like several years. So yeah, a lot of high-ranking people in the Green Party. I guess the Green Party is very enigmatic because it looks very different at every single local Green Party. And so the locals look different than the state, and the state looks different than the national. And when I was involved at the state level, you know, it was great. And then the higher up you get in the Green Party, the more can I curse on the show?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, the more bullshit you run into. Like it just gets worse and worse and worse and worse when you get up to the top of the Green Party. It's terrible. There was a lot of infighting. There was a lot of like controlling people. And I guess the best way to phrase it, my former campaign manager used to say it best. I mean, Brian Bittner used to say it's it's a whole ton of people at the national level fighting over debt and no money because they don't have any debt and they don't have any money. But they do have a lot of money when the presidential candidate comes into play. That's when the Green Party suddenly goes from a party in the red to a party in the black. And that started with Jill. So Jill was one of the first candidates. I don't know about Nader. That's really before my time. I just can't say. But Jill, before her, the couple candidates between her and Nader, they were not raising anywhere near as much as Jill. Jill broke the $1 million barrier. And then that entitled her to public campaign funds. And then next cycle, I think she did the same thing. And then Hawkins tried to and failed miserably, or he might have got the cusp. And then she's back at it, and she's probably on track to raise 3 million. So something that people do not understand about the Green Party is that it is very financially motivated. And I don't want to like say that there are people in the Green Party that are just super greedy. That's not really what I mean. What I mean is, like, you'll have people that don't have jobs for a year, and then the presidential campaign comes back in, and then suddenly their job comes back in as they're one of the first people hired on the Stein campaign. I mean, so that's sort of the way the party operates. So it's really important. And there were factions that were fighting that I wrote about extensively back in 2020 and 2019 that were fighting over this little bit of crumbs that this $1 million that they get, and who was going to run their presidential, who was going to be their presidential candidate, because that's going to dictate who gets to spend that money on their people, on their group of friends, on their group of progressive activists. That's sort of what the presidential election for the Green Party is all about. There's not really any attempt to build the party. And when I ran in 2019, there were some people that liked my message, and most people in the Green Party, as older people that ran the party behind the scenes, hated it, because I was one of the few people that said, why are we focusing on the presidential? Why don't we try to get local candidates elected, then a congressional candidate, then a Senate candidate, then go to presidential? Like, what is this? Why are we doing this? What is the point of just running a presidential candidate and obviously losing, because we have no base of power, we have no real political influence, we're tiny? And a lot of people resonated with that issue. There are people in the Green Party that want that. But what I don't think people understand is that there are people at the state level in almost every state in the Green Party that really control the party. And you have to please those people. You have to ask them for money. You have to ask them for their support. The Green Party functions very similarly to the Democratic Party. It has the exact same style convention as the Democrats. And who wrote the rules for that? Howie Hawkins, way back when they founded the party. They designed the party, and a bunch of other people, not just him, but they designed the party, this group of folks, with Hawkins included, to be as much like the Democratic primary as possible. You have these primaries that kind of go on. The states run them, more or less. Not really any help from the actual state, more the individual Green Party states. And then at the end of the day, the actual delegates can be allotted any way the people in charge of the party at each state want. There's not really any controls on that. There's a couple of different documents that dictate like some controls, but it looks a lot like the Democratic primary. It looks a lot like the Democratic convention. Anything can change at the convention. Delegates can be disproportioned and reproportioned. It's a whole weird thing. It's not at all clean. It's not at all democratic. And for some reason, the Green Party just refuses to internally reform and change the way it functions. I hate to say this, but I followed the Libertarian convention and I follow the Green convention. And I hate to say it, but the Libertarian convention is much more democratic, with round after round after round.
I've been saying this.
I'm not saying that I prefer the Libertarian candidate. I'm just saying that if you look at the internal process, if you're truly a fan of internal democracy and democratic democracy and parties, Libertarians might be your best bet, even though that convention process is flawed itself.
Can I say something real quick too? And I don't want to interrupt you, but this is just something I want to say. I identify more, if you look at the Greens historically, I identify more as a Green than I would as a Libertarian. I probably would, right? Because the marketing for the Greens, is all about civil liberties, no mandates, you know what I'm saying? Freedom of a press. They just don't follow it anymore. They've become too much of an authoritarian figure or party. I would say that, yes, but the process of the actual choosing their leaders and how Chase Oliver won versus how Jill Stein won is completely different process in which which takes place. When you say they refuse to reform in a positive way, who are you talking? Who's the who that's doing that within the Green Party?
So the way the party was designed, like, really benefits a couple of key leaders in the state at the state level. The National Party does have some sway with their national board, but it's way more important if you want to become president to actually getting good with state leaders in all 50 states. There are mechanisms to do like a constitutional convention of the Green Party and to reopen that up and to redo the rules. There's just no willingness to do that. There's too many people benefiting from the structure of the Green Party. The Green Party functions like a club. It does not function like we think of a political party. And that actually is very ironic because the Greens are always complaining about the fact that the Democrats and the Republicans have their primaries sometimes paid for, most of the time, paid for by the state, by their individual state. So the Green Party has to fund its own primaries most of the time, not all the time, most of the time. But the folks at the top benefit from this, and they intentionally, in my opinion, don't mail out ballots. They don't advertise. They don't tell people when the elections are. I mean, it's all, you have to kind of be in the know. I mean, forget about what you think about how an election should be run. There's just very little advertising of these internal Green Party elections or the elections for their individual primaries. I mean, some of these elections were just embarrassing. Less than 100 people voting for them in a state. When there's obviously more registered Greens in that. They just don't care to reach out to them. So I don't really say...
Are these chairs of the states what you're talking about that are ultimately responsible? Because one of my questions would have been, can you take the Green Party over? Like, you know how we all try to go into the Democratic Party and take it over? We had that pipe dream, and then we always seen those memes like, hey, I tried to change the mafia from the inside, so I joined it. Didn't work. Same thing with the Democratic Party. When you say that there's no interest in them changing, does that essentially fall on the state chairs? And sorry, Matt, for taking so many questions.
It does.
I mean, you don't even know how long, like, I dove into this. I spoke to former Green Party people about saying, okay, well, can we take the Green Party over, meaning like a progressive movement, a true leftist progressive movement, you know, within can we take this over? Is it the head of the chairs of each state that refuse to reach out to their constituents and their other members in fear that they will lose their power? Is that what you're implying?
I think you're making it. I think it goes back to my analogy of like the Green Party as a country club, because that's the way they operate, is more like a club or a private society, like a private group. So I don't think a lot of states see the need to have like open elections in a site accessible to every person. Moreover, in a state, you'd have to actually coordinate election sites all over your state. And a lot of states are just like, well, I know the 20 or so Greens in my speed dial. I let them know when we're going to have the election. They come to my house. We have a lovely lunch, and then we vote. And look at that. I'm still the leader. Like, so, you know, and someone comes in and they instantly start complaining about this process. They're immediately marginalized. And they say, well, you're just some, you know, aggregate. You're just some a dissident. You know, we don't really want you here. And on top of that, if you're having like individual functions at someone's house or something like that, how do you even get the invitation to get there? There's just not an apparatus to change the leadership of the party at every state level. So if you wanted to quote unquote take over the Green Party, your first step would have to be in your individual state to find out who your Green leadership is at the state level and ask them for an invitation to every meeting. And if they decide to just leave you off the mailing list because they don't like you personally and they don't want you in their house, what can you really do? Write an angry letter to who? To the National Party? Like, there's not really a mechanism for this. So that's why you can't really take over the Green Party. You could be co-opted by the Green Party. You could get in friendly with every single one of these leaders in every 50 states. And that's how Jill Stein wins elections, because that's what you have to do. Howie Hawkins was not the most popular candidate on his policies. His policies were pretty pathetic. And he spent a ton of time just randomly complaining that he was the first person to create the Green New Deal and he wanted credit from AOC. He wasn't. The Green New Deal was created in Europe by someone else. but this is just this crank old man. Everyone knew he was going to be miserable and lose. But because he was just such an old timer who knew every single one of these party leaders at a state level, he was able to get that election molded to make him win that primary election in 2020. That's a whole nother story. But I think the more relevant story would be Cornell West, because Cornell West all but said it. He said very clearly his vision for running with the Green Party when he was a Green Party candidate was to go to Mississippi, Alabama, just black working class areas that were extraordinarily neglected by the Green Party. And, Jill Stein, who you could see in interviews with her, was trying to convince him, well, okay, yeah, that's fine. But when you go to Mississippi, also go to the, mansion of the person that runs the Green Party, not mansion, but, nice $1 million home, getting good with them, make sure you get their vote, make sure you get their support. And he's like, well, no, if I have a limited budget and I could spend time in the Mississippi Delta, or I could spend time sipping tea with some Green Party, on a making an eco house on their former plantation site, why would I do that? This is a waste of time. And that really was the conflict. And if you watch the interviews from that time, Jill is like, well, he just refused to follow the process. Yeah, because the process is you have to go state to state and suck up to these, Democrat wannabes and kiss their butts and ask them for money and ask them for support at the national level. And
Jill was willing to do that, but Cornell was not.
What's that?
Jill was willing to do that, but Cornell was not.
Jill is good friends with these people. Jill is the acceptable face that they want to see. They do not, there's a lot of acceptability politics in the Green Party. Like someone that Jill was actually pushing to run against Hawkins, and she could say all she wanted, she wasn't. She actually was this guy named Dario Hunter. And Dario Hunter, I think, had like a Harvard degree or something like that, and was like a rabbi against Israel. So like he was a great candidate. But it doesn't make, like he didn't really have a name. He didn't really have any kind of like recognition. But because he had like this background as like a Harvard alum, like she thought he would be great as the next like candidate. And ultimately she wound up supporting Hawkins when he got enough local support, in all these different states. But I mean, that's just kind of the people that you see. You're not really going to see someone at the front of the ticket that's going to be controversial. Like, I think there was a lot of resistance to Jesse Ventura, a ton of resistance to Jesse Ventura running with the Greens, a ton of resistance. I think one of the co-chairs of the party, I'm not going to say your name because I didn't want to give her any freaking credibility.
I know who her name is.
Yeah, I mean, she said she was going to
acronyms.
She was going to punch. I mean, I don't know if she's around anymore. I really don't. But she was going to punch Jesse Ventura in the face if he showed up to a Green Party presidential campaign debate. I mean, I don't know what, like this isn't a serious entity that's going to take on the establishment. This is an attempt to recreate the Democratic Party through a more left Big Tent group of issues. There's not really a cohesive like ideology or vision that holds this group together. And I don't think there's any interest at any of the high-level actors in the Green Party to actually challenge the Democratic Party. It's more like a party that's on hold in case the Democratic Party crumbles. The Green Party will kind of be there because it was written with the same rules as the Democratic Party. I mean, that to me is just so egregious that you're sitting there as a party calling yourself, we're the party of ballot access. We're the party of open primaries. Where's the Green Party's open primary? Show me the Green Party's open primary. National Election Day, right? That's one day across the whole country. Show me the Green Party's one national election day. They don't have it. It's a mess, and they don't want to reform. They don't want to go.
You're gonna piss off Chad Wilson, by the way. So be careful, Ian. I don't want to.
Really?
He's already mad at me.
All right.
So Ian, what you've described so eloquently. You've described to us this Green Party mechanism of basically being an exact duplicate, just on a on a, I guess you say, a poor man's level, the exact duplicate of the thing they're supposed to be challenging all these years, the Democratic machine, which is this political party. And you said earlier, it's not something we think about when we think about a political party run this way. But I think what you're exposing here, and all the years you worked, with the party, is that is the machine of a political party. It's not a fluke. It's not an error. It's not something that accidentally got off track and needs to get back on. It's the exact thing they've been fighting. So we know that the Republican machine's built this way, the Democratic machine's built this way. Just looking at the history of the Green Party, it sounds like it's always been built this way as well. And I'll go back to what you said earlier when we were talking about Israel. The capitalist machine is the thing that runs everything. So so in a sense, this idea, and I was kind of on the fence about this, Pasa, you talking about, is there a model there in place where we could take it from inside? Is that possible? Do the thing that the squad could never do with the Democratic Party? Is it possible to do on this lower level? The same intention, at least what we thought was a good intention, go inside the beast, break it from within. Doesn't sound like it is. Doesn't sound like there's any way to do that in the structure of the model of the society we're living in right now with this capitalist system in place. So maybe the solution is tear down the whole system and start over, because if we're looking at this party, and I do like what you said about maybe their function is to replace the beast when the beast falls apart and it becomes the next beast. It's been in training all this time. So that's what the Green Party might be. This is hard to process. I know a lot of our viewers might be thinking about this for the first time, like that this is all on purpose. My question to you would be, what point in the process of the years you spent, the many years you spent with the Green Party, what point in your process did you have your aha moment and you walked away and you said, enough of this? When did that happen for you? What was that like?
I had to ask myself how the Green Party is a seriously struggling party. I really can't express that enough. I mean, you look at the
wait, 1 second. You're saying, give me big screen here. I'm sorry. You're saying it's a struggling party, but from what you just told me, it seems more like it's a co-opted party, and that it's, what I'm saying? It's a different. If you're struggling, that means you're trying to get better and you're trying to improve and you're trying to grow. You're just struggling doing something. What you described to me, they're doing exactly what they were meant to do. Please continue.
No, I'm so glad you pointed that out, because this is kind of what I'm getting at, is on a local level, like I live in Baltimore, so let's go with Baltimore. Okay. So on a local level in Baltimore, there is an intense, real struggle by real activists on the ground to get people to vote Green. Or to any, there's other third parties in Baltimore too, but let's just focus on the Green Party for the minute. That struggle is real. I don't want anyone out there to think that you are an activist and like these people are like bought, paid, co-opted people. Like, I'm not trying to say that. There's no money coming in the Green Party from like that whole Republican thing is kind of just, it's totally BS. I mean, you can't really control if someone's donating to your campaign anyway, but let me just stop there for a second. So what I'm kind of saying though is that the problem isn't on the exact ground level. The problem is you get to this point at the state level with a couple of key actors that won't allow the party to grow. And what I mean by that is, I'm going to take kind of what Cornell West was saying about he's wanting to go to these working class black areas and tell them, Democrats have done nothing for you. You've literally had a black president, still done nothing for you. Come over to me in the Green Party. That's a great message. That's a great message. But how does that person then work in the Green Party? Let's forget about working in the Green Party or being an activist. How do they vote in the Green Party? How do they vote in the Green Party? They have to literally change their ballot by a certain date, or they're not allowed to participate in the Green Party's primary. They're not allowed to get Cornell West to become the next Green Party candidate for president. So you have the Democratic Party, which has for years and years and years, blasted the message in the inner cities, particularly to blacks and all other kinds of minorities, that, the Green Party is the Democratic Party is the party for you. Other parties are racist. Choose Democratic Party. If you were to start to say, okay, now just change your ballot, like next month, because we have our primary coming up and you got to do it right now. Their first time seeing Cornell West and the Green Party, which is probably going to be mostly white people, coming into, the inner city of Atlanta, they might go, well, no, I'm not going to change my ballot. Like, no, I'm going to vote in the Democratic primary. There are local people running in the Democratic primary. I want to say in that election, I'm not ready to do that. But would they vote in an open primary? Yeah, they would vote. Why would they not vote in an open primary? If there was a mechanism to get them to vote in an open primary, of course they'd vote in an open primary. Anyone would vote in an open primary. I would vote in an open primary for anyone.
And
that
you
had an
can
open
do
primary.
that, by the way, right? It's not like the state is a hurdle. If you're a Green Party, go like, we want to have an open primary in this state, we can do it. You don't need permission from the state or the government to do that, correct?
No, not at all. No, there's no rules. There let me put it this way: there are very few rules on what govern a state Green Party primary. Practically none, I would say. So they are very free to do an open primary, and they're forcing people into this bizarre situation where you have a Democratic-run city, Democratic-run city council, Democratic-run mayor, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So don't vote for any of those people. Piss off your whole family and vote Green just so you can vote for Cornell West, who probably won't get elected anyway because the next city's not going to do that kind. There's no real interest in growing the party. I don't know how else I could say it other than to say it. I've seen people that are Green Party activists that are still registered Democrats because they want to vote in the Democratic primary because they live in a Democratic city. And how else are you gonna have your voice heard? You're gonna let the Republican or the cop masquerading as a Democrat win because you're not gonna get in the primary and go out and vote. I mean, so this is a really serious challenge. And I think there's so many people that are so ingrained in the Green Party politics and they've abandoned the Democratic Party that they can't see the forest from the trees. You're trying to convince Democrats that have been Democrats for years to come over to your side. You have to give them something. You can't just say, do it because I'm right. You can't just say, do it because we're Democrat light. You have to give them a reason to be part of your organization. Otherwise, you're never going to grow. And I also think the Green Party does not want to settle on an ideology. I give credit where credit's due. Like the PSL running their own candidates, I think was a good idea because they have an ideology. They have a clearly stated PSL ideology. You could go to
woke ideology.
But at least you could convince people based on the merits. Stop participating in the bourgeois elections. Come to our bourgeois election. Whatever that means, I don't know. I don't get it either. But but let's just be honest. Like, there's no clear ideology in the Green Party. There's people there that I ran into a Green Party candidate in Pennsylvania that was pro-fracking. Pro-fracking. He got a lot of boos, but he was still allowed to be the Green Party candidate for his congressional district. So, I mean, is this a serious party? I just don't think, I don't think it is. And I really feel bad for dispelling people who are on the streets, who are activists like I was. But I got to a point where myself and Reverend Chambers, we were giving so much credence and so much seriousness to the Green Party through our activism that I felt like we have to test this mechanism. Is this a mechanism actually willing to grow? And the answer is no. The answer is the Green Party does not want to grow, not right now. Maybe if the Democratic Party completely fell and just had a huge scandal, maybe they would become a new minor party. But even if something happened where there was to be an effort in all 50 states to do a constitutional convention in the Green Party, rewrite all the laws of the Green Party, I think at best case scenario, you just get a schism. Because what you saw with Alaska in 2020, trying to get Jesse Ventura to be the candidate, like saying like, no, we're supporting Jesse Ventura, we're putting him on the ballot. They schismed. They said, Green Party Alaska's out. Excommunicated all those people that did that. So, I mean, I don't think this is a serious party. I don't think this is a party that's actually, I think I don't know what to say about it. You know, like I feel bad for the people that are in it, activists that are working on it, but that's about the end of it.
See, I just wanted to put up this comment. Gail McLaughlin is a former Green Party mayor and city council member of Richmond, California, who got some good stuff done. Yeah, and then she left the party. She left the party. I love Gail. I met Gail. She's amazing. She's done some great work, and she still talks about some of the great memories of the Greens, but she left. She bailed. I was with Angelica Fuentes yesterday, who ran for city council against Tony Cardenas in L.A. She first ran as a Green. Then she left. She bailed. There's a reason why people bail on this party on a regular basis. Matt, did you have a question handy? Because I'm ready to ask another one and fire away, but I feel like I'm taking up most of the oxygen in the room today.
No, I think I think we all concur on this. This mechanism it's designed to be exactly what it is right now. So let's discuss what else we can talk about, which I mean will make no difference. But what are the other candidates? Is that where you want to go, Craig? Let's talk about the other.
My question was before the other candidates was like, so what you're telling us, we had somebody on today that said they're going with the Abandon Harris movement. They're going to vote for Jill Stein. Ideology on paper. You watched the debate yesterday. There's a lot more things you'd probably agree with than Jill Stein than a lot of the other candidates. You did mention Cornell West, and Cynthia McKinney gave up on the Greens too, by the way. And that's my top of the hill. That's my roll dog. Is it worth voting for Jill Stein in this election right now? I mean, even if it's just a protest vote, maybe, Ian. And we'll start right there because I know there's a lot of people. Listen, one thing I didn't get to respond back to Keaton today, Keaton Weiss from Dissidence, who was on when he's saying that you see them running attack ads on Jill Stein right now. She has gained, the Green Party for some reason has gained a lot of momentum in the last month. They've gotten a lot of eyes on them. Cornell got lost. I don't know where he is. He made a splash when he said he was ready to start listening to people on the COVID and what role Big Pharma played with the government. And he made a big splash there. He got a lot of views on his Twitter, millions of views on that one tweet. Never really had the Truth Commission. I got to put a lot of that on myself too as well, because I probably could have pushed to make that happen, but life happens. You know what I'm saying? It was up to them to get that done. But since then, people have said, where's he at? And he's not even around. The Libertarian Party, the economics people can't get there with him. Their own party, the Libertarian Party, bailed on their candidate over there. I mean, that just, instead of using outreach, going for outreach in this particular situation, is it worth it? Because of the fact that Jill Stein has been getting a lot of media this last month, is it worth it? A vote coming this Tuesday for Jill Stein?
No.
Wow.
No.
What?
The answer to that question is just simply no.
Somebody who's close to Jill Stein, was close to Jill Stein. Please elaborate on that.
No. I'm not saying, I want to be clear. I'm not saying don't vote for Jill Stein. I don't see her as worse than the other candidates, especially if you don't have another option like a Cornell West or something like that. I will say, though, that the Green Party is an amalgam of a bunch of different issues that they are right on. I don't regret my time with the Green Party. I don't regret my time learning about some of these issues with the Green Party. Like the Green Party was one of the second or third places I heard about universal basic income, and I'm a really big fan of that policy. But the Green Party at the end of the day is just sort of a big list of policies on paper that they don't really have any intention of gaining any power to do anything about. That doesn't mean that there aren't good activists who are like locking themselves up, getting themselves arrested, who happen to vote Green or be in the Green Party. But it kind of pisses me off that the Green Party trades on those names, trades on those actions, and doesn't do anything to actually win any friggin' elections. I mean, I don't understand why you're a party. Are you just a random list of things that you wish could be, but you have no interest in making them a reality? You just want to raise a bunch of money off of it? I don't understand that. I don't understand the point of it. Is it better than the two other mainstream parties? I mean, on paper, is it better in practice? No, it's not doing it. If the Green Party made even a little bit of effort to get a congressional candidate elected, just one congressional candidate elected. Jill Stein is on track to raise $3 million this cycle. She's already raised, I think, 2.8 million. She's probably going to raise more than 3. If a congressional candidate, if Jill Stein's message was, here's my platform, here's why I'm for the people of Palestine, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, I want to be in a debate. Yeah, I'm going to be the presidential candidate, but don't give me money. Give this guy running for Congress some money instead. Give Jason Call the money. And then he raised $3 million. He might have a shot of being the sole, well, I can't say that, but one of the only pro-Palestinian voices in Congress going up against the, onslaught of pro-Israeli voices. So, I mean, they're not interested in that, though. They like what they're doing. They like the idea of having people on staff funding the Green Party presidential campaign. They're comfortable with that. Jill comes over. Jill does some events. 100 people fill a small auditorium. They all clap for Jill. They go home. Everyone feels good about themselves. That's great, but you haven't brought new people in the room. You haven't convinced people. You haven't convinced enough people to actually vote for you. And to go right for the top in the president doesn't make any sense. And that was my message in 2020. Let's just have a candidate that's saying, vote for the underdog, vote for the lower candidates, vote for down ballot ticket Greens, because I'm not going to win. And the Green Party, especially at the state level, really had a problem with that. They really wanted a candidate that was going to be 100%, let's raise the most amount of money for the presidential campaign as possible. I think they just love it's expensive. It's expensive to fly across the country. It's expensive to have people, handing out your merch. It's expensive giving out signs, T-shirts. These cost in the millions. This isn't really a surprise. I don't think people understand that haven't run a national campaign like I have. This is million dollar enterprise just for the most basic campaign infrastructure, just for the most basic websites and voter information and that kind of thing. Think about how many texts you're getting from people telling you to vote Harris or vote Trump. For one of those little machines that text that many people cost $1 million. Like, this is not a joke of an operation. This is a massive amount of spending that you have to spend to run a presidential candidate. And I say shame on the Green Party. And you know what? I mean, Jill, I haven't heard from her in probably a year. And, shame on her, because she knows I work with Annie Chambers. So I have to check in on Annie Chambers either. So, whatever she thinks of me, I don't care. But to not check in on the people of Baltimore, I'm a little pissed. I'm not going to lie. So I don't think anyone should lend their credibility to the Green Party. I think the Green Party is just going to throw you away. I think the Green Party is interested in running candidates that like former veterans and things like that, to basically make a good name for themselves. And then at the end of the day, all that money is going to funnel up to Jill Stein or Howie Hawkins or whoever their buddies are at the national or at the state level. It's not going to go anywhere. There's no real interest in growing the party. That would involve spending that money at the local level, convincing people who have never been convinced before to vote Green or to get involved with the Green Party. And I can tell you from firsthand experience, there was so much resistance to me and Reverend Chambers bringing in people from public housing settings who were poor, who were homeless, into the Green Party. So much resistance to getting them out to like the rich areas of Maryland so they could actually vote in the primary or participate in the elections. It's just, I don't think it's a serious endeavor. I don't think anyone should support this movement.
Yeah. Well, the silence in the rooms means that's we're out of questions, I guess. Like I said, Matt, you got anything else for Mr. Ian Schlackman before we I don't know how much more time you have left, Ian, if you're up against a hard timeout,
I'm not. I could leave your viewers with some positive things to say too, if you'd like.
Please do.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, fucking Darth Vader, give us your last fucking spiel.
But this is actually part of my problem. Is I hate doing this because I've stopped writing articles that are anti-Green Party because I don't want to depress people all the time. Like, we all have mental health issues these days. I seriously look at people twice if they don't have a mental health issue these days. Like, what planet are you living on where you're not depressed by this shit? And I don't want to make anyone feel worse. But at the same time, I really think that it's just not electoral politics are so unique in America because the elections last for so much longer than other countries. I mean, elections are so much shorter. The cycle is so much shorter when an election is called for in a European country, and then the election actually takes place. So, yeah, if you want to vote for Jill Stein, you want to vote for your Green Party candidate, I'm not telling you don't. I'm not telling you don't. Maybe that's the best option in your area. Go right ahead. Good for you. If it makes you feel better, that's great. But that is one day out of the year every 4 years. And what pisses me off about the Green Party is there are some good locals that say, oh, I see you voted Green. Let's get you involved with a ballot access drive, or let's get you involved with, I don't know, a local environmental issue or a local issue around public housing. Yeah, some good Green parties do that. I'm not going to say they all don't. But at the top of the ticket, I don't see Jill Stein doing that. I don't see the leaders at the state level doing that. I think that they say, oh, okay, see you in 4 years when we get that big check again from the Stein campaign. And that's what really pisses me off. And I think that people should just recognize the limits of voting. Recognize the limits of a political party in the U.S. It's an interesting idea combining a political party with like a mass movement or like a mass social party, a socialist party like the PSL. That's interesting. It's not getting that much traction either. I've often toyed about starting a new political party. Really thought about it. But in the US, I mean, it'd be interesting just from the standpoint of actually creating a political party that actually lived its values. I'm very interested in that idea. I don't know if other people are interested in it too. Maybe you could PM me on Twitter. Or X. But like I think that there's just a massive limit to what voting does in the US especially. I can't say for other countries. I'm not an expert on voting. But I really think we have to recognize that. And I really think we have to be sober about our options and understand that it's just one day. It's just one election day. And then we have to move on. There's so many other issues out there that require advocacy. And it pisses me off when the Green Party takes photo ops and pretends they're super into things like I'm into and Everett Chambers is into, like public housing being shut down, which is a Democratic operation, or lead in the water or something ridiculous, like something that's obviously egregious. Homeless people, their belongings thrown away and they kicked out on the street, the little bit that they have. Obviously what's going on in Palestine. I mean, these are good issues. It's just that I need to see a movement behind that's not fostered by the Green Party. Don't join and stay with just the Green Party. You have to move on to when the Green Party inevitably does its thing and shuts down operations and then restarts every 4 years. You've got to keep active in these movements in other ways, shape, or forms. And I do kind of wonder if after the election, I do wonder if there'll be more of a base for creating like a true anti-war movement against Israel and U.S. involvement in Israel. I don't think it's going to happen right now, and I don't just blame the Greens, even though I do partially blame the Greens, focusing everyone on the elections, because they're not going to win, so what are we doing? But I also blame the Democrats, of course, as well, because I think there are a lot of anti-war Democrats. I think they're shutting their mouths because Biden's president and Kamala's on the ballot. So, yeah, that also sucks. These two groups suck. So we need to be planning now for a big anti-war demonstration in December, because both of this will be done. All these millions of dollars will be spent. These candidates will go back to their nice big houses. People in Baltimore will still be cold and hungry. The people in Palestine will still be starving and being bombed. And we need to move on. We need to have a plan for this. We need to have a clear understanding of what we're going to do next, because we're going to be here. The elections are not.
So motivational speaker right there. I'm very inspired by all the positivity, Ian.
Thanks. Nice.
No, but it's
I told you there's a reason why I love Ian Schlakman, and I don't have to even explain it. I just have to show you Ian Schlakman. And by the way, I should say Schlackman because there's no C. So I think it's more.
There's no C. It is
Schlackman,
but Schlackman's fine too. I don't care. I'm too easy going.
Right across your head there, pal.
I'm too eager to please.
Ian Schlackman, everybody. We love him. Which one is it? Is it Schlack or Schlock, by the way?
It's Schlack. It's Schlack. Schlackman.
All right. So Ian Schlackman, everybody. I'll get your act on. He's joining us today. Thank you so much for all your insight. He works with Reverend Annie Chambers. He's an ex-Green candidate, ex-Green Party member for quite some time. I think he has a really important case to be made as far as an anti-war movement moving forward. You know, Ian, I will say this much, and I've been very vocal about Rage Against the War Machine, because it looked like that started out that could be something special, where there was 5,000 of us marching to the Capitol after we spoke. But I've voiced my opinions out there. I don't think that moving forward, and not that I want to mention his name, but I don't think that Nick Brana can be involved in any anti-war movement moving forward. Unfortunately, when I was in Chicago with Matt, I talked to those people, people who, Chuck Modi for that reason. Chuck Modi works closely with people in the Answer Coalition and Code Pink and whatnot. And there's a lot of things I don't agree with Code Pink and PSL and stuff. But really, to tell you the truth, I mean, we can't continue to do this anymore. We have to find a way for not just leftists, but any populist movement that's anti-war. You know, the Libertarians have a bunch of people right there. They're anti-interventionists. I mean, you talked about the economics you didn't like from Chase Oliver, but how many times did he say it's a non-aggression principle which makes you a libertarian? We don't believe in having a monopoly on violence. We don't want to get involved. Okay, his ideology is that governments are the problem, less government, whatever. But I'm willing to play and march with those people in the street and stand on stage with those people who have that anti-interventionist mentality. We got to find a way to bring it all together, and we should be concentrating on December on doing that. And no, rescue the Republicans is not a way to do it. You cannot be anti-war if you're going to be pro-Zionist. It's just the way it goes. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we eliminated on October 7 RFK or anybody who wanted to go along with them. That's why a lot of us bagged on Zionist Woodstock and going along with Brett Weinstein and the Jordan Petersons and the Jack Posobics to stand on stage with these. No way. That's not an anti-war movement. You can't excuse it. You can't. They try to make it a third rail. They really did. They failed miserably. They couldn't even tap into that old COVID magic, when some of those people on stage were trying to do that. It's like, sorry, you're being looked upon as being hypocritical here, right? I'm sorry. You want to save lives, but you're okay with kids being buried under buildings. Doesn't work. So, but anyway you look at it, this is the last show before the election, before election night, that is, right? The election is in what? How many days?
No, we got
a whole week. We got a whole week. My bad. Here I am thinking that the election was Tuesday. It's a week from Tuesday. So we still got some more stuff going on. Ian Schlackman, thank you so much for joining us. Please let everybody know where they can follow you, find your work, where they can show some love to Reverend Annie Chambers. I want to get out to Baltimore and do some cooking for Reverend Annie when she feeds people on the street. You know what I'm saying? I want to come be a part of that. I want to use my cooking skills, because I can also cook for a bunch of people on a small dime. I can stretch it, and we can make some things happen. And I'd love to be a part of that and do that with Reverend Annie Chambers. I haven't been able to experience it, but please let everybody know where they can find you, find her, or find what you want to talk about.
Yeah, please come up to Baltimore. We love that. Thanks for having me on, Matt, Craig. You can follow me on Twitter at Ian Schlackman, or at iSchlackman, sorry. And then I write on Substack and Medium sometimes. I have some ideas. I dropped a hint a little bit about some of the things I'm planning on doing next on my X at iSchlackman. If you want to take a look at what I'm planning on doing for my next project, probably going to wait till after the election. But but anyways, always kicking ass with Reverend Chambers here in Baltimore. Just check out my profile for all the links and stuff like that. We'd love to have you involved to make a donation or something like that. That'd be wonderful.
Ian, awesome. We love you. We love your
Thank
work,
you.
Buddy. Come back and see us again soon. And maybe if not,
you're both invited to Baltimore anytime. Annie Chambers will
Are you in Florida at all?
I am going to be in Florida soon, actually. Yeah, I'll be in Florida next month.
Okay. Well, let's talk. Maybe we'll run into each other there. Who knows?
We have to. Absolutely. Totally.
Love you, brother. You have a great one.
Take it easy, Costa.
Give my love to the family and Reverend Annie.
Absolutely. I definitely will. Thank you. Thanks, Matt.
All right, Ian. Take care.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was America's sweetheart, runner-up to Pasta JARDULA, Ian Schlackman. They want to thank the 1,200 people now over on Twitter. I'm getting it on Twitter. Have you got close to 1,200 people? Have you been getting it on Rumble? I haven't been checking the Rumble as much.
It went up and down again. We're down to We got down to the 2 digits again, but it was going up and
What
down
was
a
it?
little bit.
What was it at? What was it at?
I mean, it hit during this interview. We hit 300.
So it didn't shoot up to the thousands yet, huh?
No, it didn't do the crazy ass 1,000 shoot up, but it's been up and down from low end whatever 40. I guess it's at now, up to 300. It's been like that throughout the day.
We've had close to 80 to 100 consistently up on the Pasta to Go Rumble. Looks like it's running up a little bit now. It's about 84. Guys, do us a favor, share it out. We do have locals. Hit that locals button, right? That join button. Isn't there a join button? I should join. Look at I'm on the Convo Couch thing. I'm going to join. I'm going to hit support. Community members 24, post 43, 6 likes. Boom. You don't even have to spend money to be a member. You can just join and support, Yeah. You can just do that, guys, and just be part of the community. Matt's got one. I got one. We're trying to figure it out, guys. We're trying to weave in and out of this goddamn censorship situation.
Here's mine. Go to that.
Yeah.
There it is.
There, Bubba.
Go to
Put
that.
the links in the chat, too. Put the links in the chat.
Yeah.
Man, what a crazy show today. What great guests. I mean, look, Keaton Weiss. I love Keaton and Russell, right? I was the first to have him on Jimmy when I was hosting Jimmy. We had a show that Mark Sloboda was on. Mark Sloboda was just on Jimmy Dore the other day, and I'm glad he went back on because Mark Sloboda is fucking awesome. I was the first to have them on that show, and it was an amazing show. We had Mark Sloboda on that day. We had Due Distance on that day. We bled into each other. I was doing Bernie Sanders imitations. Did they know what was going on? Was this a false flag situation? Did the Israelis, Netanyahu government know this was coming so they can then go and do what they're doing now? You know what I'm saying? That was the argument. My argument was, what does it even matter? Disaster capitalism or not? We've had the situation for quite some time. They've always planned to expand. They've been expanding since 1949 or 48, since the Nakba, right? I mean, this is something that's been going on. Keaton came on the show today, explained why he's voting for, or he's pushing to as well, the Jill Stein vote. We had Patrick Henningsen interview, which was just so powerful, man. I love that dude. And we wish him well on his recovery. He had some health issues and he's moving forward. We wish him well on that. And he looks great. He looks like Jean Reno, like I said. And then having IAN SCHLAKMAN to give you that information. We told you we were going to give you the inside information you can't get anywhere else. And we do that. On Kim Iverson tonight, I have questions with Chase Oliver and Jill Stein, and I'm excited for you to hear it. I did ask Jill Stein about the voice recording of her calling Cynthia McKinney anti-Semite. Go see what she has to say. I asked her if she would recommend the COVID shot today, being a doctor. Go and see what she has to say. I didn't get to ask her a position on geoengineering, but I asked her if she believes there was a genocide with the Uyghurs, from what her vice president said. Go see what she has to say. I asked Chase Oliver, why can't central planning work? I asked Chase Oliver why there are so many issues within his own party and not supporting him. I asked Chase Oliver, being a member of the LGBT community, is it even necessary to have a pride parade? And tell me why. I didn't do that because of my own personal beliefs. I did that because of the criticism that he's been getting within his own party. I mean, there's a lot of people and members within the Libertarian Party saying they would show his values and, where he aligns with Libertarian values and the reasons why Libertarians are supporting Donald Trump and not Chase Oliver. And you have all these boxes of all these Libertarian values that Chase supports. And the one reason why they're not supporting him and they're supporting Donald Trump is not gay. Like, these are from his own members saying this stuff. So I asked him these questions because these are the criticisms or the feedback or the pushback he's getting. So I tried to play a real journalism last night, ladies and gentlemen, sit down with each one of these people for about 6 minutes each. And it's on Kim Iverson show today as we did debate. And thank you to Kim Iverson for always providing those opportunities for me. Thank you for Jimmy Dore for providing those opportunities for me and where we are today. And thank you for the 1,200 people on my Twitter. And thank you for all the people on the Homeless Left, my new partner in crime, Matt Weinglass over here. Once again, just like IAN SCHLAKMAN, not only a colleague, but a friend. And thank you for everybody for making this happen today. I did this. We have these shows sometimes, and they help me sleep at night, Matt, because I think sometimes that regardless of the censorship, trying to navigate, what I can do better and what's just censorship. I put my best foot forward at times, and being able to do that with people like yourself and Jayme CheeseSlice on the ones and twos behind there, it really is. It's living a dream come true. So thank you. And I just feel that way today. I feel really good about the show today and the guests we had on the information we were able to get across, especially with the most important election of our lifetime coming up, Matt.
Oh yeah, it's coming up for sure. And we are counting it down. We have 10, 11 days left. We're planning to do a Halloween special next October 31st. Happens to be a Thursday. We're going to do a Halloween one. We'll talk about if you want to partake, or we can figure out something there.
Well, listen, we should probably combine that with a little Roar Media people too. I know Amber's watching. She's been active in the chat. They always do a Halloween thing. I've been a Halloween on their show before. I mean, we need to collaborate with our brothers and sisters out there too, as well, as much as we can.
Let's put something together for Halloween. And then I know we've been talking about Election Day itself. It'll be a Tuesday, the 5th. We plan to be going many hours on Election Day with you guys. The most important day of our lives, as we know. No, but we'll have some fun. We'll have some fun times making fun of how the day progresses that day. And I hope you guys will want to come in on that. And we'll be engaging with a lot of our fellow homeless lefties and other people in this lane with us. I know Kit Cabello is doing, Harlan's Meat is doing something that day. So we're going to be in the planning stages. So yeah, guys, expect.
Hey Matt,
what's that?
I don't want to interrupt you, but really quickly, while you were talking about Kit Cabello, didn't what IAN SCHLAKMAN was telling us today remind you of the interview we had with Daniel Lupker and Kit Cabello inside when we were in Chicago, especially from what Daniel was talking about, how it kind of like the Greens always kind of morph or move towards the Democratic Party. And there was a lot of people in the chat going, what are you talking about? They're not the Democratic Party. They're people who left the Democratic Party. And then what IAN said today, didn't that remind you of that interview? It was like, holy cow, Daniel, this is what you were talking about. And this is a guy who's been in that party 26 years.
It did. And I have to say, I kind of wish it happened in the reverse order, because I did get a sense that the IAN living through it himself, the emotional, the wear and tear, the effect it had on him. There was some aha moments being had there. And for viewers that missed our discussion, we did an actual roundtable in Chicago with Kit Cabello and Daniel, the Harlan's Media crew. It was great. Four of us there. I felt like all four of us in the room together that day, and in that environment of Chicago and the protesting and the DNC, all that, it was a lot of stuff going on there, and they were kind of hosting us because it's their hometown of Chicago. And I thought that we were able to, all four of us, kind of take a step back and be very intellectual about it and look at it from a thoughtful, like kind of like a fly on the wall. And there was a lot of aha moment for me that day. But again, like today, it was a lot more intense and emotional, because I feel like there was an effect that you can have if you're actually working with Jill Stein. You're actually running in the party. You're working many, many years. You can see that effect on IAN. So I think for me, I would have preferred in the reverse direction, but I 100% was thinking about that, just like you were, Craig. Well,
we were supposed to have that interview on Tuesday, Matt, right? And I wanted to have that interview on Tuesday before I went to the debate.
Yeah.
So I would have a little bit more fresh knowledge. I mean, like, some people really listen. My mind can only fucking keep so much, right?
I'm
not as good as Max Blumenthal, where he's like fucking Rain Man, like, 26 toothpicks, where he can see somebody, Wolf Blitzer, aren't you part of the blah, blah, blah? Oh, this, I'm not that good.
Blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not good at that, retaining all that information. And I try to, as I've been doing this, I've tried not to be just an activist in one area. Yeah, I love being an election integrity activist, but I want to know as much about as many issues as possible, right? I want to be multifaceted and be able to do this and be able to talk intelligently, at least knowing something about each different area. So when somebody brings up Bangladesh, I have a little knowledge on it. If somebody talks about what's going on in the caucus, I have a little knowledge. If somebody talks about reparations, I know some knowledge on it. When somebody talks about fracking, I know something about it. I try to stretch it across the board to know as much as I can, a little bit about everything, because I want to be able to do that. You know what I'm saying? And that requires you to know a lot about a little things, a little bit about a lot of things. And that's what so sometimes I wanted to have the interview on Tuesday. So when I went in there on Wednesday, I'd be a little bit more prepared from somebody who was inside the Green Party for many years, somebody who worked with Jill Stein for many years. But unfortunately, he wasn't feeling too well on Tuesday, so we had to do it on Thursday. But still, even better late than never. I'm kind of glad it happened the way it did. So, I can just take from what I was seeing on Twitter, incorporate with that and some of the questions with Jill Stein. I didn't go really hard in the paint with Jill Stein. I thought she deserved definitely to have a fair interview and not just get all criticism. So I gave her an opportunity to talk more about Israel, Palestine, and then I questioned her about certain things. Like I said, the only question I did not get, I wanted to ask her is, do you think that geoengineering plays a part in the weather, that what's happening right nowadays? I asked her what the climate crisis is to her, because she mentioned it throughout the night. So sorry to interrupt, buddy.
No. It's good to have a little team huddle here, and we do appreciate everyone sticking on with us. We do these 5-hour streams. They're becoming very secondhand, that we kind of just plow through them. What I'm saying now is we got the half-hour mark here. I have some more content planned, and I want to just throw it out to you, Pasta. If I were to take the reins here, we got a last half hour. We're not going to, Leslie can't join us today on Talking Back.
Wait a second. Hold on.
Really?
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the show with Matt and Pop. Not just kidding.
Oh, is that what you're going to do that now? Oh, man. You want to do
something? I was doing my little Leslie imitation. Leslie, we
good.
love you. We miss you. Get your ass back to the show. We need you, even if it's just for a little time. It was so great to hear your voice at the beginning of the introductions. And congratulations on your new life moving forward. It's pretty awesome.
Actually, yeah, no, if she's hearing right now, I'm sure she's taking it very to heart. There's a lot going on in the family right now. We have topics we've been discussing for the entire time we've been doing this show, and she's been supportive from her vantage point, coming from as a healthcare professional. As you guys know, we're dealing with health problems in the family. We were able to put an amazing event together. An event, and I say event, I see a moment in our life. The wedding we pulled it off, and Craig, you were there, and I want to have an opportunity to talk about it on the show with Leslie. So hopefully we can do that next week or whenever it makes sense. And know that we are fighting the battle, even when we celebrate moments together, even when we have these life-changing moments, we're still fighting the system that's trying to stop us. And I know we didn't really talk about this last week either, but I want to get into it maybe next time. But the fact that we were censored on YouTube. We were threatened that a new channel that we started just for our wedding, for Leslie and Matt's wedding, we were threatened that the channel would be removed just for streaming our wedding. I know a lot of you hear that for the first time and you think, well, that sounds like a bit of an exaggeration, Matt. No, it's not. It's exactly accurate. We'll get more into it next week. I want to share with you. I want Leslie to be able to talk about it too. But it's based on the fact that we can't step outside of what we're doing, even when we want to do something on a personal level and connect with you guys on a personal level. Matt, Leslie, Craig, on a personal level, in our tuxes and the wedding dress and saying, here we are doing this thing. The reason why we can't do that without looking over our shoulder is because there's a paper trail of all of us. We talk about censorship a lot, but sometimes we don't talk about surveillance. We don't talk about this big machine that's been instilled for many, many years. We know about the Patriot Act. You guys know the history. You guys know that we got to stop them over there, not stop them here. The whole, if the government can decide if you're a terrorist. Hey, how about this one? You guys know this one. If you got nothing to hide, what are you afraid of? Who cares if they're listening to you if you got nothing to hide? Well, all that bullshit has all caught up to us. And the ones of us that are more vocal, like me, Craig, Leslie, even on the show with us, being vocal about stuff, they're going to come after us. They're going to say, you can't even run a personal channel on YouTube. We will find you because there is a tracking system, and we know who you are. And we know that even if you're doing a freaking stream of your wedding, that is dangerous for people to watch because it's you. And we've already marked you. You already have a scarlet letter on your back. So that's where we're at with that. You know what?
By the way, the videos, the interviews are already up. They've been up for 3 hours now. They're on Kim Iverson's YouTube, so they're up, and that's pretty awesome. And I'm very happy about that. You can check them out. I wonder how I did. You can let me know how I did. I was
can't
looking
wait,
for
man.
Randall Terry. He bailed out of the room. I said, is it within his Christian Judaic principles? Because he said Christian Judaic principles like about 7 times last night to try to manufacture consent for what Israel is doing. I said, is it within those principles for him to leave without saying goodbye? he left. I didn't get to question him. So
I can't wait to hear what you guys did. I saw you guys doing the live stream is the coverage during the debate. If let's do this. I know you guys are going to be covering on Kim's show soon, coming up soon. But man, I had some stuff planned today. It's just our conversations. Sometimes they just take off, man. They take off, and we run out of time here. Well, let me ask you: do you want to do a little mini third-party campaign news update, and we can do a little debate on who won the debate? We could do a little thing like that. I also have 2 other things planned, so maybe we do 2 out of the 3, and we'll make them quick. I got a This Week in HOLLYWOKE with a really cringeworthy Kamala SNL sketch. I thought it was hilarious. We could do that one, or we could do a Loudest Voice where we got a jank appearance on Pierce that I thought was pretty sharp. So those are the 3. Would you want to take 2 of those 3 or 1 of those 3? What do you think, Pasta?
I think that we should take a quick break so I can use the little podcasters room, as Steve used to say. Man, I miss doing shows with that dude. I loved it. Like, people were like, oh my God, how'd you do shows with him? We could be such an asshole. Yeah, he could be an asshole, but he would admit it. But it was so much fun, and it was so educating because the guy is so smart. But, I would always say some of the smartest people can't do the simplest things. So that's why I was good there for him. You know what I'm saying? But
Absolutely.
But I have to use a little podcasters room. Why don't we take a quick break, come back? You pick which one we want to do. Let's do that and do that together. I like the idea of playing that video, the Saturday Night Live skit, because I want to see it. I've heard about it. And then we'll go from there. It looks like I didn't give Jill Stein that hard of an interview yesterday. Well,
do we want to just live stream that?
What's that?
We could play the interviews and you could react to it live.
Do we want to do that, Matt? But
I mean, we got a lot of stuff to do, and it's been 4.5 hours, so that's the only reason I would say no, because we've been on for so long.
Well, Craig had said that Kim was going to be playing this on the show on Kim Iverson's show, so I don't want to steal the thunder.
Not playing it anymore. She put them up live on YouTube 3 hours. She put them up on YouTube 3 hours ago, so now they're up. You can see them. Why don't we do this? Why don't we make that part of? We'll go through those videos, and we'll go over that. And we'll bring that to the table. Maybe we should do a special show. I don't know. We'll talk about doing one on Tuesday, I think, with a week out, if you want to do that. Or we'll just make it part of next week's show. There's a lot of things going on. Amber King is in the chat, and she's running for office. She's got there's a lot of censorship stuff going on I want to bring to the table. So why don't we just push those aside, and we'll bring those back. Let's just take a quick break.
Okay.
And we'll come back, and we'll finish up with one of Matt's sections. Let's get done by 5 o'clock, though, too, as well, because I'm intermittent fasting, and I'm really hungry.
Great.
But I want to use the little podcasters room. So why don't you take the steering wheel real quick, Matt? Let's go to a quick break. I'll do this when I come back. Jayme will get everything ready, and we'll go from there.
Great. Sounds good. All right. Okay, here we are. We're back. One last round of the 5-hour multi-stream. I'm your host, Matt Weinglass, with my other trusted host, Craig Pasta JARDULA, finishing up strong today. Man, what a great show. What a great conversation after conversation today. If you guys are just joining us now, you can watch the replay when we're done here. And obviously we upload the separate segments when we're done throughout the week. But for now, I think I got an idea, because you mentioned something before, Craig, about doing a special on Tuesday. I'm going to do this. I'm going to take this stuff out of the pipeline right now, because I think we should do a campaign news 1 week countdown special, just on the campaign stuff on Tuesday. So we'll take out all the stuff with the fair and equal. I'm just going to remove that now, because we want to do a little more thoughtful, kind of targeted on that and on what's happening in the campaign all around on Tuesday. So let's do that. 1 week to go, kind of check in on campaign news. So with that said, what I do have for us today for the remainder of the show, I want to do a This Week in HOLLYWOKE. We're going to look at the Kamala sketch that happened there, and this was because he did not go to the A.I. Smith Memorial dinner. So we're going to look at that. That was last week. We weren't able to cover it because I think it was last Thursday, right after we were done with our show. But it's pretty funny. We're gonna get to that if we have time. There is a loudest voice. It might take a few minutes, but we'll see. Let's do this. How does that sound? We'll start with the This Week in HOLLYWOKE. Yeah,
let's do it.
All right, let's go ahead and do that. I'll go ahead and start this for us. Here we go. I know you like this intro, Craig. I know you like it. Here we go.
I love it.
It's time for This Week in HOLLYWOKE. I'm here with Craig Pasta JARDULA. We're looking at the AI Memorial Dinner. This is generally an opportunity for the Democratic Party once every election season. I don't know if they do it throughout the 4-year period, but certainly this is the moment where whatever Democratic nominee can shine at this dinner. They're always joined by celebrity guests. A lot of Hollywood people show up, tell a bunch of jokes. This one was hosted by Jim Gaffigan, so everything was set on this for Kamala to be the guest of honor, to show up, do her thing. But no, it didn't quite work out that way. And Gaffigan, I'm going to start with this because I think he kind of had a little wake up call recently. He's definitely a well-known Trump derangement syndrome victim. I'll give him the victim. He was a victim of the syndrome, which certainly went around Hollywood more than a lot of places. We were here to see firsthand how many people got that disease, got that syndrome, have not yet recovered. Jim Gaffigan might be in recovery process right now. I'm going to show you what kind of tone was set before we cut to Kamala's phoned in sketch. She literally phoned in a sketch from an SNL style sketch using an old cast member from 20 years ago to redo a character. We'll get to that in a second, but let's just see. This is the environment. Now, this is a Catholic event, so there's a lot of the Catholic Church. Generally, you can get that support behind the Democratic Party. Jim Gaffigan, being Catholic himself, was definitely a champion of the party, has been the whole way. Anything but Trump, no matter what. But let's see what happens when Kamala doesn't show up to this thing. What does Jim Gaffigan, the host, think about this? Here we go.
This has been an interesting presidential campaign. The Democrats have been telling us Trump's reelection is a threat to democracy. In fact, they were so concerned of this threat, they staged a coup, ousted their democratically elected incumbent, and installed Kamala Harris. In other words, all her dreams have come true. Really? It really makes you consider the power of prayer, right, Cardinal?
And then he leads to this next.
Percent of Americans identify as Catholic. Catholics will be a key demographic in every battleground state. I'm sorry, why is Vice President Harris not here? I mean, consider this. This is a room full of Catholics and Jews in New York City. This is a layup for the Democratic nominee. I mean, in her defense, I mean, she did find time to appear on The View, Howard Stern, Colbert, and the longtime staple of campaigning, the Call Her Daddy podcast.
Okay, so that's the room tone set before they cut to her video. This is not going to be pretty. This is not going to be pretty. You ready to see this, Craig? This is an actual scene that she filmed, a sketch with Molly Shannon, who used to play the character of Mary Catherine Gallagher in 2000. Like,
yeah.
Oh, we're talking almost 25 years ago.
With who?
Molly Shannon, who played
Molly Shannon, got it.
Who played the character, this little Catholic girl, and she was already too old to play it back then. Now she's probably 50. She's playing this same character of the little Catholic girl that is overexcited and a little out of line. And that's the fun. That's the gimmick of the character. So somebody thought, let's bring back that character. Let's bring her in and do a little funny interaction with Kamala as she's taping her "I'm sorry I wasn't there" speech, and let's have her interrupt it. Let's see how that went. And then we'll see how Jim Gaffigan responds to it after setting the tone in the room. Here we go.
And distinguished guests, the Al Smith dinner provides a rare opportunity to set aside partisanship.
Cool. Oh, sorry.
Hey, what's going on? Who was that?
Oh, sorry, Mary Catherine Gallagher. Mary Catherine Gallagher. It's so nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you, Mary Catherine. Right now I'm trying to record my speech for tonight's dinner.
Oh, yeah, I know. I just want to say that I'm Catholic, and tonight is one of the biggest dinners next to the Last Supper.
It is a very important dinner, and it's an important tradition that I'm so proud to be a part of.
Sometimes when I get nervous, I stick my fingers under my arms and I simmer them like that. But that's gross.
So tell me something. I'm giving a speech. Do you have some thoughts about what I might say tonight?
My feelings about what you should say tonight would be best expressed in a monologue from one of my favorite made-for-TV series.
Okay, let's hear it.
Don't you see, man? We need a woman to represent us. A woman brings more heart, more compassion. And think how smart she must be to become a top contender in a field dominated by men. It's time for a woman, bro. And with this woman, we can fly.
What series was that from?
Oh, that's from House of Dragons, now streaming on HBO Max.
Is there anything that you think that maybe I shouldn't bring up tonight?
Well, don't lie. Thou shalt not bear false witness to thy neighbor.
Indeed, especially thy neighbor's election results.
Just so you know, there will be a fact checker there tonight.
Oh, that's great. Who?
Jesus. And maybe don't say anything negative about Catholics.
I would never do that, no matter where I was. That would be like criticizing Detroit in Detroit.
Does it bother you that Trump guy insults you all the time? Because it really bothers my friends and me.
Oh, Mary Catherine, it's very important to always remember you should never let anyone tell you who you are. You tell them who you are.
Haters gonna hate. Shake it off.
Shake it off.
Shake it off.
Shake it off. Good for you, Mary Catherine.
Oh, yeah, okay. And also remember one more thing. Don't worry if you make a mistake, because Catholic people are very forgiving. Yeah, and also one last thing I want to tell you. Don't forget to say, superstar!
Oh,
Thank you, Mary Catherine.
Thank you, Kamala.
Thank you. Your Eminence and distinguished guests, the Al Smith dinner provides a rare opportunity to set aside partisanship and come together to do some good by supporting the tremendous charitable work of the Catholic Church. The Church cares for the sick and feeds the hungry, supports families with housing and education, and in times of disaster provides not only essential supplies, but also, and so importantly, a sense of hope. The Gospel of Luke tells us that faith has the power to shine a light on those living in darkness and to guide our feet in the path of peace. In the spirit of tonight's dinner, let us recommit to reaching across divides to seek understanding and common ground. And in honor of the great Al Smith, let us fight to build a better future with faith in God, our country, and in each other. Thank you. May God bless you. And may God bless the United States of America.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
I don't even know what that noise you're making is. So, I don't know. As I watched that, I couldn't help but think of, now I know how my kids felt when I FaceTimed into a piano recital they were at.
Whose bonehead idea was it for her not to show up? That's my first question. And then the next bonehead idea is to get that character from 2000 in a scene with her. And I guess maybe whoever thought of those two things was okay, assumed that Jim Gaffigan would protect that choice and not make fun of it the whole way. Maybe they assumed that Jim wasn't waking up from his 6-year trance, apparently, or 8-year trance he's been under with his Trump derangement syndrome. What are your thoughts?
Listen, I think there's a problem. I think the same people who were involved probably with the convention that we went to, that we were outside when they had Little John singing "Turn Down for What" and all these other stars there. I think that they understand who their base is and who they have to look. At the end of the day, I don't think they're interested in getting any new voters. I think they know the ruling class, along with the Democratic establishment, that there are enough people caught in the two-party paradigm to trick everybody to make believe that half the country will support a Democrat, right? And they also understand that that base that supports them praises mediocrity, right? Most of those people who support the Democratic Party, a lot of those people we met that in the streets that do support the Democratic Party, they want to be like somebody in the Democratic Party. They really do. You know what I'm saying? They want to trade positions with them. They want to be in the same room as those other people. They want to be told that they're important. Doesn't mean that they really are important. They just want to be told that they're important. And when you see a skit like that, you see somebody, whoever put that together, whoever threw that idea, is understanding that you don't have to hit a home run. You can win an election with a single. You can fool the public with a single. You know what I'm saying? You just got to get that person in that room. You know, let's get the most prominent Catholic funny character of all time. Now, that was a very bad skit, but Molly Shannon did a lot of great skits where a lot of people laughed at her and laughed at that character. So they'll tap into that sense memory there. So I think they understand who the audience is. They read the room well. They're not willing to get more people in that room. They don't need that people in the room. They're counting on those other people just sitting it out.
Yeah, I mean,
not participating. That doesn't mean not voting, just sitting it out in general, not even understanding and learning what goes on, just sitting out the whole political game.
But we're seeing this time and time again with the Democratic parties, their obsession with Hollywood, Hollywoke, as we call it here, their obsession with aligning with these characters. And there's this very thin line between the character. This particular time, you can see obviously it's she's in full character, but sometimes there's this very thin line, and we've been covering it on this segment. I haven't realized how popular this segment would be. I have people tell us they love This Week in Hollywood because it's like this is a thing that we need to look at regularly, especially in an election year, counting down on this election. How many times do they do this shit, man? They grab a personality, throw them in front of the camera, and then pretend that we're all cool together with this person. But and like you said, it's that sense memory that they're using. But they did this with Julia Louis-Dreyfus with her Veep character. She wasn't really in character, but she was saying, "Oh yeah, I played the VP on TV." And why would you use that sociopathic narcissist character? But again, like you said, you just need that single. So I 100% right, Craig. That just hit a single with that sense memory of that character. But time and time again, I mean, my God, we see it with the Big Lebowski. All of a sudden, all of a sudden, he's our Lebowski. What's his name? Jeff Bridges. He's all of a sudden. He's a
white dude for Harris.
White dude for Harris.
White dudes for Harris.
And he's doing the man. Oh man, they just called me, man, on the phone, man, and said, "Get on the Zoom, man." You're just like, what the hell? Whether it's it's Sean Penn handing an Oscar to Zelensky or Ben Stiller, like, I want to play you, Zelensky, in a film. It's like, it's just on and on with this garbage of forcing Hollywood down our throats with the agenda of the Democratic establishment. And we're frankly sick of it. I don't know. For me, this is why we have to do this segment and show you guys how effing ridiculous this is.
Well, I also want to say too, that we were talking a lot of political stuff about people to vote for. If you can vote for this person, I have a piece of political clothing I'll be wearing. Can you not see it? Where the fuck?
Oh, look at that. No, man. It's getting whited out by the greens. Put it in front of you. Put it in front of you.
There it is.
There it is. Yeah.
Son of a beeswax. Where is it?
Hey, you had it there for a second. We got it. We got the screen grab.
There
it is.
Nuclear power, not nuclear war.
Yeah. That's good. That's a good.
That's my shirt right there. That's I need a Jose Vega one.
You need a Jose Vega. Yeah, for sure.
But I'm voting for those LaRouche'ites. I met there was LaRouche'ites at the event yesterday. Talk about a group that's misunderstood. Wow. Yeah. A lot of great things about the LaRouche. So it's close to the top of the hour. Tuesday, we're going to do something special then, right?
Yeah, we'll do a little campaign.
We're having a production meeting on air right now. Jayme, get your ass in here. Jayme.
There he is.
Hello.
Tuesday, we want to do a 1 week out election event, dual stream. Can you commit?
I think so. Yeah, I'm free on Tuesday.
We're not doing a 5 hour. We just wanted to cover the campaign stuff.
Just a 4 hour. Come on.
Yeah. 3 hours. I think 3 hours could do it.
Just a 6 hour.
Okay, 6. We'll go from 3 to 6. That works.
Before we get out of here, we have some super chats, super raise, that kind of thing, right?
We have a few. We do.
Let's do it.
Just a couple.
Why don't you stay on screen and read them with us?
All right. You guys do great work. Thanks and keep it up. That's from Kyler Bleeker. $2.
Put the music on. It's cool. You guys get. That's a good. I might borrow from that.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. That was a good one.
So $2 from Kyler Becker. You guys do great work. Thanks and keep it up. Next. All right. The other one we've got is from Kyler Becker. Again, $5. Is Trump the lesser danger to Kamala on nuclear war? Scott Ritter seems to imply he is. So should Michigans vote Trump as a safety measure?
You want to answer that one there, Matt?
Yeah. No, that's Scott Ritter implies that he is a lesser danger. I mean, we've done the math on that. This is like, are we looking at 2 nuclear wars or 3? Yeah, if you put 2 against 3, 2 nuclear wars is 1 less than 3 nuclear wars. Yes. Yeah. So you could make that case if you wanted to. Scott Ritter.
Here's the case I'll make. As long as we listen, and I think Jayme will agree with this, right? So because I believe that it's the same choice, one or the other. But yes, I think the mentality and the message that needs to be sent to the citizens of this country, of these United States of America, is that if you're going to reside over a genocide, you do not deserve, even if the next guy is going to be worse than you, right? If you reside over a genocide, you need to get your ass out of office. And in the state of Michigan, it's a little bit different because there's a big Muslim population there. There's a big anti-Zionist push over there. So I don't say that you should necessarily vote for Donald Trump. I'm just saying you should not vote for Kamala Harris.
I don't think it's different in Michigan. I think it's the same across the country. If the Michiganders are not voting for Kamala Harris for that reason, like every Muslim across the country should be not voting for her for that reason.
Yeah. But Michigan has a big, in other words, they're the ones who sent the message in the Democratic primary.
That's true. Right? Yeah, that's true. But I'm hoping
that's the reason why I'm singling Michigan out.
I'm hoping that just spreads across the country. It shouldn't be just confined to one country, one state.
Hey, by the way, NWO guy, you know who follows me on
Scott
Twitter?
Hall? No,
Sergeant
Scott Hall.
Slaughter. Oh, Scott Hall's dead. That's
I know.
wrong.
I know. I realized that right after I said it. I was
Scott
thinking
Oldman
Kevin
passed
Nash.
away for several years. You asshole.
It was only a couple years. I was thinking Kevin Nash, but I said Scott.
No, it is Sergeant Slaughter follows Pasta Jardula.
That's actually really cool.
Steve, now he follows me, so
that's really cool.
Yeah,
Sergeant Slaughter. Back in the day, they made a GI Joe out of him. Did you know that?
I know he was a GI Joe character. What else we got?
That's it for I got a few comments, but that was all I got.
First of all, Leslie has chimed in here, and she says there's a rally on right now. I'm going to throw this up. Obama is with Harris in a rally right now. The cringe on my face is astronomical. Thanks, CNN. Thanks for the heads up on that, Leslie.
That's
God,
Leslie.
Yeah. Thanks for sharing. But CNN's. I like how they get their viewership by having them mandate CNN on every single airport. In this case, every single hospital, because that's where Leslie is right now in San Diego. We'll talk about that next time. But that's why you have CNN. Look at all the people that watch it. Nobody watches it. It's a scam. It's a scam. It's on airports. Any public venue. They like it's. I think it's mandated. I don't think if you run one of these big corporations, big companies, you think you have to have CNN on. That's my take on it. But it's just
it's more like it's approved to be safe and neutral to put on.
Yes.
So
approved
it's like
to be safe.
Right. Yeah. So it's not mandated by anybody, but it's just like, you're not allowed to put other stuff on because we can't vouch for what would be on there. But CNN.
So let's get that straight. It's Obama, Eminem, and Kamala Harris.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Eminem's with him.
Eminem is there. Eminem was in Detroit. Is that today? Is Eminem with them today? Eminem was in Detroit with them the other day. So
now, how many of these politicians do you think, or how many? Sorry, how many of these celebrities?
This is what I was guessing. This is exactly the only. Just to be clear, the only news channel on at the hospital. Just to be clear, maybe not technically mandated, but the next
step only option.
Might as well.
Option. So I'm wondering if some of these celebrities that are campaigning for politicians, do they actually support them, or are they just getting paid to be there and support them?
They're getting paid. They're getting paid.
Some of them, I think definitely some of them are really into it. Like Mark Hamill, I think he's all in.
So these are appearance fees. They get you can do appearance fees, whether it's in person, whether it's on Zoom, like we just mentioned in the last segment about Jeff Bridges. Oh, hey man, I got an email. Yeah, you got an email and a Zelle to your bank account. Please show up to this Zoom. You see what I'm saying? It's like appearance fee,
But there's a few that I think they are all in for the Democratic Party. They just, I can't believe they're just acting and doing it for money. But I mean,
it's both, right? Because you can be like, you could say no. You don't have.
Is there a tell though if they're just doing it for the money?
I don't think any of them would just. I think they have to believe it to a point. Like if you looked at Molly Shannon's face on the end of that last sketch, when she looks at she goes, "It's time for a woman." Like I don't think she would have dressed up in that costume. So wait, I said 50. You said she's 60 years old.
60.
I don't think she would have put that costume on if it wasn't for the Zelle into her bank account. That's why she's there. But when you look in her eyes, she actually does believe it. I don't think you could say those lines believable. It's time, man, for a woman president, man. Come on.
Yeah, she's like yelling at you. Right. Yeah.
You have to yelling. I think you need both. You need the paycheck and you need to believe it. Nobody would fake that. De Niro believed it, right? Well, yeah, De Niro believes it.
Yeah, some of them definitely have Trump derangement syndrome.
Yeah.
It's pretty deep with some of them.
Yeah. All right.
So I think that's it for the super chats, though. I mean, I've got a few other comments. There were a lot of comments when Keaton was on, and a lot of criticism. One guy was just, I think, a little bit off base. But let me share this one because this was a good point. So Keaton sounds like Greenwald saying Pierre Omidyar wasn't that involved with the Intercept when he was talking about Peter Thiel with Rumble, and I'm like, I actually don't know how to respond to that because I don't know how much Peter Thiel is involved with Rumble. Is he just an investor, or is he actually? He's not really he doesn't run it, does he? I mean, what do you guys know?
Well, Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say the surveillance tech that he's affiliated with. We know that that's been instilled with Rumble. There's definitely a level of monitoring he brings, but he's not calling the shots. Like I think what Keaton nailed was he said there is a brand that Rumble established as the anti-YouTube. That brand is we don't censor people. They have to actually break the law. They actually have to break the actual law to be sent to be kicked off of our platform, not some made up bullshit. So
that was a really good point made by Keaton.
Yeah, it's a great point. So they can't go away from that brand. So with that point, then I think we can't know for 100% sure, but we do know that the tech that he's involved with is absolutely being utilized as a tracking system. So all of us are, but we already have that. We already live in this every single day. There's tracking system. So everything we talk about, even though YouTube's terminating us, but Rumble's letting us speak, Rumble is actually in a better position to keep track of us because they allow us to speak, and then they can keep that information and put the whatever algorithm in there.
The data they obtain from us that we wouldn't be able to do elsewhere, they can still get a good finger on us. And here's the thing: we've moved into a platform which is not the public square. Yeah, it's big, but it doesn't have the reach that the YouTube has. The point is that if you're going to have protection from the United States government, right, and Section 230 of the NDAA says clearly that if you want to act as a platform and not a publisher, meaning you can't pick winners or losers, you have to be even keel across the board, and you get protection for that, then there should be no ifs, ands, or buts about that. It's almost like the pharmaceutical companies that got qualified immunity. The tech companies got the same thing. So if it's going to be the public square, and people are like, oh, it's a private company. Can a private company put up a sign that says for a water fountain, whites only? No, they can't do it. They got to abide by our laws, and we have laws in this land, and they've entered into agreement, and they're breaking that agreement. So the public square becomes the controlled square, and that is what we have right now. We don't have a public square. It's a controlled square. It's just funny because I was just looking online at Terrible, who follows me. I follow her, and I've shared some of her work before when I was on Jimmy Dore, some of her tweets. But she put up Elon Musk 30 top influencers. Most of them are just team sports mentality. They're pro-Trumpers. You can't be a serious journalist if you're going to have a serious bias, especially if you're going to have a serious bias for the two-party duopoly. You're not doing what it was meant for the media to do. Robbie Burns says there's a huge TDS in Hollywood. Yes, there is.
It's massive.
Those people want those roles. They want to be picked again. They want to work.
We started this one too during IAN
we talked about this. Yeah.
Did we talked about this? Yeah, okay. We started that. I don't think it got on the screen though.
Well, that's enough for today. It's 5:10. I'm getting delirious. I need to eat. Jayme, CheeseSlice, thank you so much for running the ones and twos. As always, you're doing an amazing job. Thanks for sending off those videos to the WBAI in New York and Gary Knowles Radio News Network. It really sucks that Sputnik's gone, so now you can't hear my voice in D.C., but you can hear my beautiful voice in New York still, and so that's really cool. And we're going to just keep trying to find ways.
There's got to be something in D.C. There's got to be another station that's in D.C.
You let me know. I'll kick your sister out and tell her to give me my place back if if there's a job for me. I gotta go, sis. You're out.
Well, she's only going to be here for about a month.
Steaks. I'll cook you steaks.
Oh, I'll take that. Oh, we're doing steaks on election night. Did you know that?
No, I did not.
This is Kit's idea where he's going to go vote, and then he's going to go home and make a big, fat, juicy steak, and that's what he's going to be doing for all of election night.
Oh,
so,
well, does he have a smoker? Can he make a smoked tomahawk?
I bet he doesn't.
I bet he's not having my chimichurri either.
That's probably true. I'm probably going to make a steak as well. I mean, why not? And then we could just have a big steak party on election night while we cover.
You like my chimichurri when I make it for you, right?
There was something in it that I didn't like, but overall it was like. But there was like one ingredient you used, and I can't figure out what it was. I would have left out.
Maybe the mint.
I'm going to make my famous broccoli tofu pasta.
Oh, geez. If we were having this conversation with Leslie, she'd go, oh, my God, I don't want to talk about this.
No, I mean it. You guys, once you go tofu, you never go back. I mean,
can I tell you something from a man who ate tofu for many years? Yes, you do. You don't just go back. You run back. But
it's all about the flavor.
There's a conversation.
Hey, no matter what you're
Leslie
cooking.
has a love for animals. A lot of people do too. I love animals too as well. I think we have to have humane sources of and clean sources. Let me tell you something. The whole thing I got duped with the whole vegan situation is that a lot of the vegetables I were having were genetically modified, pesticides. They were very unhealthy. You know what I'm saying? And Texas Slim told me this on an AM wake up. And Texas Slim runs the Beef Initiative, which has clean, sourced, humane style meats, and they cut out the FDA and the middleman, and they send directly to you from ranchers. You know what I'm saying? And Texas Slim has said, it goes, when I put one of my cattle down, it's like they're going for a walk. They don't even know it. It's very humane. We don't want to do this in an inhumane way. So he understands that. But he says, even if you're going to be a vegan, clean source food is very important. Non-GMOs, non-pesticide, non-chemicals, all these things, you know what I'm saying? They're very important. So if you're going to be a vegan, you're going to be a meat eater, just do it in the right way. Do it in a clean
get rid
way.
of factory farming and go back to just all small family farms, because they were just so much cleaner, much better for the environment, better for the animals. And the way we do things now, it's just really horrible, especially when they just waste entire like crops or like just the yield that comes from slaughtering the animals just because of something happens because of our system, and they'll just waste all that food and all those animals died for nothing. It's just really tragic.
You know, it's Daniel Lubker. You know, when we went to eat Chinese food with them in Chicago, he made sure to order chicken's feet because he believed in using the whole animal. That was really important. It tying in that mentality. Look at Matt does not like the look. Yeah, he didn't like it.
No, it was like that. They brought out the chicken's feet. I mean, Leslie and I were like, "What the f is this?" Like,
eat the whole animal. Nothing goes to waste.
Okay, all right.
That's
Well,
how
I
you
get
show
the
love
point. I
it.
get.
But what is there to eat on the feet though? Is there any meat there?
That's it for today, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting out of here. We're not talking about chicken's feet. That is Jayme CheeseSlice on the ones and two who jumped in for the super chats. Thank you to all who sent those super chat contributions. They do mean a lot. There's ways to help out independent media. Join Matt Weinglass's Homeless Left Locals channel. Join my Patreon. Help us out any way you can. That's it. We're saving the world one meal at a time, even if it is chicken's feet.
Yes. Whatever it is.
One chicken foot at a time.
So, thanks to all of our guests today. We had great conversations, guys. Watch the replay if you missed it. We'll also upload the conversations separately this week, and we'll be back for the 1 week to go election special campaign news on Tuesday. We got a Halloween special on Thursday, and then election day the following Tuesday. So we got some big stuff coming up for you guys. Thanks for everyone joining today. Let's leave you with a outro. This one's a fun one. It's a quick minute here, but it's IDF soldiers freaking out because they never trained for real combat. I guess they only trained for bullying and harassing and murdering innocent people that can't fight back. So let's see what happens when they're.
We'll see you next week, everybody. We love you.
Bye-bye.
Love you guys. Okay.
Here we go.
All right, here we go. Bye.